Section 28 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Propositions, Chapter 7, Part 4. In December 1571, De Castro and Medina presented formal denunciations of Fray Luis Grajal and Martinez to the Salamanca Commissioner of the Valladolid Tribunal, charging them with denying the authority of the Vulgate and preferring the interpretations of the rabbis to those of the fathers, while the circulation of canticles in the vernacular was not forgotten. Other accusers, including students, joined in the attack, making 13 in all, with a formidable body of denunciations. Grajal was soon afterwards arrested, and Fray Luis, warned of the impending danger, presented himself, March 6, 1572, to Diego Gonzalez, the former inquisitor of Carranza, then on a visitation at Salamanca, with a copy of his lecture on the Vulgate and the propositions drawn from it, and also his work on canticles. He asked to have them examined and professed entire submission to the Church, with readiness to withdraw or revoke anything that might be found in the slightest degree objectionable. In any other land this would have sufficed. The inculpated works would have been expurgated or forbidden if necessary. Luis would have retracted any expressions regarded as erroneous, and the matter would have ended without damage to the faith. Under the Inquisition, however, the utterance of objectionable propositions was a crime to be punished, and the submission of the criminal only saved him from the penalties of pertinacious heresy. On March 26th, the warrant for the arrest of Fray Luis was issued, and on the 27th he was receipted for by the alcaide of the secret prison of Valladolid. He was treated with unusual consideration in view of his infirmities and delicate health, for on his petition he was allowed a scourge, a pointless knife to cut his food, a candle and snuffers, and some books. The trial proceeded at first with unusual speed. By May 15th, the fiscal presented the formal accusation in which Fray Luis was charged with asserting that the Vulgate contained many falsities, and that a better version could be made, with decrying the Septuagint and preferring Vatable and rabbis and Jews to the saints as expositors of Scripture, with stating that the Council of Trent had not made the Vulgate a matter of faith, and that in the Old Testament there was no promise of eternal life, with approving a doctrine that inferred justification by faith, and that mere mortal sin destroyed faith, with circulating an exposition of canticles, explaining them as a love poem from Solomon to his wife, all of which was legitimately based on the miscellaneous evidence of the adverse witnesses. This, as required, Fray Luis answered on the spot, article by article, attributing the charges to the malice of his enemies, denying some and explaining others clearly and frankly. It was a special favour that he was at once provided with counsel and allowed to arrange his defence, a favour which brought upon the tribunal a rebuke from the Suprema, January 13, 1573, as contrary to the Estilo, which must be followed no matter what might be the supplications of the accused. Fray Luis identified many of the witnesses. Out of 19 he recognized 8, and he drew up 6 series of interrogatories, mostly designed to prove his allegations of mortal enmity. Of these, the inquisitors threw out 3 as impertinent, and the answers to the others were to a considerable extent unsatisfactory, as was almost inevitable under a system which made the accused grope blindly in seeking evidence. As time wore on in this necessarily dilatory business, Fray Luis grew impatient at the stagnation which seemed to preclude all progress, not being aware that in reality it had been expedited irregularly. It would be wearisome to follow in detail the proceedings which dragged their slow length along. Additional witnesses came forward, whose depositions had to go through the usual formalities. Fray Luis presented numberless papers as points occurred to him. He defended himself brilliantly, and through the course of the trial there were few of the customary prolonged intervals, for his nervous impatience kept him constantly plying the tribunal with arguments and appeals, which it received with its habitual impassiveness. At length, after 2 years, early in March 1574, it decided that there was no ground for suspicion against him in the 30 articles drawn from the testimony of the witnesses, while he could not be prosecuted criminally on the 17 propositions extracted from his lecture on the Vulgate, seeing that he had spontaneously presented them and submitted himself to the Church. The fiscal, however, appealed from this to the Suprema, and his appeal must have been successful, for the trial took a fresh start. After some intermediate proceedings, Fray Luis on April 1st was told to select patrones theologus to assist in his defence. He at once named Dr. Sebastian Perez, professor in the Royal College, which Philip II had founded at Paraces in connection with San Lorenzo del Escorial, and 2 days later he added other names. In place of accepting them, the tribunal endeavored to compel him to take men of whom he knew nothing, and who in reality were the calificadores who had already condemned his propositions. The struggle continued until on August 3rd the Suprema wrote that he could have Perez, but his limpieza must first be proved and Philip's consent to his absence be obtained. We have seen how prolonged, costly, and anxious were investigations into limpieza, and as Fray Luis remarked, this was to grant and to refuse in the same breath. At last, after endless discussions, in October, he despairingly accepted Dr. Mancio, a Dominican and a leading professor of theology at Salamanca. Mancio came in October, again towards the end of December, and finally on March 30, 1575, while Fray Luis meanwhile was eating his heart in despair. At length, on April 7th, Mancio approved of Fray Luis's defence, declaring that he had satisfied all the articles, both the series of 17 and that of 30, which had been proved against him, or which he had admitted having uttered. If Fray Luis imagined that this 12 months' work, to which such importance had been attributed, had improved his prospects, he was speedily undeceived. We hear nothing more of Dr. Mancio or of his approval. The propositions with the defence were submitted again to 3 calificadores, men who had been urged upon him as patrones, and it illustrates the uncertainties of theology and the hair-splitting subtleties in which the doctors delighted, that not only were the original 17 articles declared to be heretical for the most part, but 5 new ones, quite as bad, were discovered in the defence which had elicited Dr. Mancio's approval, and these 5 thenceforth formed a third category of errors figuring in the proceedings. It is not easy for us to comprehend the religious conceptions which placed men's lives and liberties and reputation at the hazard of dialectics in which the most orthodox theologians were at variance. When Fray Luis was informed that 5 new heretical propositions had sprouted from the hydra heads of the old ones, he was dismayed. Sick and exhausted, the prospects of ultimate release from his interminable trials seemed to grow more and more remote. Arguments and discussions continued and were protracted. New calificadores were called in, who debated and opined and presented written conclusions on all 3 series of propositions. It would be useless to follow in detail these scholastic exercises, of which the chief interest is to show how in these infinitesimal points one set of theologians could differ from another, and how completely the enmity of the two chief witnesses, Leon de Castro and Bartolome de Medina, was ignored. Thus wore away the rest of the year 1575 and the first half of 1576. There was no reason why the case might not be continued indefinitely on the same lines, but the inquisitors seem to have felt at last that an end must be reached, and a consulta de fe was finally held, in which Dr. Frechilla, one of the calificadores who had condemned the propositions, represented the episcopal ordinary. The case illustrates one incident of these protracted trials. During its course it had been heard by 7 inquisitors, of whom Guiliano de Mercado was the only one who served from the commencement to the end, and his colleague in the consulta, Andres de Alava, had appeared in it only in November 1575, and had not been present in any audiences after December. There was, moreover, an unusual feature in the presence of a member of the Suprema, Francisco de Menchaca, indicating perhaps that the case was regarded as one of more than ordinary importance. There were 5 consultors, Luis Tello Maldonado, Pedro de Castro, Francisco Albornoz, Juan de Ibarra, and Hernando Nino, but the 2 latter fell sick when the examination of the voluminous testimony was half completed, and took no further part in the proceedings. On the final decision, September 18, 1576, Menchaca, Alava, Tello, and Albornoz voted for torture on the intention, including the propositions which the theologians had declared that Fray Luis had satisfied, after which another consulta should be held. They humanely added that it should be moderate in view of the debility of the accused. Those better acquainted with the case, Guiliano and Frechilla, were more lenient. They voted for a reprimand, after which, in a general assembly of professors and students, Fray Luis should read a declaration drawn up by the calificadores, pronouncing the propositions to be ambiguous, suspicious, and likely to cause scandal. Moreover, his Augustinian superior was to be told extrajudicially to order him privately to employ his studies in other directions, and to abstain from teaching in the schools. The vernacular version of canticles was to be suppressed, if the Inquisitor General and Suprema saw fit. Comparatively mild as this sentence might seem, it gratified to the full the vindictiveness of his enemies. It humiliated him utterly, and destroyed his career. As there was discordia, the case necessarily reverted to the Suprema, which seems to have recognized that both votes assumed the nullity of the laborious trifling by which the calificadores had found dangerous heresies in his acknowledged propositions. Discussion must have been prolonged, however, for the final sentence was not rendered until December 7th. This fully acquitted Fray Luis of all the charges, but ordered a reprimand in the audience chamber, and a warning to treat such matters in future with great circumspection, so that no scandal or errors should arise. The Suprema could scarce say less, if the whole dismal farce of nearly 5 years was not to be admitted as wholly unjustifiable, and it enclosed the sentence in a letter instructing the tribunal to order Fray Luis to preserve profound silence, and to avoid dissension with those whom he suspected of testifying against him. It was probably on December 15th that the sentence was read and the reprimand administered. Fray Luis took the necessary oaths. He made the promises required, and was discharged as innocent after an incarceration incommunicado, which had lasted for 4 years, 8 months, and 19 days. His requests were granted for a certificate de no obstancia, and for an order on the paymaster of the schools to pay him his professional salary from the date of his arrest to the expiration of his quadrennial term. During this prolonged imprisonment, Fray Luis seems to have been treated with unusual consideration. He was allowed to send for all the books needed for his defence and for study, even for recreation, for we find him July 6, 1575, asking for the prose works of Bembo, for a Pindar in Greek and Latin, and for a copy of Sophocles. He relieved the distractions of his defence and the anxieties of his position by the composition of his De los Nombres de Cristo, which has remained a classic. Yet these were but slender alleviations of the hardships and despairing tedium of his prison cell. On March 12, 1575, he is begging for the sacraments. Though he is no heretic, he says, he has been deprived of them for 3 years. This petition was forwarded to the Suprema, which replied by dryly telling the tribunal to complete the cases of Fray Luis, Grajal, and Martinez as soon as opportunity would permit. At an audience of August 20th of the same year, when remanded to his cell, he paused to represent that, as the inquisitors well knew, he was very sick with fever. There was no one in his cell to take care of him, save a fellow prisoner, a young boy who was simple. One day he fainted through hunger, as there was no one to give him food, and he asked whether a fraile of his order could be admitted to assist him and to aid him to die, unless they wished him to die alone in his cell. This was not refused, but as the condition was imposed that the companion should as usual share his imprisonment to the end, the request was in vain. Then, on September 12th, in his reply to the 5 propositions suddenly sprung upon him, he feelingly referred to the years of prison and the sufferings caused by the absence of comforts in his weakness and sickness as a torture long and cruel enough to purge all suspicions. Even more pitiful was a petition to the Suprema in November of the same year. I supplicate your most illustrious body, by Jesus Christ, on my giving ample security, to order me to be placed in one of the convents of this city, even in that of San Pablo Dominican, in any way that it may please you, until sentence is rendered, so that if during this time God should call me, which I greatly fear in view of my much trouble and feeble health, I may die as a Christian among religious persons, aided by their prayers and receiving the sacraments, and not as an infidel, alone in prison with a Moor at my bedside. And since the rancour of my enemies and my own sins have deprived me of all that is desirable in life, may the Christian piety of your most illustrious body give me this consolation in death, for I ask nothing more. It is perhaps needless to say that this touching appeal did not even receive an answer. End of section 28. Section 29 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Propositions, Chapter 7, Part 5. After the term of his professorship had expired about March 1, 1573, his special enemy, Bartolome de Medina, was elected in his place, and was promoted in August 1576 to the leading chair in theology, while Fray Garcia del Castillo succeeded to that of Durandus. On Fray Luis's return, he was warmly and honourably received in an assembly of the Senate, convoked for the purpose, where the commissioner of the Inquisition declared that the Holy Office had ordered his restoration to honour and to his professorship. Luis, however, refused to disturb Castillo, and in January 1577 an extraordinary chair on the Scriptures was created for him. The next year, on the chair of moral philosophy falling vacant, he obtained it, and subsequently he became regular professor of Scripture, one of the highest positions in the university. His colleague Grajal had been less fortunate, having perished in prison before the termination of his trial. Fray Luis's mental vigour was unimpaired, although his delicate frame never wholly recovered from the effects of his long imprisonment. Such an experience of the dangers attendant on the discussions of the schools might seem sufficient to dampen his disputatious ardour, but in a theology which sought to reduce to hard and fast lines all the secrets of the unknown spiritual world, there was risk of heresy in every speculation. In an acto of the University held January 20, 1582, the debate widened into a discussion upon predestination and free will, in which Fray Luis and Fray Domingo de Guzman were bitterly opposed to each other. It was continued in another theological act the next week. The students became excited and called upon Father Bañez to repress these novelties, which he did in a lecture, declaring that the views of Fray Luis savoured of Pelagianism. The latter was angered, and the next day, in an assembly of all the faculties, the question under debate was, if God confers equal and sufficing grace on two men, nothing else interfering, can one be converted and the other reject the aid? The discussion between Fray Luis and Bañez was hot, and the excitement increased. Then, on January 27th, there was another assembly which wrangled over the intricate questions involved in prevenient aid and human cooperation. This was the commencement of the long debate De Auxiliis between Jesuits and Dominicans, which lasted for a century, until both sides were silenced by the Holy See, without either being able to claim the victory. Fray Luis had excited many enmities, though not as many as he was in the habit of claiming, and the occasion was favourable for striking at him and at those whom he supported. Fray Juan de Santa Cruz drew up an account of the discussions, with a censure of the erroneous and heretical propositions defended. It was not a personal denunciation of any one, but he declared that the agitation and disquiet of the schools demanded a settlement by the Inquisition. This he presented February 5th at Valladolid to the Inquisitor Juan de Arreci, and from the marginal notes it appears that besides Fray Luis, 2 Jesuits and a Benedictine were marked for prosecution. In March, Inquisitor Arreci came to Salamanca on a mission to suppress astrology, and took the opportunity to gather testimony on the scholastic quarrel. Various witnesses, some of them Augustinians, came forward spontaneously with evidence, and the Mercenarian Francisco Zumel presented a series of propositions purporting to be drawn from a lecture by Fray Luis on predestination, of which the worst was that Christ on the cross was destitute of God and was provoked to sin. Zumel was a bitter enemy of Luis, who had defeated him 4 years before in competition for the chair of moral philosophy. Both had their partisans, and their quarrels were the cause of much trouble. Fray Luis's experience of the Inquisition naturally led him to seek exculpation. 3 times he appeared voluntarily before Arreci, and made verbal and written statements in which he rendered an account of his share in the debates. He admitted that he had defended a position opposite to what he had previously taught, which was not without a certain temerity, as differing from the ordinary language of the schools, and not proper for public debate, as it was delicate, difficult of comprehension, and liable to lead the hearers into error. He protested that he had not intended to offend Catholic doctrine, and if he had said anything inconsiderately, he submitted it to the censure and correction of the Holy Tribunal. He also laid much stress on the notorious hatred of the Dominicans towards him, and the manner in which they lost no opportunity of decrying his doctrine, his person, and his morals. Inquisitor Arisi returned to Valladolid with the evidence, after which there was pause before the case of Fray Luis was taken up. There would seem to have been some hesitation concerning it, for the Suprema took the unusual step of summoning him before it, from which he excused himself on the plea of illness and forwarded a physician's certificate in justification. The next document in the case is a letter of August 3rd from the Suprema to the tribunal, calling for the papers in the cases of the Salamanca theologians, with its opinion concerning them. In its reply, the tribunal said that Fray Luis had confessed to everything testified against him, submitting himself to correction and conceding that what he had said was not devoid of temerity. He had evidently spoken with passion, and after the debate had begged pardon of Domingo de Guzman for telling him that what he advocated was Lutheran heresy. In view of all this, the tribunal proposed to call him before it and examine him, when, if nothing further resulted, he should be gravely reprimanded, and as the school of Salamanca was gravely excited, and as some Augustinians were boasting that his utterances had been accepted by the tribunal as true, he should be required publicly to read in his chair a declaration drawn up for him censuring the propositions, and also to declare that he had spoken wrongly when he had characterized the opposite as heresy. This would have been a profound humiliation for the proud and domineering theologian, but again Quiroga seems to have interposed to save him. There is a blank in the records for 18 months, explicable by the affair being in the hands of the Suprema. What occurred during the interval is unknown, but the outcome appears in the final act of the trial, February 3, 1584, at Toledo. There Fray Luis stood before Inquisitor General Quiroga, who reprimanded and admonished him charitably not in future to defend, publicly or privately, the propositions which he had admitted were not devoid of temerity, adding a warning that otherwise he would be prosecuted with all the rigor of the law, to all of which Fray Luis promised obedience. That he had in no way lost the respect of his fellows is seen in his election to the provincialate of the Augustinian order in 1591, shortly before his death. In addition to their exhibiting the attitude of the Inquisition towards the most distinguished intellects of the period, these two trials of Fray Luis illustrate its arbitrary methods, operating as it did in secret. His fault, if fault there was the same in both cases, the enunciation of opinions on which the most learned doctors differed. In both cases he denounced himself, freely confessed what he had spoken or written, and submitted himself unreservedly to the judgment of the Church. In the first case he was arrested. He endured nearly 5 years of incarceration, and only escaped torture or the ruin of his career through the kindly interposition of Quiroga. In the second there was no arrest. The case was decided on the summaria, or suspended, and although Quiroga probably again intervened, it was only to save the accused from a humiliation which would have gratified malevolence. Judged by its own standard, the Inquisition abused its powers, either in one case by unpardonable severity, or in the other by excessive moderation, but it was responsible to no one, and had no public opinion to dread. End of section 29. Section 30 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Propositions, Chapter 7, Part 6. Just as the case of Fray Luis was ending, prosecution was commenced against another Salamanca professor of equal or even greater distinction. As a man of pure letters, no one at the time was the peer of Francisco Sanchez, known as El Brocense, from his birthplace Las Brosas. Vainglorious, quarrelsome, caustic, and reckless of speech, he made numerous enemies, but probably he would have escaped the Inquisition had he confined himself to his chair of grammar and rhetoric. He delighted, however, in paradoxes, and he held himself so immeasurably superior to the theologians, and was so confident in the accuracy of his own varied learning, that he could not restrain himself from ridiculing their pretensions, from exposing the errors of pious legends, and denouncing some of the grosser popular superstitions, thus rendering himself liable to inquisitorial animadversion whenever malice or zeal might call the attention of the tribunal to his eccentricities. He flattered himself that he did not meddle with articles of faith, but he failed to realize how elastic were the boundaries of faith, and that in attacking vulgar errors he might be regarded as undermining the foundations of the Church. Scandal was a convenient word which bridged over the line between the profane and the sacred. His habitual intemperance of speech was stimulated by a custom in the Salamanca lecture rooms of students handing up questions for the lecturer to answer, and it would appear that malicious pleasure was felt in thus provoking him to exhibit his well-known idiosyncrasies. It was an occasion of this kind that prompted the first denunciation, January 7, 1584, by Juan Fernandez, a priest attending the lectures. Others followed, and the character of his utterances appears in the propositions submitted to the calificadores: that Christ was not circumcised by Saint Simeon, but by his mother the Virgin; that there ought to be no images, and but for apparent imitation of the heretics they would have been abolished; that those were fools who, at the procession of Corpus Christi, knelt in the streets to adore the images, for only Christ and his cross were to be adored. Only saints in heaven were to be adored, and not images, which were but wood and plaster. Christ was not born in a stable, but in a house where the Virgin was staying. That the 11,000 virgins were only 11. Doubts whether the three kings were kings, as Scripture speaks only of Magi. That the Magian kings did not come at Christ's birth, but 2 years after, and found him playing with a ball. That theologians know nothing. That many Dominicans thought the faith was based on St. Thomas Aquinas. This was not so, and he did not care a blank for St. Thomas. When asked why St. Lucia was painted without eyes, he said that she had not torn them out, but she was reckoned the patron saint of eyes from her name, Lucia a Luceri. That these free-spoken propositions should be duly characterized by the calificadores as heretical, rash, erroneous, insulting, and so forth, was a matter of course, and on May 18th the Consulta de Fe voted for imprisonment in the secret prison with sequestration, subject to confirmation by the Suprema. The latter delayed action until August 29th, and then manifested unusual consideration for the eccentricities of Sanchez, which were doubtless well known. He was merely to be summoned before the tribunal, to be closely examined, and to be severely reprimanded, with a warning to give no further occasion for scandal, as otherwise he would be treated with all rigor. His first audience was held on September 24th. There is a refreshing and characteristic frankness in his reply to the customary question whether he knew the cause of his summons. He supposed it was because, about Christmas time, in his lecture room, he was asked why St. Lucia was painted with her eyes on a dish, and why she was patron saint of eyes, when he replied that she was not such a fool as to tear out her eyes to give them to others. The vulgar believed many things that had no authority save that of painters, and it was on account of her name that she was patron saint of eyes. Then he added, some days later, he was asked why he talked against what the Church holds. This angered him, and he told them they were great fools who did not know what the Church is. They must think that sacristans and painters are the Church. He would be speaking against the Church if he spoke against the Fathers and Councils. If they saw 11,000 virgins painted in a picture, they would think that there were 11,000, but in an ancient calendar there was only undecim virginis. There were 10 martyrs, and Ursula made the 11th. Then, some 3 years ago, the circumcision was represented in the cathedral of Salamanca, where appeared the Virgin, Simeon, and the child Jesus. He said to many of those present that it was a pity such impertinences were permitted in Salamanca, that the Virgin did not go to the temple until the 40 days were expired, and no priest was required for the circumcision, for it is rather believed that the Virgin performed it in her own house. He mentioned various other criticisms which he had made on pictures, such as the Last Supper, where Christ and the Apostles should be represented on triclinia, and the sacrifice of Abraham, where Isaac should be a man of 25. For this all he was called in Salamanca a rash and audacious man, and he supposed this was the cause of his summons. If there was more, let him know it, and he would obey the Church. If in what he had said he had caused scandal, he was ready to retract and to submit to the Church. This fearless frankness was preserved in the examination that followed on the charges not explained in his avowal. When asked whether he knew these things to be heretical, and if his intention was to oppose the Church, he replied that in the form of the charges he held them to be heretical, but he had uttered them only in the way he stated, with the intention of a good Christian and for the instruction of others. But if he had erred, he begged mercy with penance, and was ready to make whatever amends were required. His confessions were duly submitted to calificadores, who reported reasonably enough that he denied some, explained others, and left others as they were, but that as a whole he deserved to be reprimanded and punished because he exceeded his functions without discretion, and if not restrained he would come to utter manifold errors and heresies. Under ordinary routine, his punishment would have been exemplary, but the tribunal was controlled by the instructions of the Suprema, and on September 28th he was duly reprimanded and warned to abstain in future from such utterances, for they would be visited with rigorous punishment. He promised to do this and was dismissed. With any one else, this narrow escape, which shows the strong disinclination to deal harshly with him, would have ensured lasting caution, and even on Sanchez it seems to have imposed restraint for some years. The impression, however, wore away, and the irrepressible desire to manifest his contempt for theology and theologians, and to display the superior accuracy of his wide learning, gradually overcame prudence. In 1588 he printed a little volume entitled De Erroribus non nullis Porphyrii et aliorum, which, when subsequently examined by calificadores, was said to prove that the author was insolent, audacious, and bitter, as were all grammarians and Erasmists; that if its conclusions were true, we might burn all the theology and philosophy taught by the schoolmen, from the master of sentences to Cayetano, and by all the universities from Salamanca to Bologna. Another of his works bore the expressive title of Paradoxes de Theologia, which went to 2 editions and was censured as requiring expurgation. Theology seems to have had for him the fatal fascination of the candle for the moth, and with his temperament he could not touch it without involving himself in trouble. He gradually resumed his free speech, and repeated his old assertions, which he had promised to suppress, and to these he added new ones, such as approving the remark of a canon of Salamanca, that he who spoke ill of Erasmus was a frail or an ass, adding that if there were no frails in the world, none of the works of Erasmus would have been forbidden. From 1593 to 1595, Dr. Rosales, the commissioner at Salamanca, repeatedly forwarded to the Valladolid tribunal reports and evidence as to his relapse in these evil ways, and urged that he should be summoned and corrected, and told not to meddle with theology, but to confine himself to his grammar, for he knew nothing else. The tribunal had these various charges submitted to calificadores, who duly characterized them in fitting terms, but it took no action until May 18, 1596, when it commissioned Rosales to put in shape the informations against Sanchez. Rosales was replaced by Francisco Gasca de Salazar, who was instructed, September 17th, to finish the matter without delay. He returned the papers as completed, September 29th, adding that Sanchez was so frank that he said these things publicly as a man unconscious of error, and if examined would tell the truth and give his reasons. He did not seem to err with pertinacity, but like the grammarians, who usually deal in paradoxes, for which reason Gasca said that he had taken no notice of them. Probably some restraint exercised by the Suprema explains why, after these preparations, 4 years were allowed to pass without action. If so, this restraint was suddenly removed, for there is no evidence that any fresh imprudences on the part of Sanchez stimulated the tribunal, when September 25, 1600, it took a vote that, in view of the previous warning and continued repetition of the same propositions and additional ones, and especially of the De Erroribus Porphyrii and other books suspect in doctrine, he should be summoned to the tribunal, and a house be assigned to him as a prison, while all his books and papers should be seized. The Suprema confirmed this. On October 20th, the summons was issued, and on November 20th, the books and papers were forwarded. On November 10th, Sanchez appeared before the tribunal, and with kindly consideration, the house of his son, Dr. Lorenzo Sanchez, a physician residing in Valladolid, was assigned as his prison. 3 audiences were held, on November 13th, 16th, and 22nd, in which he said that if he had uttered or done anything contrary to the faith, he was ready to confess it and reduce himself to the unity of the Church. As the charges were not as yet made known to him, he tried to explain various matters which were not contained in them, such as denying free will, as holding the opinion that Magdalene was not the sister of Lazarus, and that Judas did not hang himself. No more audiences were held. The next document is a petition dated November 30th, in which Sanchez set forth that he was mortally sick and given over by the physicians, that he had through life been a good Christian, believing all that the Holy Roman Church believes, and now at the hour of death he protested that he died in and for that belief. If, having labored for 60 years in teaching at Salamanca and elsewhere, he had said or was accused of saying anything against the holy Catholic faith, which he denied, if yet by error of the tongue it was so, he repented and begged of the Inquisition pardon and penance in the name of God. When taking pen in hand, he had always recommended himself to God, and if in his manuscripts there should be found anything ill-sounding, he desired it stricken out, and if there were useful things, he asked the Inquisition to permit their printing, as he left no other property to his children, and also that his enemies and rivals might be confounded. Finally, as he was in prison by order of the Inquisition, he supplicated that he might have honourable burial suitable to his position, and that the University of Salamanca be ordered to render him the customary honours. Thus closed, in sorrow and humiliation, the career of one of the most illustrious men of letters that Spain has produced. Under the existing system, the Inquisition could do no otherwise than it had done, and its treatment of him had been of unexampled forbearance. That forbearance, however, seems to have ceased with his death. The records are imperfect, and we have no knowledge of the course of his trial, which, as usual, was prosecuted to the end, but the outcome apparently was unfavourable. On December 11th, the calificadores who examined his papers made an unexpectedly moderate report. There was a certain amount of minute and captious verbal criticism, but the summing up was that he seemed somewhat free in his expositions of Scripture, attaching himself too much to human learning and departing too readily from received opinions, but he was easily excusable, as these were private studies, and mostly unfinished, so that his final opinions could not be assumed. Notwithstanding this, his dying requests were not granted. The interment was private and without funeral honours. As regards the University of Salamanca, Dr. Lorenzo Sanchez reported on December 22nd that his father had many enemies there, that there was much excitement and scandal, and it was proposed not to render him the customary honours, to the great injury of his children's honour, wherefore he petitioned for orders to pay the honours and also the salary for the time of his detention. To this supplication no attention was paid, and the same indifference was shown when, long afterwards, on June 25, 1624, another son, Juan Sanchez, a canon of Salamanca, represented that malicious persons asserted that his father had died in the secret prison, wherefore he petitioned for a certificate that his father had not been imprisoned in either the secret or public prison, and that no sentence had been rendered against him. The influence of all this on the fortunes of his descendants can readily be estimated. As for the manuscripts which had occupied the dying man's thoughts, the final judgment passed upon them left little to be delivered to the children. End of section 30. Section 31 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Propositions, Chapter 7, Part 7. Another contemporaneous case is worthy of mention, if only because the Geronimite Joseph de Siguenza has customarily been included among the victims of the Inquisition, in place of which he sought its jurisdiction in order to protect himself against the machinations of his brethren. At an early age he had entered the order, where his talents and varied learning gained him rapid advancement. When the Escorial was completed, Philip II sent for him to preach the first sermon in the church of San Lorenzo. Since then he had preached oftener than any one else, and many of the gentlemen and ladies of the court had selected him as their confessor. Philip placed him in charge of the royal archives and of the sagrarios and reliquaries of the two libraries, which brought him into frequent communication with the king, and he had utilized this to cause appointments and dismissals, and to institute reforms in the college of Paracelses. This caused jealousy and enmity, and Diego de Yepes, the prior of his convent of San Lorenzo, endeavored to procure his removal. Then he incurred the hostility of the prior of the college, Cristobal de Zafra, who was a florid preacher. In a sermon before the king on the previous nativity of the Virgin, September 8th, he had said that the Minotaur was Christ, and the labyrinth was the gospel, and Ariadne was Our Lady, and the child she bore to Theseus was faith, and if any one desired to enter the labyrinth, he must pray to the Virgin for her child. Such sermons were the fashion, and Diego de Yepes eclipsed this on January the 1st, when he told his audience that when Delilah had exhausted Samson, she removed him from her and delivered him to the Philistines. So when the Virgin had exhausted God, she removed him and placed him in the manger, with other equally filthy topics. Fray Joseph sought to repress this style of preaching, insisting that it should be confined to expositions of the Evangel and moral instruction, which gained him enemies among those whose eccentricities and bad taste he reproved. Another source of enmity was that he was entrusted with the selection of students to attend the lectures on Hebrew of Arius Montano when he came to San Lorenzo, which angered those who were omitted. A formidable cabal was formed for his ruin. Careful watch was kept on his utterances in unguarded moments and in the pulpit, and it was not difficult to collect propositions which, when exaggerated or distorted, might furnish material for prosecution. It was safer to trust to a prejudiced court within the order than to the Inquisition. A visitation of the convent and college was ordered, with instructions to withdraw the license of any preacher or confessor found to be insufficient. The visitors came on April 13, 1592, and reported on the 17th. The frailes were examined separately and secretly, and of 22, all but one offered objections to opinions uttered by Fray Joseph. From their testimony was extracted a series of 19 propositions, most of them utterly trivial. He was accused of decrying scholastic theology, of holding that preaching should be based on the bare Scriptures, of exaggerated praise of Arius Montano at the expense of other expounders of Holy Writ, of advising a fraile to study Scripture in place of books of devotion, and much else of the same nature. The frailes had learned the processes of the Inquisition. They submitted these propositions for qualification to Gutierrez Mantilla, the chief professor of theology in the college, who rendered 3 opinions varying in tone, but the final one declared that some of the propositions inclined to Lutheranism and Wycliffitism, and others to Judaism. Moreover, on May 18th he wrote to the king, announcing the discovery of a dangerous heresy in the college of San Lorenzo, which, if not checked at the outset, might bring upon Spain the dangers developed in other lands. It had spread among the students, some of whom, by the vigilance of the prior, were already in the Inquisition of Toledo, and he begged Philip to urge on the prior unrelaxing efforts to avert the evil. All this had been done in secret, but enough reached the ears of Fray Joseph to convince him of the ruin impending at the hands of his brethren. Such matters belonged exclusively to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and they could not prevent his appealing to that tribunal, in which he lost no time. On April 23rd he presented himself at Toledo with a letter from his prior, Diego de Yepes, stating that he was learned, able, and a prior of the order, but that some of his expressions in preaching and conversation had created scandal, in consequence of which he had been tried by visitors. This trial Yepes was ready to submit to the tribunal, and he asked that Fray Joseph be treated with its customary benignity. With this, Fray Joseph handed in a written statement containing what he had been able to gather as to the accusations, and submitting himself to the judgment of the Inquisition, both in correcting what was wrong and in accepting whatever punishment might be imposed. The tribunal sent for the papers of the trial and assigned to him the convent of La Sisla as a prison, which he was not to leave without permission under the customary penalties. This confinement, however, was scarce more than nominal, for on May 14th he represented that the king and court were at San Lorenzo, and his absence would be a great dishonour to him, wherefore he asked to have, by return of his messenger, permission to go there, which was immediately granted. Subsequently he was allowed the unusual favour of consulting with his council at the latter's house, and on October 21st he asked license to return to San Lorenzo for a month, because he was suffering from fever, and his physician stated that his life was at risk at La Sisla, a request which was doubtless granted. The contrast is marked between his treatment and that of Luis de Leon. Meanwhile, the trial was in progress with all customary formalities. The propositions were submitted to calificadores, and on July 30th the fiscal presented the accusation, denouncing him as an apostate heretic and excommunicated perjurer, demanding his relaxation and asking that he be tortured as often as necessary. He duly went through the examinations on the accusation and publication of evidence, and presented 8 witnesses, who testified to his distinguished reputation for learning, piety, and orthodoxy, also that Fray Cristobal de Zafra was noted for bringing fables and poetry into his sermons, and that Fray Justo de Soto, who had accused him of saying that Jews and Turks could be saved, was an ignoramus, knowing little of grammar and nothing of theology. It was not until October 22nd that was held the consulta de fe, which voted unanimously for acquittal. The Suprema confirmed the sentence on January 25, 1593, when Fray Joseph was probably absent, for it was nearly a month before he appeared on February 19th to hear it read. At his request, a copy of it was given to him, and thus ended a case in which the Inquisition was the protector of innocence against fraternal malignity. The extent to which Spanish intellect wasted itself in interminable controversies over the infinitely little, and the dangers to which all men were exposed to exercise the slightest originality, are illustrated in the case of Padre Alonso Romero, S.J., lector of theology in the Jesuit College of Valladolid. For a proposition concerning the intricate question whether a man violates the law of fasting by eating nothing on a fast day, his fellow Jesuit Fernando de la Bastida, with a number of students, denounced him to the Inquisition August 29, 1614. The main proposition, and a number of others on which it was based, or which were deduced from it, were pronounced by the calificadores, or at least by some of them, to be false, scandalous, rash, and approximating to error. No less than 17 witnesses were examined against him, and when on January 9, 1615, he presented himself, he admitted uttering the proposition, but said that he had consulted many learned men and the principal universities, and he offered in defence the signatures of many Jesuits and of professors of Salamanca, Alcala, and Valladolid, to the effect that it was not subject to theological censure. The case proceeded to a vote in discordia, October 15th, when the Suprema ordered his confinement in a Jesuit house, that he should cease lecturing, and that the papers in his cell should be examined. On October 29th, while he was detained in the audience chamber, his keys were taken and his papers were seized, although during this audience he stated that, when he found that many learned men condemned his proposition, he had retracted it publicly and had defended the opposite, which he offered to do again. To the ordinary mind this would appear to render further proceedings superfluous, but the assumed injury inflicted on the faith demanded reparation, and the case went on. 33 propositions dependent on the first one were submitted to calificadores and condemned as before, while 19 others extracted from his papers were explained by him and dropped. Drearily and slowly the proceedings dragged along. On March 3, 1616, the accusation was presented, but it was not until June 6, 1619, that the publication of evidence was reached. Yet the case seems still to have been in the preliminary stage, for on July 10th the Suprema ordered that the propositions, which had now grown to 57 in number, should be submitted to calificadores, and on their report the tribunal should decide whether to transfer him to the secret prison. It waited more than 6 months before it reached a decision, February 5, 1620, to make no change. But when the Suprema learned this, it ordered him to the prison of familiars, which was done on August 12th. Then on the 18th he selected patrones to advise him, and on September 25th he presented the interrogatories for the witnesses in defense. On May 12, 1621, he was informed that all that he had required had been done for him. On July 5th the consulta de fe voted that he should be warned and required to retract the proposition respecting fasting and those derived from it, which he had already done spontaneously 6 years before. As for the others, he was acquitted. The Suprema took nearly a year to consider this and did not confirm it until June 2, 1622, when the trial ended with the reading of the sentence on June 30th. All this reads like a travesty, and might well be the subject of ridicule were it not for the serious import on a nation's destiny of a system under which 8 years of a man's life could be consumed on a matter which the outcome showed to be so frivolous, to say nothing of the indefinite number of calificadores and officials whose energies were wasted on this solemn trifling. End of section 31. Section 32 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Propositions, Chapter 7, Part 8. Preachers were as liable as professors to prosecution for their utterances, and Spanish pulpit eloquence, as we have seen it illustrated in the case of Fray Joseph de Siguenza, afforded ample field for censure. The auditor who took exception to anything heard in a sermon had only to denounce the speaker, and if the proposition was exceptionable, prosecution followed. Thus, in 1580, Fray Juan de Toledo, a Geronimite of the convent of Madrid, was denounced to the Toledo tribunal for having, in a sermon before Philip II, asserted that the royal power was so absolute that the king could take his vassals' property and their sons and daughters to use at his pleasure. Possibly this exuberance of loyalty might have escaped animadversion had not the preacher called attention to the enormous revenues of the bishops squandered on their kindred, and urged that the king and pope should unite to reduce them to apostolic poverty. On trial he admitted his remarks in a somewhat less offensive form. He attempted to disable the witnesses, and presented evidence of good character without much success. The consulta de fe voted in discordia, and the Suprema sentenced him to abjure de levi, to recant in the pulpit on a feast day the propositions in a formula drawn up for him, to be recluded in a convent for 2 years, to be suspended from preaching for 5 years, and to perform certain spiritual penances. The severity of this sentence shows how little ceremony there was in restraining the eccentricities of the Spanish pulpit, even when it would be difficult to discern where suspicion of heresy came in. The formula of retraction prescribed rendered the humiliation of the ceremony most bitter. There were forms suited for the different characters of propositions, but all bore the essential feature that the culprit in the pulpit admitted having uttered the condemned expression, that the inquisitors had ordered him to retract it, that he recognized that it ought to be retracted, and, as an obedient son of the Church, and in fulfillment of the command, he declared, of his own free will, that he had uttered a proposition heretical and contrary to express passages of Holy Writ, and as such he retracted and unsaid it, and confessed that he did not understand it when he said it, nor for lack of knowledge did he understand the evil contained in it, nor did he believe it in its heretical sense, nor understand that it was heresy, and as he had spoken evil and given occasion to be justly suspected that he said it in an heretical sense, he was grieved, and begged pardon of God and the Holy Roman Catholic Church, and begged pardon and mercy of the Holy Office. A notary with a copy followed his words, and, if the performance was correct, made an official attestation of the fact. Instances of this sharp censorship of pulpit eloquence were by no means rare. Thus, in the single tribunal of Toledo, after Madrid had been separated from it, Fray Juan de Navarrete, Franciscan guardian of Talavera, was sentenced December 19, 1656, for an heretical proposition in a sermon, to make a retraction. On April 21, 1657, Fray Diego Osorio, regent of studies in the Augustinian convent of Toledo, was required to retract, was suspended for 2 years from preaching, and was banished for the same period from Madrid and Mascaraque. On April 23, 1659, the Mercenarian Maestro Lucas de Lozoya, definidor general of his order and synodal judge of the province, was condemned to retract, was suspended from preaching for 2 years, and was exiled from Madrid and Toledo. Similar sentences were pronounced July 14, 1660, on the Trinitarian Jacinto José Suchet, and August 31st on the Franciscan Juan de Terán. The Trinitarian Juan de Rojas Becerro, December 24, 1660, was allowed to retract in the audience chamber, but was suspended and banished for 1 year. Juan Rodriguez Coronel, S.J., on June 28, 1664, was suspended and banished for 2 years, but was not required to retract. These instances will suffice to indicate the frequency of these prosecutions and the manner in which such cases were treated. They offer a curious contrast to the mercy shown, January 31, 1665, to Sebastian Bravo de Buiza, assistant cura of Fresno La Fuente, who was only reprimanded and required to explain in the pulpit the most offensive proposition that the Virgin was a sinner and died in sin. This last case suggests that favoritism sometimes intervened to shield culprits, and this would seem to be confirmed by the leniency shown in 1696 to Fray Francisco Esquerrer. He was the leading Observantine preacher and theologian in Valencia, and teacher of theology in the convent of San Francisco in Yativa. It was an episode in the quarrel between Dominicans and Franciscans over the Immaculate Conception, when November 13, 1695, the Dominican Fray Juan Cascon denounced him to the Valencia tribunal for having defended at Yativa, October 9, 1693, the proposition that Christ, in the 3 days of his death, was sacramented alive in the heart of the Virgin, that he who should die in defense of the Immaculate Conception would die a martyr, for it was a point of faith settled by Scripture, by the Council of Trent, by the Apostolic Council of Jerusalem, and by the cult of the Church. Gasson had denounced this at the time, but the tribunal had taken no notice of it, and he now repeated the charge, adding that Esquerrer, preaching in 1693 at Oleria, had held it to be a point of faith that the adoration of Latria was due to St. Francis. In the same year at Yativa he preached that Christ owed more to St. Antony of Padua than St. Antony owed to Christ. Also, when preaching about an image known as the Virgin of Salvation, he said that she was rather the mother of salvation than the mother of Christ. Then, on August 28, 1695, preaching to the Augustinians of Yativa, he proved logically that the wisdom of St. Augustine was greater than the wisdom of the Logos, and on November 6, 1695, to the Franciscans of Yativa, he declared that the Immaculate Conception had been made a point of faith by Alexander VII and Innocent XI. Then the tribunal at last was spurred to action. It gathered evidence and procured from the calificadores a definition that some of the propositions were blasphemous, others heretical, and others ill-sounding. Early in 1696, Esquerra was thrown into the secret prison. He endeavoured to explain away the propositions. The trial proceeded with unwonted celerity, and on September 9th the case was suspended, with merely the usual reprimand and the suppression of the propositions of October 9, 1693. Apparently the Inquisition was content to have the people fed upon such doctrines. It was probably less to favoritism than to indolence that we may attribute the outcome of the case of the Minim Fray Serra, lector in the Barcelona convent of S. Francesco de Paula. On St. Barbara's Day, December 4, 1721, he preached a sermon in which, among various other ineptitudes, he said that St. Barbara was a virgin and yet pregnant, and that Christ was the fourth person of the Trinity. An artillery regiment in quarters had been taken to the church, and in the evening some of the officers, visiting Dona Bernarda Vuelta-Flores, amused themselves by repeating his grotesque utterances. A week later she chanced to mention the matter to Fray Antonio de la Concepcion, and he, for the discharge of his conscience, carried the tale to the tribunal. Dona Bernarda was sent for, told what she remembered, and furnished the names of the witnesses. They were summoned and gave their evidence. The fiscal fussed over it, said that he had only 2 concurrent witnesses, and wanted others of the audience looked up and examined, which was not done. The registers were searched, but no former complaints against Fray Serra were found. Then the fiscal asked that all the other tribunals of Spain be written to, which was postponed. On April 22, 1722, he had the propositions submitted to calificadores, 5 of whom unanimously pronounced that the one relating to Christ was formally heretical, and the others scandalous and irreverent, rendering the culprit vehemently suspect and of little sense. Then ensued a pause until 1726, when in July replies were received from all the tribunals that they had nothing against Fray Serra. Then followed another pause until June 27, 1728, when the inquisitors resolved that the case should be suspended, after consulting the Suprema, which assented with the mild rebuke that, as the Sumaria had been formed in 1721, it should have been acted upon at once in place of waiting until 1728. Cognizance of the more or less trivial utterances of individuals continued to the last and formed an increasing portion of inquisitorial business as Judaism gradually disappeared. How the people were still taught to keep a watch over their fellows is exhibited in the case of Manuel Ribas of Valencia in 1798. He was a boy only 9 years of age, attending a primary school, who was denounced by a fellow pupil for an heretical expression. That the case was seriously considered is inferable from the fact that it was suspended, not dismissed, and remained of record against the child in case of future offences. How keen, moreover, was the inquisitorial eye to discern peril to the faith is visible in the prosecution at Murcia in 1801 of Don Ramon Rubin de Celis y Noriega, a dignitary of the Cathedral of Cartagena and rector of the Conciliar Seminary, for a proposition concealed in his printed plan for instruction in Latin. Under such impulses, it is not a matter for surprise that in this later period propositions furnished half the business of the tribunals. In the register compiled in Valencia of all the cases tried in Spain after 1780 until the suppression of the Inquisition in 1820, the aggregate is 6,569 cases, out of which 3,026, or not far from one half, are designated as for propositions. Of these latter, 748 are noted as suspended or laid aside in Valencia, leaving 2,278 carried on through trial. On the 3,543 cases for other offences, 1,469, as we have seen, were for solicitation, leaving only 2,074 as the total number for the miscellaneous business of the tribunals. Those accused for propositions represent every sphere of life, but a larger portion than of old belong to the educated classes, clerics, professional men, officers of the army, municipal officials, professors in colleges, and the like. That this class of business should increase was natural in view of the infiltration of the irreligious philosophy and liberal ideas of the later 18th century, which escaped the censorship and watchfulness at the ports. The Napoleonic War poured a flood of this upon the land, traversed in almost every part by armies, whether hostile like the French or heretic allies like the English. After the Restoration, the duty of the Inquisition was largely the extirpation of these seeds of evil in a political as well as a spiritual sense, and propositions anti-politicus, as we shall see, were as freely subject to its jurisdiction as the irreligiosus. The punishments inflicted were not usually severe, but the trial itself was a sufficient penalty, for the accused was thrown into the secret prison during the dilatory progress of his case, his property was embargoed, and his career was ruined, while in most cases he was subsequently kept under strict surveillance, for which the inquisitorial organization furnished special facilities. As a typical case, it will suffice to allude to that of two merchants of Cadiz, Julian Borrego and Miguel Villaviciosa, sentenced in 1880 by the Seville tribunal for propositions and blasphemies, to abjure de vehementi, and to 10 years' exile from Cadiz, Seville, and Madrid, including service in a presidio. In consideration, it is said, of the extraordinarily long imprisonment which they had endured, the service of the former was only to be 4 years in Ceuta, and of the latter 6 years in Melilla. As was so frequently the case at that time, the Suprema interposed in favor of leniency and reduced the term to presidio for both to 2 years. They were married men. The trial and sentence virtually meant ruin, and probably influence was exerted in their behalf, for after 6 months the Suprema allowed them to return to Spain to support their families. What was the precise nature of the propositions the record does not inform us, but had the offence been political, it is improbable that this mercy would have been shown. If were religious, it may have been the deliberate expression of erroneous belief, or a hasty ejaculation called forth by an ebullition of wrath, for, as of old, the Inquisition took cognizance of everything, and in its awe-inspiring fashion undertook to discipline the manners as well as the faith of the people. In 1819, the sentence of Bartolomé Lopez of Cordova for propositions warns him on the consequences of his unbridled passion for gambling and lust, which had caused his offence, and in another case the culprit's inconsiderate utterances are ascribed to his quarrels with his wife, with whom he is urged to reconcile himself. Thus, to the last, the Inquisition, in small things as in great, sought to control the thoughts and the speech of all men, and to make every Spaniard feel that he was at the mercy of an invisible power which at any moment might call him to account and might blast him for life. End of section 32. Section 33 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Sorcery, and Occult Arts. Chapter 8, Part 1. Man's effort to supplement the limitations of his powers by the assistance of spiritual agencies and to obtain foreknowledge of the future dates from the earliest ages and is characteristic of all races. When this is attempted through the formulas of an established religion, it is regarded as an act of piety; when through the invocation of fallen gods, or of the ministers of the evil principle, or through a perverted use of sacred rites, it is the subject of the severest animadversion of the lawgiver. When it assumes to use mysterious secrets of nature, it has at times been regarded as harmless, and at others it has been classed with sorcery, and the effort to suppress it has been based not on its being a deceit, but a crime. When the Roman domination in Spain was overthrown by the Visigoths, the barbarians brought with them their ancestral superstitions to be superadded to the ancient Ligurian beliefs and the more recent Christianized paganism. The more current objectionable practices are indicated by the repressive laws of successive Wisigothic monarchs, and it illustrates the imperishable nature of superstitions, that under their generalizations can be classed most of the devices that have endured the incessant warfare of the Church and the legislator for 1,000 years. The Wisigothic ordinances were carried with little change into the Fuero Uzgo or Romance version of the code, but their moderation was displeasing to Ramiro I, who, in 943, prescribed burning for magicians and sorcerers, and is said to have inflicted the penalty in numerous instances. It is not probable that this severity was permanent, for, as a rule, medieval legislation was singularly lenient to these offences, although about the middle of the 13th century Jacobo de las Leyes, in a work addressed to Alfonso X, classes among the worst offenders those who slay men by enchantment. Alfonso himself, in the Partidas, treated magic and divination as arts not involving heresy, to be rewarded or punished as they were used for good or for evil. In no land were they more widely developed or more firmly implanted in popular belief, for Spain not only preserved the older errors of Wisigothic times, but had superadded those brought by the Moors, and had acquired others from the large Jewish population. The fatalism of Islam was a fruitful source of devices for winning foreknowledge. The astrologer and the diviner, so far from being objects of persecution, were held in high honour among the Moors, and their arts were publicly taught as essential to the general welfare. In the great school of Cordova there were 2 masters who taught astrology, 3 of necromancy, pyromancy, and geomancy, and 1 of the ars notoria. 7,700 Arabic writers are enumerated on the interpretation of dreams, and as many on goetic magic, while the use of amulets as preservatives from evil was universal. Spain was the classic land of magic, whither, during the Middle Ages, resorted for instruction from all Europe those who sought knowledge of its mysteries, and the works on the occult arts, which were circulated everywhere, bore, for the most part, whether truly or falsely, the names of Arabic authors. Long after these pursuits had fallen elsewhere under the ban of the Church, the mediaeval spirit of toleration continued in Spain. Until the 14th century was drawing to an end, astrology, we are told, was in general vogue among the upper classes, while the lower placed full confidence in the wandering mountebanks who overspread the land, mostly Moorish or Jewish women, who plied their trade under the multifarious names of saladadores, ensalmadores, cantadores, entendedoras, adivinas, and adjudadores, earning a livelihood by their various arts of telling fortunes, preserving harvests and cattle, curing disease, protecting from the evil eye, and exciting love or hatred. So little blame attached to these pursuits, that Miguel de Uria, Bishop of Tarazona, from 1309 to 1316, was popularly known as El Nigromantico, and his portrait in the episcopal palace of Tarazona had an inscription describing him as a most skillful necromancer, who even deluded the devil with his own arts. The Church, however, did not share in this tolerant spirit, and was preparing to treat these practices with severity. There is comparative mildness in 1317 in the definition of its policy by Astisanus, the leading canonist of his time, who, after reciting the ferocious imperial legislation, adds that the canons impose for these arts a penance of 40 days. If the offender refuses to perform this, he should, if a layman, be excommunicated, and if a cleric, be confined in a monastery. If he persists in his evil ways, he should, if a slave, be scourged, and if a freeman, be imprisoned. Bishops should expel from their dioceses all such persons, and in some places this is laudably accompanied with curtailing their garments and their hair. Yet the uncertainty still prevailing is indicated by the differences among the doctors as to whether priests incurred irregularity who misused in magic rites the Eucharist, the chrism and holy water, or who baptized figurines to work evil on the parties represented, and in this doubt Astisanus counsels obtaining a dispensation as the safest plan. All doubts as to such questions were promptly settled. Pope John the 22nd divided his restless activity between persecuting the spiritual Franciscans, warring with the Visconti, combating Ludwig of Bavaria, and creating a wholesome horror of sorcery in all its forms. Imagining that conspirators were seeking his life through magic arts, he ordered special inquisitors appointed for their extermination, and urged the regular appointees to active persecution. In various bulls, and particularly one known as Super Ilius Specula, issued about 1326, he expressed his grief at the rapid increase of the invocation and adoration of demons throughout Christendom, and ordered all who availed themselves of such services to be publicly anathematized as heretics and to be duly punished, while all books on the subject were to be burnt. The faithful were warned not to enter into compacts with hell, or to confine demons in mirrors and rings so as to foretell the future, and all who disobeyed were threatened with the penalties of heresy. Thus the Church asserted authoritatively the truth of the powers claimed by sorcerers, the first of a long series of similar utterances which did more perhaps than aught else to stimulate belief and foster the development of the evil. The prosperity of the sorcerer was based on popular credulity, and the deterrent influence of prospective punishment weighed little against the assurance that he could in reality perform the service for which he was paid. There was no Inquisition in Castile, and the repression of these unhallowed arts rested with the secular power, which was irresponsive to the papal commands. The Partidas, with their quasi-approval of magic, were formally confirmed by the Cortes of 1348 as the law of the land, and remained the basis of its jurisprudence. Yet the new impulse from Rome commenced soon afterwards to make itself felt. About 1370, a law of Enrique III declared guilty of heresy, and subject to its penalties all who consulted diviners. In this, the injection of heresy is significant of the source of the new policy, reflected further in a law of Juan I in 1387, which asserts that all diviners and sorcerers and astrologers, and those who believe in them, are heretics to be punished as provided in the Partidas, laymen by the royal officials, and clerics by their prelates. That these laws accomplished little is indicated by the increasing severity of the Pragmatica, of April 9, 1414, which ordered all royal and local judges, under pain of loss of office and 1/3 confiscation, to put to death all sorcerers, while those who harboured them were to be banished, and the Pragmatica itself was to be read monthly in the market-places, so that no one could pretend ignorance. Even the Mudejares assimilated themselves in this to their Christian conquerors, threatening the practice of sorcery with death, and warning all to avoid divination and augury and astrology. This accomplished little, however, and after their enforced conversion, the Moriscos continued to enjoy the reputation of masters of the black arts. In the kingdoms of Aragon, the secular power seems to have been negligent, and the duty reverted to the episcopate, which was for the most part indifferent. It was not wholly so, however, for in 1372 Pedro Clasquerin, Archbishop of Tarragona, ordered an investigation of his province by testes synodales, and among the matters to be inquired into was whether there were sorcerers. Even Inquisitor Ærik appears to consider it as in no way the business of the Holy Office, when he seeks to impress upon all bishops the duty of searching for such enemies of Christ, and of punishing them with all severity. In Castile, while all the arts of sorcery were reckoned heretical, jurisdiction over them remained secular, even after the establishment of the Inquisition, although among Isabella's good qualities is enumerated her exceeding abhorrence of diviners and sorcerers and all practitioners of similar arts. There was evidently no thought of diverting the Inquisition from its labours among the New Christians, when a royal decree of 1500 ordered all corregidors and justicias to investigate as to the existence in their districts of diviners and such persons, who were to be arrested and punished if laymen, while if clerics they were to be handed over to their prelates for due castigation. The question of jurisdiction, in fact, was a difficult one, which required prolonged debate to settle. It is true that in 1511 a case in Saragossa shows the Inquisition exercising it, but a discussion to which this gave rise indicates that as yet it was a novelty. Some necromancers were condemned by the tribunal, and the inquisitors asked whether confiscation followed. Inquisitor General Enguera decided in the affirmative, but referred to Ferdinand for confirmation. The king instructed the archbishop to assemble the inquisitors and some impartial lawyers to discuss the question and report to him. Their conclusion was in favour of the crown, and not till then did he order the receiver to sequestrate and take possession of the property, which was considerable. The fact that it had not been sequestrated indicates that there had been no precedent to guide the tribunal. Soon after this, in Catalonia, there came a demand for the more effective jurisdiction of the Inquisition in order to repress sorcery. When the Concordia of 1512 was arranged, one of the petitions of the Cortes was that it should put into execution the bull Super Ilius Specula of John 22nd, and that the king should procure from the Pope the confirmation of the bull. There was no objection to this, and Leo X accordingly revived the bull and ordered its enforcement in Aragon. It must have been immediately after this that the Edict of Faith in the Aragonese kingdoms required the denunciation of sorcery, for in the Sicilian Instructions of 1515, issued to allay popular discontent, it was provided that this clause should only be operative when the sorcery was heretical. Convictions, however, were few, at least in Aragon, for after those of 1511 there were no relaxations for sorcery until February 28, 1528, when Fray Miguel Calvo was burnt. The next case was that of Mosen Juan Omella, March 13, 1537, and no further relaxations occur in the list, which extends to 1574. End of section 33. Section 34 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Sorcery, and Occult Arts. Chapter 8, Part 2. Castile followed the example of Aragon, and Archbishop Manrique, 1523 to 1538, added to the Edict of Faith 6 clauses giving in full detail the practices of magic, sorcery, and divination. Yet as late as 1539, Sorello seems to regard the crime as subject wholly to secular jurisdiction, for he warns sovereigns that, as they hold the place of God on earth, they should have more zeal for the honor of God than for their own, and should chastise these offenders accordingly, being certain that they would be held to strict account for their negligence. The question, in fact, was a somewhat intricate one, admitting of nice discussion. In 1257, not long after the founding of the Old Inquisition, Alexander IV was asked whether it ought to take cognizance of divination and sorcery, when he replied that it must not be diverted from its proper duties, and must leave such offenders to their regular judges, unless there was manifest heresy involved. A decision which was repeated more than once, and was finally embodied in the canon law by Boniface VIII. There was no definition, however, as to what constituted heresy in these matters, until the sweeping declaration of John XXII that all were heretical. But in this there was a clear inference that his bulls were directed solely to malignant magic, working through the invocation and adoration of demons. This, however, comprised but a small portion of the vast array of superstitious observances, on which theological subtlety exhausted its dialectics. Many of these were perfectly harmless, such as the simple charms of the wise women for the cure of disease. Others were pseudo-scientific, like the Kabbalah, the Ars Notoria, and the Ars Paulina, by which universal knowledge was attained through certain formulas. Others, again, taught spells, innocent in themselves, to protect harvests from insect plagues and cattle from murrain. There were infinite gradations leading up to the invocation and adoration of demons, besides the multiplied resources of the diviner in palmistry, hydromancy, crystallomancy, and the rest. Oniroscopy, or dream expounding, being a special stumbling block in view of its scriptural warrant. To define where heresy began and ended in these, to decide between presumable knowledge of the secrets of nature and resort to evil spirits, was no easy matter, and by common consent the decision turned upon whether there was a pact, express or implied, with the demon. This only created the necessity of a new definition as to what constituted pact, and in 1398 the University of Paris sought to settle this by declaring that there was an implied pact in all superstitious observances, of which the result could not reasonably be expected from God or from nature. This marked a distinct advance in the conception of heretical sorcery, but it still left open the question as to what might or might not be reasonable expectation, and it was merely an opinion, albeit of the most authoritative theological body in Europe. Discussion continued as lively as ever. In 1492, Bernardo Bassin, a learned canon of Saragossa, considered it necessary to prove by logic that all pact with the demon, implicit or explicit, if not heresy, was yet to be treated as heresy. In 1494, the Repertorium Inquisitorum, in quoting the canon law that sorcery must savour of heresy to give jurisdiction of the Inquisition, still admits that there is no little difficulty in defining what is meant by savouring of heresy. While even at the close of the 16th century, Peña tells us that no question excited more frequent debate. It is true that in 1451 Nicholas V had conferred on Hugues le Noir, Inquisitor of France, cognizance of divination, even when not heretical, but this had been a special provision long since forgotten. The tendency, however, was irresistible to extend the definition of heretical sorcery and to bring everything under the Inquisition. In 1552, Bishop Simancas argues that the demon introduces himself into all superstitious practices and charms, even without the intention of the man. He admits that many jurists argue that it is uncertain whether divinations and sorceries savour of manifest heresy, and therefore inquisitors have not cognizance of them, but the contrary is accepted by law, reason, and custom, for it is a well-known rule that when there is a doubt whether a judge has jurisdiction, the jurisdiction is his, and this matter is not exceptional. Inquisitors can proceed against all guilty of these offences as suspect of heresy, and this is received in practice. Yet, in practice, these conclusions were reached tentatively. In 1537, Dr. Giron de Loesa, reporting the results of a visitation of the Toledo tribunal, says that he has examined many processes for sorcery, and desires instructions, for there are a number which are more foul and filthy than heretical. And even as late as 1568, the Suprema, enacting on the Barcelona visitation of de Soto Salazar, reproves Inquisitor Mexia for inflicting a fine of 10 ducats and spiritual penances on Parabona Knot for having used charms and uttered certain words over a sick woman. Such cases, it says, do not pertain to the Inquisition, and in future he must leave all such matters to the ordinary, to whom they belong. The tribunals evidently were less doubtful than the Suprema as to their powers. Among the practitioners who speculated on popular credulity, there were some called Zohories, who claimed a special gift of being able to see beneath the surface, when it was not covered with blue cloth, and who were employed to discover springs of water, veins of metal, buried treasure, and corpses, as well as aposthumes and other internal diseases. There was no pretence of magic in this, but in 1567 Juan de Mateba, a boy of 14, who claimed among other gifts to be a Zohori, was sentenced by the Saragossa tribunal to 50 lashes in the prison, to 6 years' reclusion in a convent under instruction, and subsequently to a year's exile, together with prohibition under pain of 200 lashes through the streets, to cure by conjurations, or to claim that he has grace to effect cures, to divine the future, or to see corpses and other things under the earth. Whatever doubts existed rapidly disappeared. It would be difficult to see where the heresy lay, which earned from the Saragossa tribunal in 1585 a public scourging for Gracia Malero, because she kept the finger of a man who had been hanged, together with a piece of the halter, thinking that they would bring her good luck. In fact, by this time the omnipresent demon was held accountable for everything. A case exciting considerable attention in 1588 was that of Elvira de Cespedes, tried by the tribunal of Toledo, who, as a slave girl at the age of 16, was married to Cristoval Lombardo of Vienne, and bore to him a son still living at Seville. Subsequently, at St. Lucar, she fell in love with her mistress, and seduced her as well as many other women. Running away, she assumed male attire, and during the rebellion of Granada served as a soldier in the company of Don Luis Ponce. In Madrid she worked in a hospital, obtained a certificate as a surgeon, and practised the profession. At Yepes she offered marriage to a girl, but the absence of beard and her effeminate appearance caused her sex to be questioned. She was medically examined, pronounced to be a man, and the vicar of Madrid granted a licence under which the marriage was solemnized. Doubts, however, still continued. She was denounced to the magistrates of Ocaña, who arrested her and handed her over to the Inquisition. In the course of her trial, she was duly examined by physicians, who declared her to be a woman, and that her career could only be explained by the arts of the demon. This explanation satisfied all doubts. She was sentenced to appear in an auto, to abjure de levi, to receive 200 lashes, and to serve in a hospital 10 years without pay. In this the tribunal was merciful, for hermaphrodites customarily had a harsher measure of justice. It is thus easy to understand how the definition of pact by the University of Paris came to be so extended as to cover every possible act that might be classed as superstitious. All the old women's cures and all the traditional usages and beliefs that had accumulated through credulous generations, trained to place confidence in unintelligible phrases and meaningless actions, for any result greater than could naturally be produced, if not attributable to God, was perforce ascribed to pact with the demon. Torreblanca thus assures us that in the cure of disease, pact is to be inferred when nothing either natural or supernatural is employed, but only words, secretly or openly uttered, a touch, a breathing, or a simple cloth, which has no virtue in itself. So it is with prayers and verbal formulas approved by the Church, but used for purposes other than those for which they were framed, or even exorcisms or conjurations against disease and tempests and caterpillars and drought, employed without the rites prescribed by the Church, or by those who have not the order of exorcists. There is pact in the use of idle prayers, as to stop bleeding with in sanguine adi orda est mors, or sanguis mana in te ut sanguis Christi mansidinse, or of false ones, as for headache, Virgo Maria Jordanum transivit, et tunc est Stephanus ei abviavit, or of absurd ones, as the old Danatadaries, or the more modern Abrachaimon, etc., or that inscribed on bread, Irvivni Tehirioni, etc., or that against the bite of mad dogs, Hox Pox Mox. Suspect of pact are pious and holy prayers, in which some extraneous or unknown sign is introduced, written and hung on the neck, or anything by the wearing of which protection is expected from sudden death or imprisonment or the gallows. Also the use of natural objects, which by their nature are not fitted for the expected results, or which are inefficient of themselves, and are supposed to derive virtue from words employed, or are applied with prayers and observances not prescribed by the Church. And finally, all cures of disease which physicians cannot explain. Moreover, theologians decided that in sorcery there was no parvitas materiae, or triviality, which redeemed it from being a mortal sin. Thus all wise women and charlatans became subject to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and no richer field for the folklorists can be found than in their numerous trials, where all the details of their petty devices and spells and charms are reported at length. There was the corresponding duty imposed on it to exterminate all popular superstitions throughout the land, and possibly it might have had a measure of success in this if it could have treated these practitioners as impostors. Unfortunately, its jurisdiction over them was based on the reality of their exercising demonic powers, and their persecution only tended to confirm popular belief in the efficacy of their ministrations, while the public reading of their sentences con meritus spread abroad the knowledge of their powers and formulas. End of section 34.
Section 35 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 8, Part 3, Spheres of Action, sorcery, and occult arts. If aught was lacking to strengthen belief in sorcery and divination, it was furnished in 1585 by Sixtus V in his solemn bull Cali et Terre. In this he denounced astrology and all other species of divination, all magic incantations, the invocation and consultation of demons, the abuse of the sacraments, the pretended imprisonment of demons in rings, mirrors, and vials, the obtaining of responses from demoniacs or lymphatic or fanatic women. He commanded all prelates and bishops and inquisitors diligently to prosecute and punish all who were guilty of these illicit divinations, sorceries, superstitions, magic, incantations, and other detestable wickedness, even though, hitherto, they had no faculty to do so, and the rules of the Tridentine Index, prohibiting all works on divination and magic, were to be strictly enforced. The Spanish Inquisition, as we have seen, had long before exercised all the faculties conferred by the bull, and it is difficult to understand why, in 1595, it obtained for the first time in the commission issued to Inquisitor General Manrique de Lara a clause covering all who practiced these diabolical arts, and all who believed and employed them, a clause retained in all subsequent commissions. The Inquisition, in fact, had not welcomed the bull, possibly in fear of claims based on it of cumulative episcopal jurisdiction. It did not allow it to be published in Spain until 1612, when, for some reason, a Romance version was printed and sent to all the tribunals with orders for its publication and enforcement, leading subsequent writers to attribute to it the cognizance of these matters by the Inquisition. Not only had the Inquisition, as we have seen, exercised jurisdiction over sorcery, but, as usual, it claimed this to be exclusive and warned off all trespassers. As a matter of form, it conceded that non-heretical sorcery was mixtifori, was subject to either the secular or spiritual court which first commenced action, but non-heretical sorcery had become non-existent, and the Inquisition was as resolute in maintaining its exclusive claims in this as in all else. It mattered little that in 1598 the Cortes petitioned for the total abolition of all kinds of sorcery, divination, auguries, and enchantments, and that Philip II responded by ordering the revival and enforcement of the ferocious law of 1414, inflicting severe penalties on secular judges who did not put sorcerers to death. If this produced any effect, which is doubtful, it was but temporary. Already in 1594, we find the Toledo tribunal compelling the corregidor to surrender Isabel de Soto, after he had pronounced sentence. Her offences had been the giving of love powders, which she asserted were holy and need not be confessed, curing a child with a parchment inscribed with crosses, and using certain divinations to bring a man from the Indies, all harmless enough frauds, for which she was sentenced to abjure de levi, to hear mass in the audience chamber, and to undergo 6 years of exile. This severity, however, was mercy itself in comparison with the corregidor's sentence, which had been scourging and perpetual exile. This assertion of exclusive cognizance continued. In 1648, Ana Andres was undergoing prosecution in both the secular and episcopal courts, when the Valladolid tribunal claimed her, took her, and tried and sentenced her. In 1659, Pedro Martinez Rubio, Archbishop of Palermo, issued an edict in which he proposed to enforce a brief of Gregory XV in 1623 directed against sorcerers. The Suprema promptly presented to Philip IV a consulta representing that simple superstitions were justiciable by bishops, but where there was even light suspicion of heresy, the Inquisition had exclusive cognizance. It could inhibit him with censures, it said, but a royal order prohibiting him from proceeding with so prejudicial an innovation was preferable as less demonstrative, and there can be no doubt that Philip signed whatever letters the Suprema laid before him. When dealing with the common run of officials, the Inquisition enforced its claims with its customary peremptory aggressiveness. In 1701, the Valencia tribunal learned that the pajeres, or local officials of Tortosa, were trying for sorcery Giuseppa Zorita, Francisca Cassette, and a girl. On November 30th, they were ordered to cease proceedings under pain of excommunication and 500 ducats for each official concerned, while Pedro Martín Aycart, archdeacon of the cathedral, was commissioned, in case of disobedience, to post them on the church doors as excommunicated and to take possession of the accused in the royal prison and hold them until further orders. There was some delay, and on January 4, 1702, the authorities of Tortosa were served with a demand, under the same penalties, to surrender the prisoners and the papers to Aycart, with notification that prosecution would follow refusal. This was effectual. The prisoners were surrendered and were duly tried by the tribunal. Perhaps the most emphatic assertion of the authority of the Inquisition is to be seen in its treatment of astrology. All divination which pretended to reveal the future had long been regarded as heretical, on account of its denial of human free will and its assertion of fate. This applied especially to astrology, with its array of horoscopes and its assumption that the destinies of men were ruled by the stars. It was on this ground that Pietro d'Abano, the greatest physician of his time, was prosecuted and only escaped condemnation by opportunely dying in 1316 in Padua, and Cecco d'Ascoli, the foremost astrologer of the age, was burnt alive in Florence in 1327. In spite of these examples, the profession of astrology continued to flourish unchecked, and astrologers were indispensable officials in the courts of princes and prelates. Theologians and canonists persevered in its condemnation. Ciruelo, while admitting that the study of the influence of the stars on the weather and on persons is lawful, like the practice of medicine, holds that foretelling from them what they cannot foreshadow can only be done by the aid of the demon, and all who practice this should be punished as half necromancers. Simancas classes astrology with all other methods of divination, which he attributes to the operation of the demon, and those who make everything depend upon the stars are perfected heretics. These condemnations, however, were purely academical. The old prohibitions had become obsolete. Belief in the science was almost universal. It was not only openly practiced, but openly taught, and there is significance in the fact that, in the Index of 1559, while there are general prohibitions of all books on necromancy and divination by lots, there is none of those on astrology, which must have been numerous, and only 2 obscure works on nativities are forbidden. Indeed, one of the petitions of the Cortes of 1570 represents that in consequence of physicians not studying astrology, many failed in their cures, wherefore the king was asked to order that in the universities no one should be graduated as a physician who was not a bachelor in astrology, to which the royal reply was that the council would consult the universities and determine what was fitting. It therefore manifests no little determination of purpose that before Sixtus V, in his bull of 1585, had ordered the suppression of astrology by the Inquisition, the Suprema in 1582 attacked it in its stronghold, the University of Salamanca, sending thither in March the Valladolid inquisitor Juan de Arrese, with an edict condemning all the practices of the so-called science. In a letter of the 10th, Arrese says that he had been there for 8 days without having had an opportunity of publishing the edict, but he expects to do so the next day. Then, on the 20th, He reports that he is obtaining the first results and is overwhelmed with them. There are many who teach judicial astrology, both genethliacal, in casting nativities, and in answering all questions put to them, and they excuse themselves by saying that they only teach what is in the books that are permitted. Those inculpated under the edict are so numerous that it would be an infinite affair to punish them, and to overlook them would be worse, for they expect to be allowed to continue. Meanwhile, he has taken testimony as to some, and has suspended others till he receives orders, to which the reply was to go on taking testimony and report the results. Then, on March 31st, he writes that he is still gathering evidence against the teachers of astrology, among whom are some who treat of invocation of demons and necromancy, especially Diego Pérez de Mesa, who had been banished for other offences by the Maestre Escuela and is in hiding, but Arrese had ordered his arrest. Then, on April 24th, Arrese forwards a declaration drawn up by Maestre Muñoz, professor of astrology, for such action as the Suprema may please to take. At the same time, he says that all those occupied in making astrological predictions excuse themselves on the ground that, under the statutes of the university, this is ordered to be taught. He suggests that the Suprema shall prohibit teaching from such books, and also judicial astrology, except as regards weather, but there are also indications of magic, about which he promises further information. The documents before me fail to state what action the Suprema took with the professors and teachers, but that this was the condition in the foremost Spanish seat of learning indicates the magnitude of the task of eradicating beliefs so widely spread and so firmly established. That it forthwith suppressed the public teaching of astrology is indicated by the prohibitory index which appeared the following year, 1583. This proscribed all books and writings that treat of the science of predicting the future by the stars, and it forbade all persons from forming forecasts as to matters dependent on free will or fortune. Yet it conceded the influence of the stars by permitting the astrology which pertained to the weather and the general events of the world, agriculture, navigation, and medicine, and also that which indicated at birth the inclinations and bodily qualities of the infant. This half-hearted condemnation was not calculated to overthrow the belief of ages, and astrology maintained its hold on popular credulity. It is said that on the birth of Philip IV in 1605, Philip III consulted the celebrated Argoli, master of astrology in Padua, as to his son's horoscope, and was told that the stars threatened the child with so many disasters that he would certainly die in misery if he had not for his inheritance the wide dominions of Spain, a prophecy which seems to have been suggested by the event. However this may be, the Inquisition maintained its position, and was active in prosecuting the practitioners of the science as a means of divination. An experienced writer, about 1640, states that since 1612 astrologers had been rigorously punished. Judicial astrology was permitted only insofar as it related to commerce, agriculture, and medicine. The casting of horoscopes to predict the future, especially with regard to the death of individuals, a frequent practice, productive of much evil, was punishable by appearance in a public auto, abjuration de levi, exile, and fine proportioned to the means of the delinquent, while even further severity was due to its employment for the detection of thieves and finding things lost. A clause was introduced in the Edicts of Faith requiring the denunciation of all engaged in such practices, with a careful accumulation of details that reveals how wide was the sphere of influence ascribed to the stars. The severity visited upon astrologers shows the determination of the Inquisition and its estimate of the difficulty of the task. Ecclesiastics, as we have seen, except when relaxed, were spared appearance in public autos in order to avert scandal, but astrology was made an exception, and the penalties were extreme. Thus, in the Toledo auto of October 7, 1663, there appeared Don Pedro Zacome Pramoselas, archpriest of Brimano, Cremona, sentenced to abjure de levi and perpetual banishment from Spain after 3 years of galley service, besides prohibition to practice astrology or to read books on the subject. So, in the Toledo auto of October 30, 1667, the licentiate Pedro Lopez Camarena Montesinos, a beneficed priest of San Lorenzo of Valencia, for judicial astrology and searching for treasures, was condemned to abjure de levi, to 4 years in an African presidio, followed by 6 years' exile from Madrid and Toledo, suspension from orders, and deprivation of all ecclesiastical revenues. This severity doubtless did much to aid advancing intelligence in outgrowing the ancient beliefs, but as late as 1796 we find Fray Miguel Alberola, a lay brother of San Pedro de Alcántara, prosecuted in Valencia for using the wheel of Beda, evidently the Petosiris, a device by which the motions of the moon were used in place of the multitudinous and complex details of the stars and planets. End of section 35. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 36 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 8, Part 4, Spheres of Action, Sorcery, and Occult Arts. Procedure in cases of sorcery had little to distinguish it from that in ordinary heresy, except that, as a rule, torture was not employed. One authority, indeed, tells that, although in Italy torture was used in cases of heretical sorcery, it was never used in Spain. But another assumes that, in certain cases, it was at the discretion of the tribunal. That this discretion was used is seen in the Mexican case of Isabel de Montoya, a wretched old woman, in 1652, who freely confessed to numerous devices for procuring money, charms and philters and conjurations. In addition to this was the evidence of her dupes, as to her stories of her relations with the demon, which required elucidation. She was tortured without extracting further confessions, and then was sentenced to 100 lashes, 3 years' service in a hospital, and perpetual exile from Puebla. As pact with the demon was the basis of inquisitorial jurisdiction over sorcery, it was important to obtain from the accused admission of its existence. To this end, in 1655, the Suprema issued special instructions as to examination in all cases dependent on pact, instructions which reveal implicit belief in the reality of the powers claimed for sorcery. The accused was to be asked if the prayers, remedies, and other things employed produced the expected results, wholly or partially, and, as they had not the natural virtues to effect this, what was the cause of the result? When, in the prayers or conjurations, certain demons were invoked, was it to make them appear and speak, and in what mode or form? Whether the invocation was in virtue of a pact, express or tacit, with the demon, and if so, in what way had it been made? Whether the demon sometimes appeared in consequence of the prayers or conjurations, and if so, in what figure or guise, and what he said or did? With what faith or belief they did these things and framed the remedies, and whether it was with the intention and hope that the desired effect should be produced, and with the belief that they would attain it, and whether they held this for certain, with other similar interrogatories suited for particular cases. Based on these instructions, a curious series of formulas was drawn up, adapted to all the different classes of offenders. As a sample of these, we may take the one used in the examination of Zahoris, who assumed to have a natural gift to see under the surface of the earth, involving no heresy, so that they were subject to the Inquisition only through an arbitrary assumption that their work must necessarily require the aid of the demon, in which there was no parvitas materia, and that it was a mortal sin to employ them. The Zahori is to be asked whether it is true that he can see clearly and distinctly what is hidden under the earth, and to what distance his vision penetrates, whether this power is confined to buried treasure, or extends to other things, at what age and on what occasion he first recognized the possession of this power, whether it is continuous or stronger at times than at others, whether he has exerted this power and has found it effective, whether he has thus obtained treasures, and if so, of what kind or amount, who assisted him, and whether the treasures were divided, and what then happened, whether to reach the treasure, either in preparation or at the time of raising it, anything else was done, such as masses, prayers, conjurations, fumigations, invocations of saints or of other unknown names, or use was made of holy water, blessed palms, lights, genuflections, reading from a book or paper, or other similar means, whether some treasures are more difficult to obtain than others, and if so, from what cause, such as enchantment, whether Zahoris have any sign by which this power is recognized, and whether they recognize each other. In what principally does this power consist? Whether money has been paid to him for pointing out a place where treasure was hidden, and if so, where he received it, and what was the spot designated. We can readily see how apt would be such an interrogatory, followed up by a trained examiner, to lead to admissions justifying implied pact, especially as there was a craze for finding buried treasure, and a widespread belief that stores of it were hidden underground, awaiting the coming of Antichrist, and guarded by demons, who must be placated or subdued before the gold could be secured. In all this, it is evident that the inquisitor, if conscientious, must himself have been firmly convinced of the truth that all the arts of sorcery, simple as many of them were based on demonic aid. Yet the occasional use of the term embustero shows that it was sometimes recognized that there was imposture as well as pact. Thus, in the Cordova auto of December 21, 1627, 3 women appeared: Ana de Jodar, sentenced to 200 lashes in Cordova, and 100 in Villanueva del Arzobispo, with 6 years of exile; Maria de San Leon to 100 lashes and 4 years of exile; and Francisca Méndez to vergüenza and exile. Now all these were declared to be sorceresses, invokers of demons with whom they had pacts, and their feats, as detailed in the sentences, showed them to be adepts, and yet they were all stigmatized in addition as embusteras. So, in the Saragossa auto of June 6, 1723, Sebastian Gomez is described as supersticioso y embustero, though his sentence of 200 lashes and perpetual service in a hospital with shackles on his feet shows that his offense was not regarded as mere imposture. Severe as may seem some of the sentences alluded to, there is no question that, in most cases, the delinquents were fortunate in having the Inquisition as a judge, rather than the secular courts, which everywhere showed themselves merciless where sorcery was concerned. We have seen the demand in 1598 for the revival of the savage law of 1414, and this rigor had the support not only of popular opinion, but of the learned. Ciruelo taught that all vain superstitions and sorcery were inventions of the devil, wherefore those who learned and practiced them were disciples of the devil and enemies of God. There was no distinction between classes of offenders. All were to be persecuted with unsparing rigor. Thieves, he argued, were properly hanged or beheaded, because every thief is presumed to be a homicide, and much more should it thus be with every sorcerer, as his efforts were directed rather against persons than property. Torreblanca tells us that Huss and Wycliffe and Luther and almost all heretics contend against the punishment of sorcerers, but this is heretical, detestable, and scandalous, and all orthodox authorities teach that they should be unsparingly put to death and be persecuted by both the spiritual and temporal swords. It is well to bear in mind this consensus of opinion when considering the practice of the Inquisition. In the tribunals there was nothing to control the discretion of the judges save the Suprema, and that discretion showed itself in a leniency difficult to understand, more often than in undue harshness, and even their harshness was less to be dreaded than the mercy of the secular law. The systematic writers lay down the rule that if the culprit confesses to pact with the demon, he is presumably an apostate. If he begs mercy, he is to be admitted to reconciliation in an auto, with confiscation and 100 lashes or vergüenza. If he is not an apostate, the reconciliation is modified to abjuration de levi and the scourging to vergüenza. These rules, however, were not observed. Reconciliation was exceedingly rare. Abjuration de vehemente was unusual. Abjuration de levi almost universal, and the tribunals exercised wide discretion in the infliction of the most diverse penalties. A few cases will illustrate how completely the temper of the tribunal influenced the sentences. In 1604, Valencia seems to have had exceptionally lenient inquisitors. Alonso Verlango, desiring to compromise a suit, hired a woman to perform the conjuration of the ampolletas, or vials, placing in them wine, sulphur, and other things, and throwing them into the fire, with the adjuration that as they burnt, so might the hearts of men come to an agreement. There was also the conjuration of the oranges, cutting 9 of them, and placing in them oil, soap, salt, and other things, with the formula that, as oil gives flavor, so might it be with the men, also driving a nail into each, and saying that the nails were driven into their hearts. In both of these conjurations were invoked Bersabu, Satanas, and other demons, the great and the crippled, along with St. Peter, St. Paul, and other saints. There was also a long conjuration with a virgin child, by which one could learn whatever was desired. Verlango himself, moreover, used conjurations to discover treasures, and possessed the dream book of Solomon, Vaccherio, and Cardan de Proprietatibus Rerum. For all this he escaped with a reprimand and hearing mass in the audience chamber, abjuration de levi, and 2 years of exile. Another case was that of Fray Miguel Rechaque, a priest of the order of Montesa, who denounced himself for going with an Italian fraile, a virgin girl, and some others to discover treasure. They dug a hole. The Italian, with an olive wand, made a circle in which was lighted a blessed candle. Incense was burnt, and the angels were summoned to drive away the demons guarding the treasure for the coming of Antichrist. And there was also a response from a demon obtained by the girl looking into a mirror. When the papers were submitted to the Suprema, it ordered Rechaque to be reprimanded and the case to be suspended, while the girls who officiated had only a year's exile and some spiritual penances. More serious was the case of François Dufour, a French priest, and Francisco Juseria, a student, for it involved sacrilege. They sought the advice of an adept, who told them to baptize 3 coins with certain names, and the coins, when paid out, would return to their purses. Dufour solemnly baptized 3 pesos. Juseria spent them for fritters and pastry, but they did not come back. Under instructions of a confessor, they denounced themselves. They were duly tried and sentenced to abjure de levi, to be severely reprimanded, and to perform some slight spiritual penances. End of section 36. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 37 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 8, Part 5, Spheres of Action, Sorcery and Occult Arts. Valladolid furnishes similar examples of leniency. In 1629, Isabel Garcia, a married woman, under trial confessed that to regain a lover she had invoked the demon, who appeared in human shape, when she entered into explicit pact with him and performed various other sorceries, yet she was sentenced only to abjure de levi and to 4 years' exile from Valladolid and Astudillo. The next year, Gabriel de Arroya, under pressure from a confessor, denounced himself and stated that, carried away by the passion of gambling, he had, during the last 7 years, gone 5 times into the open fields and invoked the demon to give him money for stakes, promising in return to devote his first child to the demon and offering to sign with his blood a pact to that effect. It is true that the demon never appeared, nor did he get money that seemed to come from such a source. In the consulta de fe, some of the members pronounced him to be vehemently suspect, others lightly, but it was finally voted to suspend the case without sentence and to reprimand him in the audience chamber. There is contrast between these and some cases in 1641 gathered in by a Valladolid inquisitor during a visitation in Astorga. 8 old men and women curanderos, whose offences consisted in superstitious cures of the most harmless character, were arrested and brought to Valladolid, where they were confined for months in the secret prison, to be finally sentenced to more or less prolonged exile, their simple ministrations being characterized as implicit pact with the demon. On the other hand, the licentiate Pelayo de Ravanal, cura of Anicio, who charged 23 reals for blessing and ineffectually sprinkling with holy water a herd of sick cattle, and who failed in a superstitious cure of a husband and wife, was not arrested, but was privately summoned and reprimanded in the apartments of the senior inquisitor. There were also 2 cases of loberos, practitioners whose speciality consisted in preserving sheep from wolves. One was Macias Perez, a shepherd of Medina del Campo, accused by 10 witnesses of having the wolves at his command and using them to injure whom he pleased. 5 testified that he had threatened them with the wolves, and that consequently many of their sheep had been destroyed. The other, Juan Gutierrez of Baradilla, speculated on his neighbors who gave him grain, kids, sheep, etc., to preserve their flocks. The calificadores held this to be implicit pact, but although both were arrested, both escaped with reprimands. The same moderation was exhibited by the Tribunal of Toledo in a curious case in 1659. Juan Severino de San Pablo, of Wilna in Lithuania, was living as a hermit in the Sierra Morena. He had a skull which he had laboriously inlaid with silver images. This he exhibited and gave certificates as cures for tertian fevers. After his trial had been carried to the accusation, it was suspended. He was severely reprimanded and threatened with 100 lashes for relapse. The skull was buried in consecrated ground, but not until the silver had been carefully removed and given to the receiver in part settlement for the culprit's maintenance in prison. There are two colonial cases which illustrate the capricious character of these judgments. In 1760, at Lima, a Guinea Negro slave named Manuel Galiano, aged 70, was tried as a curandero. Several cases were in evidence in which he had cured swellings that had baffled the faculty by making a small incision, inserting a hollow cane, and sucking out blood, which would be accompanied with maggots, scorpions, lizards, snakes, and the like, after which he would apply certain crushed herbs. It was decided that this inferred pact with the demon. He was arrested and freely admitted the cures, explaining that he hid the animals in the cane and blew them forth as though they had been drawn from the swelling. He had pronounced the patients to be bewitched and received 4 or 5 pesos for the cure. He had also pretended to give a charm to another slave. The case was simple enough, but the trial was prolonged for 3 years, during which he lay in prison, to be finally sentenced to appear in an auto, with the insignia of sorcery and a halter, to vergüenza, and to 5 years, counted from the time of his arrest, of service in a hospital. In wholesome contrast to this was a similar case in Mexico in 1794. Juana Martinez was an Indian aged 40, married to a mulatto. She made her livelihood as a curandera, using a decoction of the root of a plant known as palo de texer, or peyote, which she gathered with the invocation of the Trinity and 3 signs of the cross, ceremonies which she repeated when administering the remedy, and she said that her patients ejected from mouth and nose insects, flies, etc., which was a sign that they had been bewitched. She also had an image of the Virgin, which she kept in a little reliquary, and declared that it performed miracles. In short, she was an accomplished embustera, and she richly earned the designation in the accusation of a simulator of miracles. Mariano de la Piedra Palacio, cura and ecclesiastical judge of their village, Temasunchale, arrested the pair and sequestrated their little property. By active threats of scourging, he elicited a confession that she had invoked the devil who appeared and taught her the art, and that she operated by his power. It was a clear case of sorcery, and he handed them over to the Inquisition. The long journey to Mexico was performed handcuffed, and they were consigned to the secret prison July 22. A little skillful pressure brought Juana to admit that both the miracles of the Virgin and the insects voided by her patients were impostures. The fiscal chanced to be somewhat of a rationalist, and on August 4th he presented a report of a character not unusual in the Inquisition. He pointed out that the consummate ignorance of Cura Mariano had already caused these poor creatures sufficient suffering in tearing them from their home, defaming them, arresting them obstreperously, and sending them to the prison of the tribunal without reason or justice. It was he who was to blame, for their ignorance was attributable to him whose duty it was to instruct them. Assuming, then, that there was no legal basis for prosecution, and that their lies were sufficiently punished by what they had endured, the fiscal suggested their discharge, with orders to abstain in future from cures and miracles, under pain of rigorous punishment, while the cura was to be warned to avoid future meddling with what pertained to the Inquisition. He should also be told to restore to them the mare and colt, which he had unlawfully embargoed, to send at his own cost proper persons to conduct the prisoners comfortably home, and, moreover, that he and his vicars must see to the proper instruction of his flock. The tribunal was not prepared to rise to this height of justice, but it discharged the prisoners and notified Mariano to return to them the mare and colt and whatever else he had seized, without charging for their keep, and further to present himself to the tribunal on his first visit to the capital. Yet, notwithstanding the sanity of the conclusions reached in this case, there was no surrender of belief in the reality of sorcery and of demonic influence. Far more effective for the suppression of sorcerers was the position assumed in 1774 by the Inquisition of Portugal under the guidance of Pombal. In its reformed regulations, it takes the ground that malignant spirits cannot, through pacts with sorcerers and magicians, change the immutable laws of nature established by God for the preservation of the world, that the theological argument of cases in which God permits such spirits to torment men has no application to legislature or law. Those who believe that there are arts which teach how, by invocations of demons or imprecations or signs, to work the wonders ascribed to sorcerers, fall into the absurdity of ascribing to the demon attributes belonging solely to God. Thus the two pacts, implicit and explicit, are equally incredible, and there is no proof of them in the trials which for 2 centuries have been conducted by the Inquisition, save the unsupported confessions of the accused. From this it is deduced that all sorceries, divinations, and witchcraft are manifest impostures, and the practical instructions, based on these premises, are that offenders are not to be convicted of heresy, but of imposture, deceit, and superstition, all of which is to be pointed out in the sentence without giving the details as formerly. The penalties imposed are severe: scourging, the galleys, and presidio, while if anyone defends himself by asserting that these practices are legitimate, that a pact can be made with the demon, and that his operations are effective, he is to be confined without more ado in the Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, the insane hospital. The Spanish Inquisition was too orthodox to accept so rationalistic a view of sorcery, and continued to prosecute it as a reality. In 1787, Madrid was excited by an auto in which an impostor named Cocho was sentenced to 200 lashes and 10 years of presidio. He had thrived by selling philters to provoke love, formed indecently of the bones and skin of a man and a woman, for which he had numerous customers, including ladies of quality. The affair abounded in lascivious details, which, when inscribed on the insignia hung in the church, caused no little scandal. In 1800, Diego Garrigo, a boy of 13, was prosecuted by the Seville tribunal for superstitious cures, when, probably on account of his tender years, he escaped with a warning. In 1807, the trial in Valencia of Rosa Conejos shows how the insatiable credulity of the vulgar was fed by the inexhaustible ingenuity of the impostor. She had been giving instructions as to charms by which supernatural powers could be gained, for the character of which a single example will suffice. After 11 o'clock at night, place on the fire a vessel full of oil. When it boils, throw in a living cat, and put on the lid. At the stroke of midnight, remove it, and inside the skull of the cat will be found a little bone, which will render the person carrying it invisible, and enable him to do whatever he pleases. The bone will ask, "What do you want?" but if carried across running water, it will lose its virtue. Under the Restoration, cases become less numerous than of old, but there is no change in the attitude of the Inquisition. In 1818, for instance, the Suprema, on February 12th, ordered the arrest and imprisonment, by the Seville tribunal, of Ana Barbero for superstition, blasphemy, and pact with the demon, and for these offences she was sentenced October 15th to abjuration de levi, spiritual exercises, 6 years of exile, and 200 lashes, the latter being humanely commuted by the Suprema to 8 years' reclusion in a reformatory for loose women. The same tribunal ordered June 17th Francisca Romero to be thrown in the secret prison with embargo of property as a superstitious curandera, and a year later, June 18, 1819, we find her sentenced to the ordinary penalties of exile and 200 lashes, the latter of which were mercifully omitted by the Suprema. Belief in the virtues of the consecrated wafer was as lively as ever, and prosecutions were frequent for retaining it, as that of Doña Antonia de la Torre, in 1815, by the Granada tribunal, for taking repeated communions in a day, retaining the forms and converting them to an evil use. Treasure-seeking was not forgotten. In 1816, the Santiago tribunal discovered a book of conjurations for the purpose, which was promptly prohibited by edict. All copies were to be seized, investigation was ordered into popular beliefs, and Fray Juan Cuntin y Duran was prosecuted for using the conjurations. This probably led to the discovery in 1817 at Toledo of a similar MS work, which the Suprema ordered to be suppressed. It is easy to understand that the prosecution of sorcery constituted a not inconsiderable portion of the duties of the Inquisition, at least during the later stages of its career. Cases were comparatively few, as long as only serious matters were held to fall within its jurisdiction, but, with the extended definition of pact, they increased considerably, and as the business of prosecuting Moriscos and Judaizers declined, its energies were more largely directed to the wise women and the sharpers, who found a precarious livelihood in the vulgar superstitions pervading the community. Thus, in the Toledo record, from 1575 to 1610, out of a total of 1,172 cases, there are only 18 of sorcery, or a trifle over 1.5%, while in the same tribunal, from 1648 to 1794, there are 100 out of a total of 1,205, or about 8 1/3%. Occasionally, they furnish the chief part of the business of a tribunal. In the Valencia auto of July 1, 1725, 15 of the 18 penitents were sorcerers, and in that of Cordova, December 5, 1745, there were 5 out of 8. A record of the business of all the tribunals from 1780 to the suppression in 1820 furnishes a total of 469 cases, of which 116 may be classed as maleficent and 353 as merely superstitious. Belief in the powers of sorcery had been too strongly inculcated to disappear with the cessation of persecution. A modern writer assures us that all the old superstitions flourish as vigorously as ever. Conjurations and formulas to cure or to kill, to foretell the future, to create love or hatred, to render men impotent and women barren, to destroy the flocks and herds and harvests, to bring tempests and hailstorms. The wise woman is as potent as of yore in her control of the forces of nature and the passions of man, and the profession is as well filled and as well paid as in the 16th century. We can readily believe this when Padre Capa, S.J., in his defense of the Inquisition, gravely assures us that communications and compacts with the demon are incontestable and are as frequent as formerly. We have still to consider a further development of the belief in the malignant power of the demon working through human instruments, in which the Inquisition of Spain rendered a service of no little magnitude. End of section 37. Recording by Lynda Johnson.
Section 38 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Majlinger. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 9, Witchcraft, Part 1. The culmination of sorcery was witchcraft, and yet it was not the same. In it, there is no longer talk of a pact with the demon, express or tacit, to obtain certain results, with the expectation of washing out the sin in the confessional, and thus cheating the devil. The witch has abandoned Christianity, has renounced her baptism, has worshipped Satan as her god, has surrendered herself to him, body and soul, and exists only to be his instrument in working the evil to her fellow creatures, which he cannot accomplish without a human agent. That such a being should excite universal detestation was inevitable, and that no effort should be spared for her extermination was the plainest duty of legislator and judge. There are no pages of European history more filled with horror than those which record the witch madness of 3 centuries, from the 15th to the 18th. No land was more exposed to the contagion of this insanity than Spain, where, for more than 100 years, it was constantly threatening to break forth. That it was repressed and rendered comparatively harmless was due to the wisdom and firmness of the Inquisition. This witch madness was essentially a disease of the imagination, created and stimulated by the persecution of witchcraft. Wherever the inquisitor or civil magistrate went to destroy it by fire, a harvest of witches sprang up around his footsteps. If some old crone repaid ill treatment with a curse, and the cow of the offender chanced to die, or his child to fall sick, she was marked as a witch. The judge had no difficulty in compelling such confession as he desired, and in obtaining a goodly list of accomplices. Everyone who had met with ill luck hurried forward with his suspicions and accusations. Every prosecution widened the circle, until nearly the whole population might become involved, to be followed by executions numbered, not by the score, but by the 100, in blind obedience to the scriptural injunction, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." All destructive elemental disturbances, droughts or flood, tempests or hailstorms, famine or pestilence, were ascribed to witchcraft, and victims were sought, as though to offer propitiatory holocausts to the infernal gods, or expiatory sacrifices to the Creator. Belief in witchcraft was of comparatively recent origin, dating from the middle of the 14th century. Malignant sorcery had been known before, but the distinctive feature of the Sabbath first makes its appearance at this period, the midnight gathering to which the devotees of Satan were carried through the air, where they renounced Christ and worshipped their master, in the shape usually of a goat, but sometimes in that of a handsome or hideous man, where they feasted and danced and indulged in promiscuous intercourse, accommodating demons serving as incubi or succubi, and were conveyed back home, where other demons, assuming their shape, had protected their absence from observation. The development of this myth would seem ascribable to the increasing rigor of persecution towards the end of the 14th century, when, as we have seen, the University of Paris formulated the theory that pact with Satan was inherent in all magic, leading judges, in their eager exploration of cases brought before them, to connect this assumed pact with an old belief of night riders through the air, who swept along in gathering hosts. With the methods in use, the judge or the inquisitor would have little difficulty in finding what he sought. When once such a belief was disseminated by trials and executions, the accused would seek to escape endless torture by framing confessions in accordance with leading questions, and thus a tolerably coherent, though sometimes discordant formula was developed, to which witches in every land were expected to conform. That this was a new development is shown by the demonologists of the 15th century, Nider and Jacquerus, Sprenger and Bernardo da Como, treating witches as a new sect, unknown before that age, and to this Innocent VIII impliedly gave the sanction of the Holy See in his well-known bull, Summis Desiderantes, in 1484. This rapidly growing belief in the power of witchcraft and the duty of its extermination were stimulated by nearly every pope for almost 100 years. By Eugenius IV in 1437 and 1445, by Calixtus III in 1457, by Pius II in 1459, and, after the special utterance of Innocent VIII, by Alexander VI in 1494, by Julius II, by Leo X in 1521, by Adrian VI in 1523, and by Clement VII in 1524. While, for the most part, the so-called confessions of witches under trial were the result of the tortures so unsparingly employed, there can be little doubt that at least a portion were truthful accounts of illusions really entertained. Even as the trances and visions of the mystics, such as Santa Teresa and the Venerable Maria de Agreda, are attributable to auto-hypnotism and auto-suggestion, so, when the details of the Sabbath were thoroughly established and became as much a part of popular belief as the glories seen in mystic ecstasy, it is easy to understand how certain temperaments, seeking escape from the sordid miseries of laborious poverty, might acquire the power of inducing trances in which the transport to the meeting-place, the devil-worship, and the sensual delights that followed, were impressed upon the imagination as realities. The demonographers give us ample accounts of experiments in which the suspected witch was thrown into a trance by the inunction of her ointment, and, on awaking, gave a detailed account of her attendance on the Sabbath and what she did and saw there. This should be borne in mind when following the long debate between those who upheld the reality of the Sabbath and those who argued that it was generally or always a delusion. To appreciate the attitude of the Spanish Inquisition in this debate, the origin of the myth must be understood. The flying by night of female sorcerers to places of assemblage was an ancient belief, entertained by Hindus, Jews, and the classical nations. This was handed down through the Middle Ages, but was regarded by the Church as a relic of paganism to be suppressed. There was an utterance, not later than the 9th century, which denounced as an error induced by the devil the popular belief that wicked women ride through the air at night under the leadership of Diana and Herodias, wherefore priests everywhere were commanded to disabuse the faithful and to teach that those who professed to take part in these nocturnal excursions were deluded by dreams inspired by the demon, so that he who believed in their reality entertained the faith of the devil and not that of God. This utterance was ascribed to an otherwise unknown council of Anquira. It passed through all the collections of canons, Regino, Burchard, and Ivo, found a place finally in the authoritative Decretum of Gratian, where it became known to the canonists as the Canon Episcopi. When, therefore, in the 15th century, there was formulated the perfected theory of the witches' Sabbath, it had to struggle for existence. No theologian stood higher than San Antonio, Archbishop of Florence, yet in his instructions to confessors he requires them to ascertain from penitents whether they believe that women can be transformed into cats, can fly by night and suck the blood of children, all of which he says is impossible, and to believe it is folly. Nor was he alone in this, for similar instructions are given by Angelo da Chivasso and Bartolomeo de Chemy in their authoritative manuals. The new school could only meet the definitions of the Canon Episcopi by asserting that witchcraft was the product of a new sect, more pernicious than all former inventions of the demon. This brought on a warm discussion between lawyers like Pontibinio on the one side and papal theologians on the other, such as Sylvester Prerias, master of the Sacred Palace, and his successor Bartolomeo Spina, and the authority of the Holy See triumphed over skepticism. Spain, in the 15th century, lay somewhat out of the currents of European thought, and the new doctrine as to the Sabbath found only gradual acceptance there. Alfonso Tostado, Bishop of Avila, the most learned Spanish theologian of the time, in 1436, treats the Sabbath as a delusion caused by the inunction of drugs, but subsequently he argues away the canon episcopi and says that the truth is proved by innumerable cases and by the judicial penalties inflicted. Even so bigoted and credulous a writer as Alonso de Espina treats it as a delusion wrought by the demon to whom the witch has given herself, and so does Cardinal Torquemada in his commentary on the Decretum. Martin de Arles, Canon of Pampeluna, speaks of the Broje, who flourished principally in the Basque provinces, north of the Pyrenees. The belief in them he treats as a false opinion, and quotes the Canon Episcopi as authoritatively proving it to be a delusion. At the same time, he admits that sorcerers can ligature married folk, can injure men and devastate their fields and harvests, which are works of the demon operating through them. Bernardo Bazin of Saragossa, who had studied in Paris, took a middle ground. The Council of Anquira is not authoritative. In some causes they may be illusions sent by the demon, in others the Sabbath is a reality. In 1494, the Repertorium Inquisitorium recognizes the existence of witches, who were popularly known as Jorguinas. It quotes the essential portion of the Canon Episcopi in answer to the question whether they are justiciable by the Inquisition, adding that such a belief is an illusion wrought by the demon, but, although it is folly, it is infidelity worse than paganism, and can be prosecuted as heresy. The Inquisition itself could have no doubt as to its powers. If the Sabbath was true, the witch was an apostate. If a delusion, she was a heretic, and in either case subject to its jurisdiction. This reference to Jorguinas shows that witches were already well known in Spain, and we can assume from subsequent developments that their principal seat was in the mountainous districts along the Pyrenees, penetrating perhaps from France and favored by the ignorance of the population, its sparseness and poverty. The earliest case, however, that I have met of prosecution by the Inquisition was in 1498, when Gracia Lavalle was burnt in Saragossa. This was followed in 1499 by the burning of Maria, wife of Garcia Biesa, and in January 1500 by that of 3 women, Nanavina, Estefabrita, and Marieta, wife of Aznar Perez. There was an interval then until 1512, when there were 2 victims, Martina Jan and Maria de Arubes. There was no other in Saragossa until 1522, when Sancha de Arbues suffered, and the last one in the record is Catalina de Juan Diez in 1535. Persecution would seem to be more active in Biscay, for Llorente quotes from a contemporary manuscript a statement that in 1507 there were burned there more than 30 witches, leading Martin de Arles y Indosilla to write a learned treatise on the subject, printed in Paris in 1517. It would seem that, in 1517, there was a persecution on foot in Catalonia, for the Barcelona inquisitors were ordered to visit the mountainous districts, especially in the diocese of Urgel, to publish edicts against the witches and to prosecute them with all rigor. Doubtless there were other developments of which no trace has reached us, and there was every prospect that Spain would be the seat of an epidemic of witchcraft, which, if fostered by persecution, would rival the devastation commencing throughout the rest of Europe. The time had scarce come for a change of policy, but there is a manifestation of a spirit of doubt and inquiry, very different from the unreasoning ferocity prevalent elsewhere. Arnaldo Albertino tells that, in 1521, at Saragossa, by command of Cardinal Adrian, he was called in consultation by the Suprema over 2 cases when he pronounced the Sabbath to be a delusion. Possibly one of these cases might have been the woman who, we have seen, was burnt at Saragossa in 1522, but the effect of such a discussion is visible, in this same year 1522, in an Edict of Grace, addressed to the witches of Jaca and Ribagorza, granting them 6 months in which to come forward and confess their offences. Considering that, about this time, Leo X and Adrian VI were vigorously promoting the massacre by wholesale of witches in the Lombardo-Venetian valleys, and resenting any interference with the operation of the inquisitors, such action on the part of the Suprema is of marked significance. It evidently felt the matter to be one requiring the most careful consideration, and, on the outbreak of the witch craze in Navarre, stimulated by the secular authorities, it assembled, in 1526, a congregation in Granada, laid the papers before it, and asked its examination of the whole subject, which was condensed into 6 questions, going to the root of the matter. 1. Whether witches really commit the crimes confessed, or whether they are deluded. 2. Whether, if these crimes are really committed, the culprits are to be reconciled and imprisoned, or to be delivered to the secular arm. 3. Whether, if they deceive and do not commit these things, they are to be similarly punished or otherwise. 4. Whether the cognizance of these crimes pertains to the Inquisition, and if so, whether this is fitting. 5. Whether the accused are to be judged on their confessions without further evidence, and to be condemned to the ordinary punishment. 6. What will be a wholesome remedy to extirpate the pest of these witches? The mere submission to rational discussion of such a series of questions shows a desire to reach a just method of treatment, wholly at variance with practice elsewhere, when legislators and judges were solely occupied with devising schemes to fight the devil with his own weapons, and to convict, per fas et nefas, the unfortunates who chanced to incur suspicion. End of section 38. Section 39 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Majlinger. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action. Chapter 9, Witchcraft, Part 2. The 10 members of the congregation were all men of consideration, and included the licentiate Valdes, in whom we may recognize the future Inquisitor General. On the first question, as to reality or delusion, the vote stood 6-4 in favor of reality, Valdes being one of the minority, and explaining that he regarded the proofs of the accusations as insufficient, and desired inquisitors to be instructed to make greater efforts at verification. The second question was of the highest importance. For ordinary heresy, confession and repentance ensured exemption from the stake, but, in the eagerness to punish witchcraft, when a witch confessed, it was customary to abandon her, either formally or informally, to be punished by the secular authorities for the crimes assumed to be proved against her, usually sucking the blood of children or encompassing the death of adults. Obedience to the scriptural injunction of not suffering a witch to live was general. On this point there was wide variety of opinion, but the majority decided that, when culprits were admitted to reconciliation, they were not to be remitted to the secular judges, to be punished for homicides, for such homicides may be illusory, and there was no proof beyond their confessions. After they had completed the penance assigned to them, if the secular judges chose to try them for homicide, the Inquisition could not interfere. This decision was adopted in practice, and, some years later, was cited in justification of protecting convicted witches from the secular courts. On the third question, votes were too much divided for any definite result. On the fourth, there was substantial affirmative agreement. On the fifth, 5 voted that confession sufficed, but Valdes limited its sufficiency to the minor inflictions of exile, vergüenza, and scourging. With regard to the final question, as to remedial measures, It is worthy to remark that only 3 suggested greater activity and severity of the Inquisition. Nearly all favored sending preachers to instruct and enlighten the ignorant population. 2 proposed reforming the regular clergy, and 1 the secular beneficed clergy. Several thought well of building churches or monasteries on the spots where Sabbaths were held. 1 recommended an edict promising release from confiscation for those who would come forward within a specified time, and 2 voted that the Inquisition should give material aid to the poorer suspects, in order to relieve them from temptation. Valdés further presented detailed instructions for inquisitors, the most important of which were that the statements of witches implicating other parties were not to be accepted as satisfactory evidence, and that, when accused to the Inquisition, it should be ascertained whether they had already been tortured by the secular judges. Halting as these deliberations may seem, they manifest gleams of wholesome skepticism and an honest desire to reach the truth, when elsewhere throughout Christendom such questions were regarded as beyond discussion. Yet for a while the Suprema was not prepared to allow these opinions to influence action. In 1527 there was an outbreak of witchcraft in Navarre, the treatment of which by Inquisitor Avellaneda he reports in a letter written in response to an enquiry from Íñigo de Velasco, Constable of Castile. Witchcraft, he declared, was the worst evil of the time. He had written to the king and twice to the Suprema urging a remedy, but neither at court nor on the spot was there anyone who understood its cure. For 6 months he had been laboring in the mountains, where, by the help of God, he had discovered many witches. In a raid of the valley of Salazar, he had captured a number and brought them to Pampeluna, where, with the regent and members of the royal council and other doctors and lawyers, the whole subject was discussed. It was agreed that witches could be carried through the air to the Sabbath, and that they committed the crimes ascribed to them, principally, it would seem, on the strength of an experiment which he had tried with one of his prisoners. On a Friday at midnight, he allowed her to anoint herself with the magic unguent which they used. She opened a window overhanging a precipice, where a cat would be dashed to pieces, and invoked the demon, who came and deposited her safely on the ground, to be recaptured on Monday with 7 others, 3 leagues away. These were all executed, after which he prosecuted his researches and discovered 3 places of assemblage, one in the valley of Salazar, with 250 members, of whom he had captured 60, another with 80 members in another valley, and the third near Roncesvalles with over 200. 50 had been executed, and he hoped, with the favor of God, to dispatch 20 more. He had discovered that which, if proper assistance were given to him, would redound to the great service of God and benefit to the Republic, for, without God's mercy, the evil would grow, and the life of no one would be safe. To gratify the curiosity of the constable, Avellaneda proceeded to give a detailed account of the wonders and wickedness of the Sabbath, and the evils wrought by witches. In spite of all his efforts, the demon urged them on to still greater crimes, by showing them phantoms of those who had been executed, pretending that he had resuscitated them, and would resuscitate all who might be put to death. This evil, he concludes, is general throughout the world. If the constable wishes to ascertain whether there are witches in his district, he has only to observe whether the grain is withered while in bloom, or the acorns fail in the mountains, or there are children smothered, for wherever these things occur, there are witches. Altogether, Avellaneda affords a typical illustration of the manner in which witchcraft was created and spread by the witch-finders. There is no reason to suppose that Avellaneda was reproved for the exuberance of his zeal, for his policy was continued in 1528, when the witch epidemic was extending to Biscay, and the civil authorities were arresting and trying offenders. More eager to assert the jurisdiction of the Inquisition than to adopt the conclusions of the Congregation, on February 22nd, 1528, Inquisitor-General Manrique ordered Sancho de Carranza de Miranda, Inquisitor of Calahorra, To go thither with full powers to investigate, try, and sentence, even to relaxation, the witches who are reported to have abandoned the faith, offered themselves to the devil, and wrought much evil in killing infants and ruining the harvests. He is to demand from the civil authorities all who have been arrested, and the papers concerning their cases, for this is a matter pertaining to the Inquisition. A thorough inquest is to be made in all infected places, and edicts are to be published summoning within a given time and under such penalties as he sees fit, all culprits to come forward, and all cognizant of such offences to denounce them. There is in this no injunction of prudence and caution, no requirement that the cases are to be submitted for confirmation to the Calahorra tribunal. Carranza is provided with a fiscal and a notary, so that he can execute speedy justice, and the Edict of Grace is replaced by an Edict of Faith. It is not until 1530 that we find evidence that the discussion of 1526 was producing a change in the view taken of witchcraft and of the methods of its repression. A Carta Acordada, addressed to all the tribunals, enjoined special caution in all witchcraft cases, as it was a very delicate matter to handle, and this was followed by another manifesting a healthy skepticism and desire to repress popular superstition, for it stated that the ensalmadores, who cured diseases by charms, asserted that all sickness was caused by witches, wherefore they were to be asked what they meant and why they said so. The practical position assumed by this time may be gathered from a letter of December 11th, 1530, from the Suprema to the Royal Council of Navarre, where a fresh outbreak of the witch craze had, as usual, brought dissension between the tribunal and the secular courts, for the latter refused to acknowledge the exclusive jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and complained of its delays and the leniency of its sentences, in comparison with the speedy and unsparing action demanded by popular clamour. The Suprema now, in reply to the complaints of the Royal Council against the Calahorra tribunal, replied that this matter of the witches was not new. On a previous occasion there had been the same altercation. Some of the cases which had caused the most complaint had been brought to the court, and had, by order of the Emperor, been examined by learned men, when, after much debate, it was ordered that the prisoners should be delivered to the inquisitors, who, after examining them, should try those pertaining to their jurisdiction, and surrender the others. There was much doubt felt as to the verification of the crimes alleged, and the Suprema deplored the executions by the secular courts, for the cases were not so clear as had been supposed. In view of all this, inquisitors were enjoined to use caution and moderation, for there is so much ambiguity in these cases that it seems impossible for human reason to reach the truth. When the same questions had arisen elsewhere, the Suprema had ordered the inquisitors to act with the greatest circumspection, for these matters were most delicate and perilous, and some inexperienced judges had been deceived in treating them. The Suprema therefore deprecated a competencia. It entreated the Royal Council to hand all cases over to the tribunal, which would return those not subject to its jurisdiction, and the inquisitors would be ordered to remove the censures and fines, which shows that the quarrel had been pushed to extremes. There was equal determination in resisting the claims of the episcopal courts to jurisdiction. In 1531, the Saragossa tribunal complains of the intrusion of the Bishop of San Angelo, who had refused to surrender a prisoner, and had invited the tribunal to join him in prosecuting witches in places under his jurisdiction. To him the Suprema accordingly wrote, asserting the exclusive cognizance of the Inquisition, and requiring him to deliver to the tribunal any prisoners whom he had arrested. End of section 39.
Section 40 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 9, Part 3. Spheres of Action. Witchcraft. The cautious and skeptical attitude assumed by the Suprema was all the more creditable because the leading authorities of the period were firm in their conviction of the reality of witchcraft. Arnaldo Albertino, himself an inquisitor, who, in 1521, had deemed the Sabbat an illusion, writing about 1535, says that since then, on mature consideration, he had reached the opposite opinion. He now accepts all the horrors and crimes ascribed to witches and argues away the canon episcopi. Alfonso de Castro, another writer of the highest distinction at this time, gives full credence to the most extravagant stories of the Sabbat, and he disposes of the canon episcopi by asserting that it referred to an entirely different sect. Notwithstanding all this, the Suprema pursued its course in restraining the cruel zeal of the tribunals. The craze was spreading in Catalonia, where it required the Barcelona tribunal to submit to it for confirmation all sentences in these cases. In 1537, it returned, July 11th, a number of sentences, with its decisions as to each and instructions as to the future. The tribunal was chafing under the unaccustomed restriction, and the fiscal was scandalized at the solicitude displayed for the friendless wretches who, everywhere but in Spain, were deprived of the most ordinary safeguards against injustice. But the imperturbable Suprema maintained its temperate wisdom. The utmost care, it said, was to be exercised to verify all testimony and to avoid conviction when this was insufficient. Arrests had been made on the mere reputation of being witches, for which the inquisitors were reproved and told that they must arrest no one on such grounds, nor on the testimony of accomplices, nor must those who denied their guilt be condemned as negativos. When anyone confessed to being present at the killing of children or damage to harvests, verification must be sought as to the death of the children at that time, and of what disease, and whether the crops had been injured. When such verification was made, arrests could follow, and, if the character of the case and of the accused required it, torture could be employed. It will be noted how much more scrupulous was the care enjoined in these cases than in those of Moriscos and Judaizers, and the limitation on the use of torture is especially observable, as that was the universal resort in witchcraft throughout Europe. It was difficult to enforce these rules in Barcelona. The result of the visitation of Francisco Vaca was a long series of rebukes in 1550, largely concerning the procedure in witch cases and eventually leading to the dismissal of Inquisitor Sarmiento, although his offences were simply what was regarded, everywhere but in Spain, as the plain duty of those engaged in a direct contest with Satan, represented by his instrument, the witch. Sarmiento is told that he made arrests without sufficient proofs and accepted the evidence taken by secular officials without verifying it, as required by the practice of the Inquisition, and, whereas the Suprema ordered certain precautions taken before concluding cases, he concluded them without doing so, and subjected parties to reconciliation and scourging that were not included in the sentence. Although the Suprema had ordered all sentences of relaxation to be submitted to it, he had relaxed 7 persons as witches in disregard of this, and when repeatedly commanded to present himself, he had never done so. Then the fiscal was taken to task because he had been present at the examination of witches, conducting the interrogation himself, putting leading questions, telling them what to confess, and assuring them that this was not like a secular court, where those who confessed were executed. In the case of Juana, daughter of Benedita de Borgosera, he told her that she was a witch, that her mother had made her a witch, and had taken her to the Bac di Viterna, and he detailed to her the murders committed by her mother, in which cases he caused arrests without presenting clamosas or submitting evidence, but when he learned that a visitor was coming, he fabricated and inserted them in the papers. In this the notary del secreto was his accomplice besides taking part in the examinations, bullying the accused and making them confess what was wanted by threats and suggestions. The alcaide of the prison had allowed one of the prisoners, who endeavored to save himself by accusing others, to enter the cells and persuade the prisoners to confess and not to revoke. The alcaide had also urged the women to confess, telling them that they were guilty and promising them release if they would confess, and, when taking back to his cell a man who had revoked his confession, he so threatened the poor wretch that he returned and withdrew his revocation. Elsewhere than in Spain, such methods of securing confession were the veriest commonplaces in witch trials. Meanwhile, the chronic witchcraft troubles in Navarre had called forth, in 1538, a series of enlightened instructions to Inquisitor Valdeolitas, who was sent with a special commission. He was told to pay no attention to the popular demand that all witches should be burnt, but to exercise the utmost discretion, for it was a most delicate matter, in which deception was easy. He was not to confiscate, but could impose fines to pay salaries. He was to explain to the more intelligent of the people that the destruction of harvests was due to the weather or to a visitation of God, for it happened where there were no witches, while the accusations of homicide required the most careful verification. The Malleus Maleficarum, that Bible of the witch-finder, was not to be believed in everything, for the writer was liable to be deceived like everyone else. The demands of the corregidors for the surrender of penitents, to be subsequently punished for their crimes, were not to be granted under the decision of the Congregation of 1526. Then, a year later, October 27, 1539, the Calahorra tribunal was notified that the Royal Council of Navarre had agreed to surrender 34 prisoners. One of the inquisitors was to go to Pampeluna to examine the cases. Those pertaining to the Inquisition were to be tried in strict conformity with the instructions, and the rest were to be left with the civil authorities. In the instructions to Valdeolitas, there is a phrase of peculiar interest, prescribing special caution with regard to the dreams of the witches when they sally forth to the Sabbat, as these are very deceitful. This, so far as I have observed, is the earliest official admission of the view taken in the Canon Episcopi that the midnight flights were illusions. We have seen how this was denied by Albertino and de Castro. Ciruelo admits that there are two ways in which the Zorguina attends the Sabbat, one by personally flying, and the other by anointing herself and falling into a stupor when she is spiritually conveyed, but both are the work of the demon, and he admits of no distinction in the punishment. Bishop Simancas, also an inquisitor, has no doubt as to the bodily transportation of the witch to the Sabbat. He admits that most jurists hold to the theory of illusion as expressed in the Canon Episcopi, but theologians, he says, are unanimous in maintaining the reality. He argues that the Canon Episcopi does not refer to witches, and that stupor with illusions is much more difficult to comprehend than the truth of the Sabbat. With such a consensus of opinion as to the truth of the Sabbat, or aquelarre, as it came to be called, from a Biscayan word signifying field of the goat, it is not surprising that the Suprema advanced slowly in designating it as an illusion, although, practically, its instructions assumed that no reliance was to be placed on the multitudinous testimony of its existence, of the foul horrors enacted there, and of the presence there of other votaries of Satan. A curious case, occurring at a somewhat later period, may be alluded to here as showing the conclusion reached on the subject, and as throwing light on the autosuggestion and hypnotic state which lay at the bottom of the Sabbat, although its connection is merely with the carnal indulgence that formed a prominent feature of the nocturnal assemblies. In 1584, Anastasia Soriana, aged 28, wife of a peasant, denounced herself to the Murcia tribunal for having long maintained carnal relations with a demon. The tribunal wisely regarded the matter as an illusion and dismissed the case without action. 12 years later, in 1596, she presented herself to the tribunal of Toledo with the same self-accusation, and again, after due deliberation, she was discharged, although in any other land it would have gone hard with her. Meanwhile, the Suprema continued the good work of protecting so-called witches from the cruelty of the secular courts and of restraining the intemperate zeal of its own tribunals. The craze in 1551 had extended to Galicia, where, at the time, there was no Inquisition. Many arrests had been made, and trials were in progress by the magistrates, when a cedula of August 27th, evidently drawn up by the Suprema for the signature of Prince Philip, addressed to all officials, informed them that the matter of witchcraft was a very delicate one, in which many judges had been deceived, wherefore, by the advice of the Inquisitor General, he ordered that all the testimony should be sent to the Suprema for its action, pending which the accused were to be kept under guard, without proceeding further with their cases or with others of the same nature. Then, in September 1555, the Suprema forwarded to the Logroño tribunal 2 memorials from some towns in Guipúzcoa with an expression of its sorrow that so many persons should have been so suddenly arrested, for from the testimony at hand and former experience, it thought that there was little basis for such action, and that wrong might be inflicted on many innocent persons. The evidence must be rigidly examined, and if it proved false, the prisoners must be discharged and the witnesses punished. If there was ground for prosecution, the trials might proceed, but the sentences must be submitted for confirmation, and no more arrests be made without forwarding the testimony and awaiting orders. 6 months later, in March 1556, the Suprema concluded that the cases had not been substantiated. More careful preliminary investigations were essential, for in so doubtful a matter, greater caution was needed than in other cases. End of section 40. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 41 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 9, Part 4, Spheres of Action, Witchcraft. The secular authorities were restive under the deprivation of their jurisdiction over the crimes imputed to the witches. They continued to assert their claims, and the question came up for formal decision in 1575. The High Court of Navarre had caused the arrest of a number of women, and was trying them, when the Logroño tribunal, in the customary dictatorial fashion, with threats of penalties, issued a summons to deliver all the prisoners and papers. This was duly read November 24th to the alcaldes, while sitting in court, to which they replied that the parties had been arrested under information that they had killed children and infants, that the women had had carnal intercourse with goats, and had killed cattle, and injured harvests and vineyards with poisons and powders, and had carried off many children at night from their beds, while stupefying the adults with powders, of all of which as alcaldes they were the lawful judges. Therefore they appealed to the Inquisitor General against the penalties threatened, and promised that if the prisoners had committed heresy, they would be remitted to the inquisitors after undergoing punishment according to law. Finally, they complained of the disrespect shown them and asked for a competencia. The alcaldes further sent a memorial to the king, setting forth their claims to jurisdiction for crimes other than heresy, protesting against the assumption of the inquisitors to be sole judges of what pertained to them, to inhibit proceedings in the interim, and to interfere with the death penalty, which the alcaldes might decree. The royal court also petitioned the king in the same sense, adding that the prisoners spoke a dialect unintelligible to the inquisitors, and that, if the cases were transferred, the king would lose the confiscations, which promised to be large. All this proved vain. A letter of the Suprema to the tribunal in 1576 informs it that the alcaldes had been ordered to surrender all the prisoners and the papers in the cases. While this matter was in progress, a similar controversy arose about numerous witches in Santander, for a letter of January 10, 1576, instructs the Logroño tribunal that it can proceed against them for anything savoring of heresy, requiring the secular judges, meanwhile, to suspend proceedings. The facts are to be carefully verified, and everything is to be submitted to the Suprema. The use made by the tribunals of the jurisdiction thus secured for them, under the cautions so sedulously inculcated, may be gathered from a case in the Toledo tribunal in 1591, which further shows that witchcraft was not wholly confined to the mountainous districts of the east and north. The vicar of Alcalá had arrested 3 women of Cazar, Catalina Mateo, Joana Izquierda, and Olalla Sobrina. During the previous 4 years, there had been 4 or 5 deaths of children. Among the villagers, the 3 women had the reputation of witches, and 16 witnesses testified to that effect. The vicar tortured them, and obtained from Catalina a confession that some 4 or 5 years before, Olalla asked her whether she would like to become a witch and have carnal intercourse with the demon. Then Joanna one night invited her to her house, where she found Olalla. The demon came in the shape of a goat. They danced together, and after some details unnecessary to repeat, Olalla anointed the joints of her fingers and toes. They stripped themselves and flew through the air to a house which they entered by a window. Placing somniferous herbs under the pillows of the parents, they choked to death a female infant, burning its back and breaking its arms. The noise aroused the parents, and they flew with the goat back to Olalla's house. All this she ratified after due interval, and repeated when confronted with Olalla, who had been tortured without confessing, and who denied Catalina's story. As for Joanna, she had likewise overcome the torture, but she had told the wife of the jailer that one night some 15 witches, male and female, had forcibly anointed her and carried her to a field where they danced, Catalina being one of the leaders, and Olalla a follower. This she repeated to the vicar, adding stories of being present when the children were killed, but taking no part in it, after which she duly ratified the whole. At this stage the vicar transferred his prisoners to the tribunal. Catalina, at her first audience, begged mercy for the false witness which, through torture, she had borne against herself and the others. 16 witnesses testified to the deaths of the children, and she was sentenced to torture, when, before being stripped, her resolution gave way, and she repeated and ratified the confession made to the vicar. Joanna asserted that her confession to the vicar had been made through fear of torture, and she overcame torture without confessing, as likewise did Olalla. The outcome was that Catalina was sentenced to appear in an auto with the insignia of a witch, to abjure de levi, to be scourged with 200 lashes, and to be recluded at the discretion of the tribunal. The other two were merely to appear in the auto and to abjure de levi without further penance. This was not strictly logical, but anywhere else than in Spain, all three would have been tortured until they satisfied their judges, and would then have been burnt after denouncing numerous accomplices and starting a witchcraft panic. As it was, the Toledo tribunal had no more witchcraft cases up to the end of the record in 1610. The tribunal of Barcelona was more rational in 1597. In a report to the Suprema of a visitation made by Inquisitor Diego Fernández de Heredia, there occur the entries of Ana Ferreira, widow, and Gilaberta, widow, both of Villafranca, accused by many witnesses of being reputed as witches, and of killing many animals and infants in revenge for little annoyances. Also, Francisco Sicar of Belny, near Villafranca, numerously accused as a wizard using incantations, telling where lost animals could be found, enchanting them so that wolves could not harm them, and killing the cattle of those who offended him. Here was the nucleus of a whole aquelarre for Villafranca, but all these cases are marked on the margin of the report as suspended, and nothing came of them. The Logroño tribunal also showed its good sense in 1602, when a young woman of 25, named Francisca Boitran of Alegria, accused herself in much detail before Don Juan Ramirez of witchcraft, including attendance at the aquelarre. She was brought before the tribunal, which dropped the whole matter as being destitute of truth. Again, the magistrates sent it back, asking that it be revived and prosecuted, and when this was refused, they scourged her in Alegria as an impostor who defamed her neighbors. Yet it was reserved for this same tribunal to give occasion to an agitation resulting in a clearer understanding than had hitherto been reached of the nature of the witch craze, and rendering it impossible for the future that Spain should be disgraced by the judicial murders, or rather massacres, which elsewhere blackened the annals of the 17th century. One of the customary panics arose in Navarre. The secular authorities were prompt and zealous. They made many arrests. They extorted confessions and hastily executed their victims, apparently to forestall the Inquisition. The tribunal reported to the Suprema, which ordered one of the inquisitors to make a visitation of the infected district. Juan Valle de Alvarado accordingly spent several months in Sigaramundi and its vicinity, where he gathered evidence inculpating more than 280 persons of having apostatized to the demon, besides multitudes of children who were becoming witches, but who were yet too young for prosecution. The leaders and those who had wrought the most evil, to the number of 40, were seized and brought before the tribunal. By June 8, 1610, it was ready to hold the consulta de fe, consisting of the three inquisitors, Alonso Becerra, Juan Valle de Alvarado, and Alonso de Salazar Frias, with the episcopal ordinary and 4 consultors. In his vote, Salazar analyzed the testimony and showed its flimsy and inconclusive character. He seems to have had no scruples as to the reality of witchcraft, but he desired more competent proof, while his colleagues apparently had no misgivings. This was not the only retrograde step. For 75 years, the Suprema had consistently repressed the ardor of persecution and had favored, without absolutely asserting, the theory of illusion, But its membership was constantly changing, and it now seems to have had a majority of blind believers. On August 3rd, it presented to Philip III a consulta relating with profound grief the conditions in the mountains of Navarre and the steps already taken. Since then, further reports showed that the demon was busier than ever in misleading these poor ignorant folk, and the evil had increased so that there were now more than 20 aquelarres to which they gather, and the evil was still spreading. The people were greatly afflicted with the damages endured, and parents who saw their children misled were so desperate that they wanted to put them to death. An edict of grace was published, but the demon so blinded them that few took advantage of it, and these speedily relapsed. The progress of the infection was such that the powerful hand of the king was absolutely required for its rigorous repression, and the popular ignorance was so dense that orders should be issued to the Archbishop of Burgos and the bishops of Calahorra, Pampeluna, and Tarazona, whose dioceses were concerned, and to the provincials of the religious orders, to send pious and learned men to instruct the people, while the vigilance would not be lacking of the inquisitors, who would shrink from no labor. The Suprema evidently regarded the emergency as most serious, calling for united effort to withstand the victorious onslaught of the demon. It had wholly forgotten the wholesome caution which it had inculcated so sedulously since 1530, and there was imminent danger that Spain would be swept into the European current of witch extermination. End of section 41. Recording by Lynda Johnson.
Section 42 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 9, Spheres of Action, Witchcraft. Part 5. Whether the pleasure-loving king organized the projected preaching crusade we do not know, but he was sufficiently impressed to promise that he would honor with his presence the coming auto de fe, which was fixed for November 7th. Something distracted his attention, and at the last moment it was announced that important affairs would prevent his attendance. The disappointed inquisitors, on November 1st, wrote to the Suprema expressing their regret and reporting that there would be 31 persons in the auto, besides a large number of persons whose trials were underway. Thus far 22 aquelarres had been discovered, and the accused were so numerous that the special favor of heaven would be necessary to overcome the evil. Accompanying this was a letter to the king, enclosing 2 of the sentences con meritos, to enlighten him as to the ravages of the devil among his subjects. This sect of witches, they said, was of old date in the Pyrenees, and had of late spread over the whole region. The inquisitors were devoting their lives to its suppression. They were fighting the devil at close quarters, and they hoped to excite the royal zeal to lend the Inquisition efficient support. Those letters bore the signature of Salazar as well as those of his colleagues. Great preparations had been made to render the auto impressive. Crowds assembled from a distance, and it was reckoned that in the processions there were 1,000 familiars and officials. 2 days were required for the solemnities, and on the second day, to finish the work between dawn and sunset, many of the sentences had to be curtailed, for, as usual, they were con meritos, with full details of the abominations of the aquelarres and the crimes of the culprits. All the grotesque obscenities which the foul imaginations of the accused could invent to satisfy their prosecutors were given at length, and doubtless impressed the gaping multitudes with the horror and detestation desired. One novelty in the sensual delights of the aquelarre was that the feast was usually composed of decaying corpses, which the witches dug up and conveyed there, especially those of their kindred, so that the father sometimes ate the son and the son the father, and it was stated that male flesh had a higher flavor than female. There were also the usual stories of the destruction of harvests by means of powders, of sucking the blood of infants, of bringing sickness and death by poison so subtle that a single touch in a pretended caress would work its end. When the demon reproached them with slackness and evil-doing, 2 sisters, Maria Presona and Maria Ianto, agreed to kill the son and the daughter of the other, aged 8 and 9, and they did so with the powders. It was natural that a population placing full credence in the existence of malignity, armed with these powders, should be merciless in the resolve for its extermination. Yet the auto, in its absolute outcome, could scarce be classed with the murderous exhibitions to which the Spaniard had grown accustomed. In all, there were 53 culprits, of whom but 29 were witches of either sex. Of these, there were 11 relaxed, 5 who had died in prison, in effigy with their bones, and 5 negativos who had not been induced to confess. There was but one relaxation of a buen confitente, Maria Zozaya, whose terrible confession overshot the mark, as it showed her to be a dogmatizer. Even under this excitement, the Inquisition maintained its rule not to execute those who confessed and repented. Under any other jurisdiction, the 18 who were reconciled would have been burnt, and of these apparently only 5 were scourged. Merciful as was this, the effect of the auto was to cause a revulsion of feeling among the more intelligent. When the local magistrates were proceeding as usual to arrest suspects, the alcaldes of the royal court of Navarre, early in 1611, interposed by arresting them in turn for exceeding their powers and prosecuted them to punishment. This incensed the Logroño tribunal, which on May 17th addressed an energetic protest to the viceroy. The action of the local authorities had been of the utmost service, not only in sending culprits to the Inquisition, but in leading to many spontaneous self-accusations. This had now all ceased, and those who had confessed were beginning to retract. The tribunal had relied upon the court for aid in exterminating this accursed race, and now it was protecting them. Possibly the tribunal may also have invoked the authority of the Suprema, but if so, it can have found no sympathy, for there also had been a change of heart and a return to the old policy. On March 26th, it had ordered the publication of an Edict of Grace, which Salazar was deputed to carry with him on a visitation to the infected districts, and after some delay he started with it, May 22nd, on a mission destined to open his eyes and put a permanent end to the danger of witchcraft epidemics in Spain. To this a contribution of some weight, though by no means so influential as had been reckoned, was made by Pedro de Valencia, a disciple of Arias Montano, and one of the most learned men of his time. At the request of Inquisitor General Sandoval y Rojas, he composed an elaborate discourse on witchcraft, addressed to Sandoval under the date of April 20th. In this, after premising the great grief and compassion with which he had read the relations of the auto of the previous November, he proceeds to discuss 3 hypotheses. The first is rationalistic. There is no demon, the aquelarres are assemblages for sensual indulgence, to which the members go on foot, and the presiding demon is a man disguised. The second is illusion, produced by a pact with the demon, who gives to the witch an ointment, throwing her into a stupor during which she imagines all that is related of the aquelarres, whence it follows that the evidence of the witch as to those whom she has seen there is not to be accepted. The destruction of cattle and harvests is the work of the demon, or may be accomplished by poisons. The third supposition, believed by the vulgar, in conformity with the evidence and confessions, is the most prodigious and horrible of all, and against this he brings his strongest arguments in full detail. Pedro does not express any positive conclusion of his own, but his reasoning all tends to support the second hypothesis, of stupor and illusion produced by the demonic ointment, and from this he deduces the result that witches are by no means innocent. They delight in the crimes which they believe themselves to commit, and desire to persevere in their apostasy from God and their servitude to the devil. Men sometimes become heretics through ignorance and mistaken zeal, but these seek the devil in all his hideousness for the purpose of partaking in foul and unhallowed pleasures. They merit any punishment that can be inflicted on them, for such rotten limbs should be lopped off, and the cancer be extirpated with fire and blood. Their conspiracies to kill and the crimes which they commit and the injuries inflicted on their neighbors, before and after these dreams, deserve all this and greater rigor. This virtual equalization of criminality in elusive and actual witchcraft was not likely to be of benefit to so-called witches, but there was wisdom in the caution which Pedro urged on judges to assure themselves of the reality of alleged crimes, and not, through preconceived views, to so direct their interrogatories as to lead ignorant, foolish, crazy, or demoniac persons, like the witnesses and the accused in these cases, to testify or to convince to extravagances, because they see that it is expected and hope to gain the favor of those holding the power of life or death. Similar stories were told of the early Christians, and in view of all this, and the utter legal insufficiency of the witnesses, the whole tissue of evidence and confessions vanishes into smoke. Amid all these deceits, the prudence of the judge should seek the true and the probable, rather than monstrous fictions, for if he desires to find the latter, he will be fully satisfied by the miserable lying women before him, disciples by their own confession of the father of lies. The inconsistencies in this discourse suggest that probably Pedro had stronger conviction than he deemed it wise to express. It is possible that Inquisitor Salazar may have read the paper and have been somewhat influenced by it, when he started in May on the visitation which proved to be the turning point in the history of Spanish witchcraft. But we have seen that, in the consulta de fe of the previous June 10th, his attention had already been aroused by the contradictions and unsatisfactory character of the evidence on which the tribunal was accustomed to act, and when once his mind was directed to investigating the problems thus suggested, the close acquaintance with facts afforded by the visitation enabled him to reach conclusions vastly more definite than any which his predecessors ventured to form. He started, as we have seen, on May 22, 1611, with the Edict of Grace. His work was thoroughly conscientious, and he did not return until January 10, 1612, after which he employed himself until March 24th in drawing up his report to the Suprema, which was accompanied with the original papers amounting to more than 5,000 folios. It will be remembered that an Edict of Grace was published in 1610 with little or no result. In contrast with this, showing the effect of a different spirit in its administration, Salazar received 1,802 applicants, of whom 1,384 were children of from 12 to 14 years of age, and besides these there were 81 who revoked confessions previously made. All applicants for reconciliation made full confessions of misdeeds, after kindly warning of the obligation to tell the truth and the danger of committing perjury, and were promised to secrecy to relieve them of fear. The enormous mass of evidence thus collected Salazar carefully analyzed and presented under 4 heads. 1. The manner in which witches go to the aquelarre, remain and return. 2. The things they do and endure. 3. The external proofs of these things. 4. The evidence resulting for the punishment of the guilty. The first 2 of these present a curious medley of marvels, such as holding aquelarres in the sea without being wet, and the testimony of 3 women, that after intercourse with the demon, in a few hours they gave birth to large toads. But we need not dwell on these feats of imaginative invention. The importance of the report lies in the last 2 sections. End of section 42. Section 43 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 9, Spheres of Action, Witchcraft, Part 6. Many instances are given to prove the illusory character of cases in which the penitent truthfully believed what she confessed. Maria de Echeverria, aged 80, one of the relapsed, made copious confessions, with abundant tears and heartfelt grief, seeking to save her soul through the Inquisition. Without her consent, she said, she was every night, even the preceding one, carried to the aquelarre, awakening during the transit and returning awake. No one saw her in going and coming, even her daughter, a witch of the same aquelarre, sleeping in the same bed. All the frailes present at her confession had a long discussion with her, and the conviction was unanimous that what this good woman said of her witchcraft was a dream. Kalynda de Sastre declared that while she was waiting to be reconciled, she was suddenly carried to the aquelarre, but her companions said that they were talking to her during the time when she claimed to be absent. The mother of Maria de Tamborin testified to the girl telling her of going to the aquelarre, so she maintained close watch on her and kept a hand on her, but was unaware of her absence. Physical examination in several instances showed that girls were virgins who had confessed to intercourse with demons. Many boys testified that, when Salazar went to San Esteban, there was a great aquelarre held, but his 2 secretaries happened that night to be on the spot indicated, and they saw nothing. 36 persons were examined as to the localities of 9 aquelarres, but some said they did not know, and others contradicted what they had confessed, so that none of the 9 could be identified. As for the broths and unguents and powders so often described as used for flying to the aquelarres and working evil, nothing whatever could be learned. 20 ollas had been brought forward during the visitation, but investigation showed them all to be frauds, for physicians and apothecaries used the materials on animals without producing the slightest injury. From all this, Salazar concludes that the matters confessed were delusions of the demon, and the accusations against accomplices were likewise induced by the demon. No testimony could be had from those not accomplices, and he holds it a great marvel that, in a thing reputed to be of so wide an extent, there should be no external evidence accessible. Equally destructive to credibility, he says, were the threats and violence employed to extort confessions. One stated that he was burned with blazing coals, and it inspires horror even to imagine how they were thus forced to pervert the truth. Sometimes the father or husband or brother would combine with the magistrate or the commissioner of the Inquisition. Thus all were forced to confess and to bear witness against their neighbors, so that it seems marvelous that anyone escaped. The groundlessness of the whole was further exemplified by the fact that many who applied importunately to be admitted as witches to reconciliation were unable to confess anything requiring it. The belief was general that no one was safe who did not come forward and take the benefit of the edict, so that some invented confessions, while others admitted that they had nothing to confess, but all wanted certificates, for one of the violences committed had been to deny the sacraments to all reputed to be witches or testified against, and when they applied to Salazar their greatest anxiety was to obtain certificates entitling them to the sacraments. As for the 81 who revoked their confessions, Salazar is sure that they did so to relieve their consciences. At first he refused to receive their revocations in compliance with the views of his colleagues, but he had subsequently orders from the Suprema to admit them. There would have been many more had it been generally understood that they could do so with safety. It was individual action on the part of each, for every care was taken not to let it be known who revoked, and some of them said that they must revoke it if they had to burn for it, as they had wrongfully accused others. One especially distressing case was that of Marquita de Juari, an old woman who had been reconciled at Logroño. She returned home with her conscience heavily burdened about those whom she had unjustly inculpated, and at her daughter's instance she applied to her confessor. He ordered her to revoke her confession before Felipe Diaz, the commissioner of Maeztu, but he rejected her with insult, telling her that she would have to be burnt for maliciously revoking what she had truthfully confessed, whereupon in a few days she drowned herself. It will be remembered, Volume 2, page 582, that revocation of confession was held to prove impenitence, punishable by relaxation. Salazar adds that the value of the evidence was still further diminished by the command of the demon to accuse the innocent and exonerate the guilty, and by the fact that bribes were given in order to have enemies prosecuted. In Vera, each of the several boys accused about 200 accomplices, and in Fuenterrabía, a beggar boy of 12 accused 147. Besides those who revoked, there were many who asked to have stricken out the names of those whom they had falsely accused, so that, in all, there were 1,672 persons known as having had false witness borne against them, so that, when there were this many acknowledged perjuries, there could be little faith placed in the other accusations. The cause of the wide extended and profound popular belief in the reality of witchcraft he ascribed solely to the auto de fe of Logroño, the Edict of Faith, and the sending of an inquisitor through the district, which had caused such apprehension that there was no fainting fit, no death, and no accident that was not attributed to witchcraft. Fray Domingo de Velasco of San Sebastian, after preaching the edict, told Salazar that for 4 months there had not been a natural tempest or hailstorm, but all had been the work of witches, yet when questioned he had no evidence save the gossip of the streets. Sailors exaggerated these reports, and they were fomented by the knaves known as Santiagueadores, who professed to know the witches and sold charms and spells to counteract them. In summing up the results of his experience, Salazar declares that, considering the above with all the Christian attention in my power, I have not found even indications from which to infer that a single act of witchcraft has really occurred, whether as to going to aquelarres, being present at them, inflicting injuries, or other of the asserted facts. This enlightenment has greatly strengthened my former suspicions that the evidence of accomplices, without external proof from other parties, is insufficient to justify even arrest. Moreover, my experience leads to the conviction that, of those availing themselves of the Edict of Grace, 3/4 and more have accused themselves and their accomplices falsely. I further believe that they would freely come to the Inquisition to revoke their confessions, if they thought that they would be received kindly without punishment, for I fear that my efforts to induce this have not been properly made known, and I further fear that, in my absence, the commissioners whom, by your command, I have ordered to do the same, do not act with due fidelity, but with increasing zeal are discovering every hour more witches and aquelarres in the same way as before. I also feel certain that, under present conditions, there is no need of fresh edicts or the prolongation of those existing, but rather that, in the diseased state of the public mind, every agitation of the matter is harmful and increases the evil. I deduce the importance of silence and reserve from the experience that there were neither witches nor bewitched until they were talked and written about. This impressed me recently at Olagi, near Pamplona, where those who confessed stated that the matter started there after Fray Domingo de Sardo came there to preach about these things. So when I went to Valdero, near Roncesvalles, to reconcile some who had confessed, When about to return, the alcaldes begged me to go to the Valle de Ahesqua, 2 leagues distant, not that any witchcraft had been discovered there, but only that it might be honored equally with the other. I only sent there the Edict of Grace, and 8 days after its publication, I learned that already there were boys confessing. After receiving the report of a commissioner whom I deputed, I sent from Azpeitia to the prior of San Sebastian of Erdach to absolve them with Secretary Peralta. This quieted them, but since my return to Logroño the tribunal has been asked to remedy the affliction of new evils and witchcrafts, all originating from the above. Salazar's colleagues did not agree with him and attempted to answer his reasoning, but the Suprema was convinced. It followed his advice in imposing silence on the past, while the court of Navarre continued to prosecute and punish the local officials whose superserviceable zeal had occasioned so much misery. A second visitation was made in 1613, and we find Salazar urging a third one to cover the remaining portion of the infected region and pointing out the peace which reigned in the district that he had visited. His next step was to draw up a series of suggestions covering the policy of the Inquisition with regard to witchcraft, covering both amends for the past and future action. It would scarce seem that he would venture to do this without orders, but the paper purports to be volunteered in view of the urgent necessity of the matter. Be this as it may, the suggestions were the basis of an elaborate instruction issued by the Suprema August 31st, 1614, which remained the permanent policy of the Inquisition. It adopted nearly every suggestion of Salazar's, often in his very words, and is an enduring monument to his calm good sense, which saved his country from the devastation of the witch madness then ravaging the rest of Europe. These instructions consist of 32 articles and commenced by stating that the Suprema, after careful consideration of all the documents, fully recognized the grave wrong committed in obscuring the truth in a matter so difficult to prove, and it sent the following articles, both for the verification of future cases and in reparation of the past. This is followed by a series of regulations pointing out in detail the external evidence which must be sought in every case, both as to attendance on the aquelarres and the murder of children, the killing of cattle and the damage of harvests, and no one was to be arrested without strict observance of these precautions. There was careful abstention from denial of the powers attributed to witches, but the whole tenor is that of skepticism, and preachers were ordered to make the people understand that the destruction of harvests is sent for our sins or is caused by the weather, and that it is a grievous error to imagine that such things in sickness which are customary throughout the world are caused by witches. The powers of commissioners were strictly limited to taking depositions and ascertaining whether these could be verified by external evidence. When witnesses or accused came to make revocations, whether before or after sentence, they were to be kindly received and permitted to discharge their consciences, free from the fear so commonly entertained that they would be punished for revoking, as we have seen in the case of other crimes, that this was to be communicated to the commissioners, who were to forward all revocations received. Those who spontaneously denounced themselves were to be asked whether, in the daytime, they had persevered in the renunciation of God and adoration of the demon, but if they admitted having done so, they were to be reconciled. But in view of the doubt and deceit surrounding the matter, this reconciliation was not to entail confiscation or liability to the penalties of relapse, the latter being discretional with the tribunal after consulting the Suprema. And further, the Suprema was to be consulted before action taken against those confessing to relapse. Those who denied perseverance in apostasy were to be absolved ad cautelam, and reconciled by commissioners in the same way as foreign heretics applying for conversion. In view of the doubts and difficulties concerning witchcraft, no action was to be taken save by unanimous vote of all the inquisitors, followed by consultation with the Suprema. All pending cases were to be suspended without disqualification for office. On all evidence, the violence or torture used in procuring it was to be noted, so that its credibility could be estimated. When a vote was taken, unless it was for suspension, the case was to be submitted to the Suprema. All cases were to be dropped of those dying during their pendency without disability of their descendants. As regarded the auto de fe of 1610, the sanbenitos of those relaxed or reconciled were never to be hung in the churches, their property was not to be confiscated. An itemized statement of it and of the fines levied, with an account of the expenses, was to be submitted to the Suprema, and this was to be noted in the records of their cases, so that they should not be liable in case of relapse, nor should their descendants be disabled for office, nor should those be disqualified who had since then been penanced with abjuration. End of section 43. Section 44 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 9, Spheres of Action, Witchcraft, Part 7. Having thus provided reparation for the past and caution for the future, the Suprema sought to protect reputed witches from the inordinate zeal of the local authorities and to vindicate its exclusive jurisdiction. The commissioners were to be summoned one by one and made to understand the grief and just resentment of the Holy Office at the violence of the alcaldes and others towards those reported to be witches. They were to publish this, and let it be known that, as the High Court of Navarre had undertaken to punish these intermeddlers, it would be permitted to do so, but that in future the Inquisition would adopt rigorous measures to chastise all who intruded on its jurisdiction, as perturbers and impeders of the Holy Office. Confessors were instructed to require all who were guilty of defaming others to denounce themselves to the tribunal, for the discharge of their conscience and the restoration of honor of the injured, and priests were notified not to refuse the sacraments to those who reputed as witches, while commissioners were warned to confine themselves to their instructions and to act with all moderation. In this admirable paper we cannot help applauding especially the moral courage evinced in making reparation for the Logroño auto, which must have had the sanction of the Suprema. The whole witch epidemic of Navarre and the provinces of Biscay was evidently regarded as a delusion, but in view of the attitude of the Church for the last 2 centuries this could not be openly proclaimed, and the wisest course was adopted to repress, as far as possible, popular fanaticism, and to protect its victims for the future. The superstition was too inveterate to be easily eradicated, but the effort to protect its victims was not abandoned. There was the formula of an edict dated 16 to the year left blank to be filled in, issued by Salazar, now senior inquisitor, and his colleagues, reciting that the prosecutions for many years had given them ample experience of the grave evils and obscuration of the truth, resulting from the threats and violence offered to those who confessed or were suspected of witchcraft, as many persons under pretext of kinship to the suspect, or to the person said to be injured, endeavor to force them to confess publicly, as to themselves and others, wherefore all persons were ordered to abstain from threats or inducements, so that every one might have free access to the tribunal and its commissioners, under penalty of rigorous punishment according to the circumstances of the offense. It is inferable from this that the people, distrusting the leniency of the Inquisition, discouraged application to it, and sought rather to obtain satisfaction extrajudicially. The virtual supervision assumed by the Suprema over all cases of witchcraft was exercised with a moderation which must have been greatly discouraging to believers. Under this impulsion the tribunals became exceedingly lenient, frequently exercising the power left to them of suspending cases. One that is exceedingly significant occurred in Valladolid in 1622. At the insistence of her confessor, Casilda de Pabanas, a girl of 19 from Villamel, near Burgos, presented herself and confessed that, at Christmas 1615, when she was 12 or 13 years old, she was sick in bed with a fever, and her parents had gone to Mass, leaving the house locked up. Suddenly a neighbor, a widow named Marina Vela, appeared at her bedside, and with threats of killing her, forced her to rise and dress and accompany her to a hermitage in the vicinage, where they found a tall, naked man, dark and with horns like a bull, who welcomed them and made them strip to their shifts, with an exchange of indecent kisses. Then they dressed and returned. Although the house doors were locked, they entered, and she was again in bed before her parents came back. Then followed long details of other similar adventures, in which the presiding demon usually wore the form of a goat. He made her renounce God and wrote with her blood her name on a paper. She was provided with an incubus demon whom she could summon by breaking a stick. With Marina she entered houses at night, killing children with powders or by sucking their fingers. There is no allusion to the aquelarre, but all other features of witchcraft are minutely detailed. By Marina's advice she pretended to be possessed and was taken to San Toribio de Ibarra to be exorcised by Fray Gonzalo de San Millan, to whom she confessed. The inquisitors examined and cross-examined her closely. Without her varying in her story, they sought without success for evidence of illusion or fantasy, but on investigation it was found that she was really sick of a fever at Christmas 1615, and that subsequently she seemed to tremble and be as one possessed. Confirmatory statements were procured from the frailes, and evidently in accordance with the instructions all means were exhausted of testing her confession. In any other land this victim of hysteric autosuggestion would have been, if not burnt, at least made an exhibition that would have spread the craze. But the tribunal, after carrying the ease through the preliminary stages, voted to suspend it without rendering sentence and to reconcile and absolve her in the audience chamber without confiscation. The same policy was followed in the few other cases brought before the tribunal. Maria de Melgar of Osorno, who died during trial, was given Christian burial in 1637, In 1614 it suspended the case of Maria Sanz of Trigueros, against whom there was testimony of witchcraft, and in 1641 it discharged with a reprimanded Maria Alfonso de la Torre, accused of killing cattle, although a witness swore to seeing her at midnight riding on a stick over a rye field, with a noise as though accompanied by a multitude of demons. When we compare these cases with the penalties inflicted at the period on vulgar sorceresses and poor old curanderas for implied pact, it is evident that the Inquisition had reached the conclusion that witchcraft was virtually a delusion, or that incriminating testimony was perjured. This could not be openly published. The belief was of too long standing and too firmly asserted by the Church to be pronounced false. Witchcraft was still a crime to be punished when proved, but, under the regulations, proof was becoming impossible and confessions were regarded as illusions. It was difficult for the conservatives to abandon their cherished beliefs, and the canon episcopi remained a bone of contention. Torreblanca has no inklings of doubt. To him the aquelarre and all its obscene horrors are a reality. The witch is to be burnt, not for illusions, but for acts, as the Church has decreed in so many constitutions. His book was duly licensed by the Council of Castile in 1613, but some censor presented a learned criticism of it, calling especial attention to this point, citing the canon episcopi and the experience of the Inquisition, and arguing that the feats attributed to witches transcended the powers of the demon. This was so effective that the license was withdrawn. Then Torreblanca produced a verbose and decursive defensa, in which he argued that the canon episcopi was apocryphal. He showed that the Church had always published such malefactors with death, so that either his critic or the Church must err, and the Church cannot, for it is illuminated by God. This was successful. His license was restored in 1615, and his work saw the light in 1618. Joffre, in his Notes to Ciruelo's Reprovacion, defends the canon episcopali, but finds in it three kinds of witches: those who renounce God and seek the aid of the devil, those who are superstitious and know that their illusions are the work of the evil spirit, and those who are deceived by them. And the witches of today are the same, whence he argues in favor of caution and a policy of clemency. Alberghini, about 1640, admits that the aquelarre is a phantasm, but he holds that none the less are witches apostates from God and devil worshippers, and he seems to think it still an open question whether those who kill by sorcery are to be relaxed, even if they truly repent and are converted. About the same time, all that an old inquisitor will grant is that even if there is illusion in the aquelarre, the witch ratifies all that is done there, when awake, dwelling on it with pleasure and anointing herself for the purpose. But he concedes that the deceits of the devil render necessary stronger evidence than in other crimes, and that, as he represents in the aquelarre phantoms of innocent persons, the testimony of accomplices must be fortified with other proofs. Nearly the same ground was taken in 1615 by Padre Diego Tello, S.J., as calificador in the case of an unlucky monomaniac on trial by the Granada tribunal, whom he sought to prove responsible by showing that the witches who fly with Diana and Herodias, as in the canon episcopi, had free will, rendering them culpable for their commerce with the demon. Even as late as towards the close of the 17th century, a systematic writer holds it as certain that witches renounce their faith, adore the demon, and enter into a pact with him, and if this can be proved by confession or witness, they are to be punished as heretics with the regular penalties. Yet the Inquisition imperturbably pursued its way. It did not deny the existence of witchcraft or modify the penalties of the crime, but as we have seen, it practically rendered proof impossible, thus discouraging formal accusations, while its prohibition of preliminary proceedings by its commissioners and by the local officials, secular and ecclesiastical, was effectual in preventing the outbreak of witchcraft epidemics. So far as the records before me show, cases became very few after the Logroño experience of 1610. Scattering ones occur occasionally, such as those alluded to above, but in the Valladolid record from which they are derived, embracing in all 667 cases between 1622 and 1662, there are but 5 of witchcraft, of which the latest is in 1641. In Toledo, from 1648 to 1794, there was not a single one, nor is there one among the 962 cases in the 64 autos celebrated by all the tribunals of Spain between 1721 and 1727. It was not that popular belief was eradicated, for this is ineradicable, and still exists among all nations, but its deadly effects were prevented. Some fragmentary papers show that, from 1728 to 1735, there was a tolerably active investigation, in Valencia and Castellón de la Plana, into cases of mingled sorcery and witchcraft. There was evidence as to the use of ointments by which persons could transport themselves through the air and pass through walls, and as to people being bewitched and rendered sick, showing that the superstition had as firm a hold as ever on the lower classes. In 1765, at Callosa de Ansaria, Alicante, When some young children disappeared, it was attributed to Angela Piera, who had the reputation of a witch, able to fly to Tortosa and back, and who was supposed to have killed them for her incantations. These scattering cases became rarer with time. In a record of all the operations of the Spanish tribunals from 1780 to 1820, there are but 4. In 1781, Isabel Casgar of Malpica was accused as a witch to the tribunal of Saragossa. In 1791, at Barcelona, Maria Vidal y Ricardo of Tamarit, a widow aged 45, accused herself of express pact with the demon, of carnal intercourse with him, of presence 4 times a week at the Aquelarres, where she adored him as a god, and having trampled on a consecrated host and flung it on a dunghill, a case which forcibly recalls that of Casilda de Pabanes in 1622 as an illustration of the hypnotic illusions which aided so greatly in the dissemination of the belief. The latest cases are 2, occurring in 1815, of which details are lacking except that they were not brought to trial. End of section 44. Section 45 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 9, Spheres of Action, Witchcraft. Part 8. Thus the belief, so persistently affirmed by the Church, continued to exist among theologians. Even one so learned as Fray Maestro Alvarado in 1813, when defending the Inquisition against the Cortes of Cadiz, told the deputies that Cervantes was better authority in favor of the belief than they were against it, and he instanced a recent case in Llerena. There were 2 women in a church, and in sight of all the people were carried through the air by demons. Still, so long as the belief was academical and did not lead to the stake, it was comparatively harmless, and the Inquisition deserves full credit for depriving it of its power for evil. In this, there is a remarkable coincidence between the holy offices of Spain and of Rome, although the latter was somewhat tardy in the good work. After the organization of the congregation in 1542 by Paul III, there was a considerable interval before it was asserted exclusive jurisdiction over witchcraft. It is true that in 1582, in the papal city of Avignon, it was relaxed to the secular arm 18 witches in a single sentence. But the next year, 1853, when the people of Valmesolina found themselves ruined by the numerous witches among them, they applied for relief not to the Inquisition, but to their archbishop, San Carlo Borromeo. After a preliminary investigation, he came with a group of learned theologians, and so worked on the consciences of the culprits that he won nearly all to repentance. More than 150 are said to have confessed and abjured at one time. There were, however, 12 pertinacious ones, including the provost of Roveredo. He was degraded from orders, and all were duly burnt, they of course being negativos who refused to admit their guilt. The Inquisition, in fact, was willing to share its jurisdiction with the bishops, but not with the secular courts, with which in 1588 and 1589 we find it in controversy. It contended that, as witchcraft infers apostasy, its cognizance is ecclesiastical, residing either in the bishop or the Inquisition, and further that, when a civil court has commenced a prosecution, the Inquisition has the right to inspect the proceedings and decide as to whether or not the case belongs to him. Various decisions and instructions from this time until 1603 indicate the line of action. The jurisdiction is only spiritual, for the heresy and apostasy, and takes no count of alleged murders or other crimes. The penalty is therefore merely penance, usually scourging, and inquisitors are told not to exile witches to places where they were not known, but to settle them where they could be kept under watch. That this leniency did not satisfy the people was shown at Gubbio, in 1633, where a woman undergoing the scourge was set upon by the populace and stoned to death. Nor was the Inquisition itself always consistent, for in 1641 the Tribunal of Milan relaxed Anna Maria Pomolia to the secular arm for witchcraft and homicide. When murders were charged, the rule was that if a secular court had commenced prosecution, the culprit was returned to it for due punishment, after the spiritual offense had been penanced. But if the Inquisition had been the first to act, it was not to abandon its penitent to the secular arm except in case of relapse. The practical working of this is seen in a case at Padua in 1629, where 3 witches imprisoned in the public gaol were handed over to the tribunal, which made them abjure formally, and then returned them when the magistrates burnt them. That there was considerable skepticism as to the truth of this habit may be assumed from the rule that the evidence of witches without persons seen in these assemblies was not to be received to the prejudice of such persons, as it all held to be an illusion. This skepticism increased, and there was a desire to train the people to disbelief, as appears from a highly creditable act in 1631. The Inquisitor of Navarra reported that his vicar, Invius Vigeli, had commenced proceedings for witchcraft against a woman when she hanged herself in prison, and he asked instructions whether to continue the prosecution against the corpse or whether she had been strangled by the demon or other witches. Also whether he should proceed against a girl and her accomplices who had confessed extrajudicially to have been at the sabbat. In reply, the congregation ordered him to send the proceedings in the case of the suicide and also the deposition of the girl. Meanwhile, he was to remove the vicar and replace him with a proper person and take pains himself, by means of the parish priests, to instruct the people as to the fallacies of witchcraft. The same spirit was manifested in 1641 when an affirmative answer was given to the Inquisitor of Mantua, who asked whether he should prosecute those who beat and insulted witches on the pretext of their being witches. The congregation, however, did not place on the index the Compendium Maleficarum of Fray Francesco Maria Guaccio, 2nd edition, Milan, 1621, which taught all the beliefs concerning witches and was adorned with woodcuts representing them as riding on demons through the air and worshipping Satan in the Sabbat. What renders the leniency of the congregation especially remarkable is that it was in contravention of a decree of Gregory XV in 1623, sharpening the penalties of those entering into compacts with the demon. If they caused death by sorcery, they were to be relaxed to the secular arm, even for a first offense, while for causing impotence or infirmity or injury to harvests or cattle, they were to be imprisoned for life. Without, of course, venturing formally to mitigate the harshness of these penalties, the congregation could at least elude them practically, by interposing difficulties in the way of conviction, and this it did in 1657 in a series of instructions to inquisitors. Full belief in the reality of witchcraft was assumed, but there was a hideous enumeration of the abuses through which so many innocent women were condemned. The mode of procedure prescribed was based largely on the Spanish instructions of 1614, and special stress was laid upon moderation in the use of torture, which was never to be employed until all the papers in the case had been submitted to the congregation and its assent had been obtained, while common fame was not to be considered an indication justifying arrest. The injunction of 1593, which prohibited accepting testimony as to those seen in the Sabbat, was renewed for the reason that these assemblages were mostly an illusion and justice did not demand prosecution of those recognized through illusion. While thus there was no concession in principle, in practice the persecution of witchcraft became much less deadly. A manual, dating about 1700, states that in these cases the Inquisition is accustomed to move slowly and with the greatest circumspection, for the indications are generally indirect and the corpus delicti most difficult to prove. If the evidence is strong, torture is employed both for the fact and the intention. If apostasy is confessed, formal abjuration is required. If it or evil belief is denied, the abjuration is de vehemente. The accomplices are prosecuted, but not those named as seen in the Sabbat on account of the illusions of the demon. Relaxation is the penalty for heretical sorcery causing death, but the difficulty of proving this is very great. Thus gradually the worst features of witch persecution disappeared in Italy, while yet belief in the reality of witchcraft was untouched. As late as 1743, Benedict XIV manifests complete acceptance of it, when discussing the nice question whether a witch, terrified by threats and blows, commits a fresh sin by transferring to an ox the deadly spell which she has cast upon the son of the man who beat her. He concludes that she is guilty of a fresh sin, while the father is excusable, for he presumably does not know that she has yet to have recourse to the demon to effect the transfer, and his only object is to save his son. Moreover, Benedict, in his great work on canonization, not only admits the common opinion as to incubi and succubi, but he does not deny that in the same way such unions may result in offspring. In fact, the supreme authority of the modern Catholic Church, St. Alfonso Liguori, repeats without disapproval the common opinion of the doctors, that witches are transported through the air and that the theory of illusion is very pernicious to the Church, as it relieves them from the punishment prescribed for them. Thus the two lands in Christendom, in which the Inquisition was thoroughly organized, escaped the worst horrors of the witch craze. The service rendered, especially by the Spanish Holy Office, in arresting the development of the epidemic so constantly reappearing, can only be estimated by considering the ravages in other lands where Protestants, who had not the excuse of obedience to papal authority, were as ruthless to Catholics in the deadly work. Did space permit, it would be interesting to trace the development and decline of the madness throughout Europe, but it must suffice to allude to Nicolas Remy, a witch judge in Lorraine, who boasts that his work on the subject is based on about 900 cases executed within 15 years, and to the estimate that the total number in Germany during the 17th century was 100,000. In these, burning alive was often considered an insufficient penalty, and the victims were torn with hot pincers or roasted over slow fires. France was less a prey to the delusion than Germany, but in 1609 Henry IV sent a commission to cleanse the Pays de Labour of witches, which in the hurried work of 4 months burnt nearly 100, including several priests, and was obliged to leave its task uncompleted, for the land was full of them. 2,000 children were transported to the aquellares almost every night, and the assemblages consisted of 100,000, though some of these were phantoms. For Great Britain, the total estimate of victims is 30,000, of whom about a fourth may be credited to Scotland. When, in 1775, Sir William Blackstone could deliberately write, "To deny the possibility, nay, actual existence of witchcraft and sorcery is at once flatly to contradict the revealed word of God, and the thing itself is a truth to which every nation in the world hath in its turn borne testimony," we cannot judge the Inquisition harshly for maintaining to the last its existence in theory, while refusing to reduce that theory to practice. End of Chapter 9. Section 46 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 10, Spheres of Action, Political Activity, Part 1. Joseph de Maistre, in his profound ignorance of the Inquisition, started the theory that it was a mere political agency. Apologists, like Hefele, Gams, Hergenrother, and others, have eagerly elaborated this idea in order to relieve the Church from responsibility for its misdeeds, wholly overlooking the deeper disgrace involved in the assumption that for 3 centuries the Holy See assented to such misuse of delegated papal authority and stimulated it with appropriations from ecclesiastical revenues. They base their arguments on the difference between the Old and the New Inquisition, the former consisting of inquisitors selected by Dominican or Franciscan provincials, and the latter organized with its Inquisitor General and Supreme Council, appointed by or with consent of the sovereign, so that its whole corps was virtually composed of state officials, forgetting that their authority consisted of apostolical faculties, delegated by the popes and exercised without restraint through their recognition by the state. Ranke falls into the same error, and so do Marenbrecher and some other Protestant historians, apparently in an overstrained effort at impartiality and without investigation of the facts. In the Catholic reaction since the time of Hefele, the most advanced writers of that faith no longer seek to apologize for the Inquisition, and to put forward royal predominance to relieve it from responsibility. They rightly represent it as an ecclesiastical tribunal which discharged the duty of preserving the religious purity for which it was created. The synchronism of the development of the Inquisition and of absolutism in Spain renders seductive the theory that the one was the product of the other, but this is wholly fallacious. Nowhere in the transformation of the state does the Inquisition appear as a factor. Isabella, as we have seen, laid the foundations of monarchism when she subdued the anarchy pervading Castile by the vigorous assertion and extension of the royal jurisdiction. Ferdinand eliminated some of the most troublesome elements of feudal power when he incorporated in the crown the masterships of the great military orders. The restiveness of the nobles under the unaccustomed restraint manifested itself when, in 1506, they flocked to Philip and Juana. Had the Inquisition been a political force, Ferdinand would have used it, for Inquisitor General Deza was devoted to him, in place of which he suspended it. After the death of Philip I, during the retirement of Juana and the absence of Ferdinand, the nobles attempted to reassert themselves, but, when he returned, the severe punishment of the Marquis of Priego, the great Duke of Medina Sidonia, Don Pedro Giron, and others, was a severe blow to feudalism, redoubled after Ferdinand's death, when Jimenez as governor raised a standing army and crushed the rebellion of the Girons and their allies, punishing them with the destruction of the town of Villa de Frades. What remained of feudalism disappeared under the steady policy from Charles V and Philip II, in keeping the great nobles aloof from the higher offices of state, and employing them in military service abroad or in viceroyalities, until they became mere courtiers, wasting their substance and adding to the splendor of the throne. In all this there is no trace of the Inquisition, nor is there in the rise and suppression of the Comunidades, which destroyed the privileges of the communes and left the crown supreme. The Comuneros had no grievance against the Inquisition, nor had it any share of their defeat and punishment, although Charles V applied to Leo X for special briefs empowering it to act, and one was granted, commissioning Cardinal Adrian to try and punish ecclesiastics concerned in the movement. Even when Acuna, Bishop of Zamora, was prosecuted, as we have seen, the Inquisition was not charged with the work, as Rankin mistakenly asserts. The revolt arose from the coercive measures applied by Charles to the Cortes of 1518 and 1520, by which he reduced to impotence the only representative and deliberative body of the nation. Thus the last obstacle to autocracy was swept away, and thenceforth royalty was supreme. The process was a normal development, such as accompanied the downfall of feudalism throughout Europe, and from first to last, it accomplished itself without aid or opposition on the part of the Inquisition. Much has been made of the saying attributed to Philip II, that he kept his dominions in peace with 4 old ecclesiastics, and the Suprema was fond of referring to this, when putting forth claims for its services, but it meant nothing except that the Inquisition maintained religious unity, which, in that age and in view of the troubles in France, the Netherlands, and Germany, was not unnaturally regarded as the sole guarantee of internal quiet. In fact, the Suprema, when quoting the remark in 1704, says expressly that Philip uttered it in reference to the turbulence of the Huguenots. That Philip himself did not regard the Inquisition as a political instrument sufficiently appears in his private and confidential instructions of May 7, 1595, to Geronimo Manrique de Lara, when appointing him Inquisitor General. His anxiety is solely for the faith, and there is not the slightest intimation that political service would be expected. Yet the average statesman has few scruples in employing any agency at hand to effect his purpose, and to this the Spanish monarchs were no exception. When it suited them to use the Inquisition, they did so, but in view of their control over it, their employment of it was singularly infrequent prior to the advent of the Bourbon dynasty. In the Old Inquisition, with which writers like Hefele endeavor to establish a contrast in this matter, Philip the Fair used it to destroy the Templars, the Regent Bedford to burn Joan of Arc, and Alexander VI to rid himself of Savonarola. 3 cases to which no parallels exist in the annals of the Spanish Holy Office. The nearest approach to them is to be found in the trials of Carranza, Antonio Perez, and Villanueva. In the first and last of these, as we have seen, Inquisitors General instituted action for their own purposes, and the monarchs were brought in to their support. The case of Antonio Perez will be discussed presently and need not be further referred to here. Still, a tribunal whose undefined powers and secrecy of action fitted it so perfectly for use as a political agent could scarce exist for centuries without occasionally being called upon, and the only legitimate source of surprise is that it was so rarely employed and that the objects for its intervention were usually so trivial. Ferdinand occasionally found it a convenience in settling questions outside of its regular functions, as when Marco Pellegrin appealed to him in a dispute with the authorities of his city, and Ferdinand wrote, August 31, 1501, to the inquisitor of the place, charging him to examine the question and do justice, for which he gave him full royal power. So when, in 1500, complaints reached him from Valencia of injustice in the assessments for a servicio, he ordered the papers to be submitted to the inquisitor, who was to report to him, and in 1501 he called for a report from the inquisitor of Lerida as to the necessity of certain repairs to the castle. When, in 1498, he was endeavoring to carry out in Aragon the reform of the conventual Franciscans, which Jimenez had undertaken in Castile, they had obtained papal briefs restraining him. He applied to the Pope to revoke the letters, and meanwhile obtained others from the nuncio, which he transmitted to the tribunal of Saragossa, with the instructions to act promptly. The inquisitors carried on the reform much to his satisfaction, and when the frailes got the public authorities to protect them, he instructed the inquisitors to represent that they were acting under apostolic authority, that there was no violation of the liberties of the kingdom, that they were salaried by the king, not only for the Inquisition, but for whatever duties he might assign to them. They were therefore public officers, and if the Saragossa authorities should endeavor to create scandal, they would be duly punished. This distinction between inquisitorial and non-inquisitorial functions, however, did not prevent him, when occasion required, from enforcing outside operations with inquisitorial authority. In 1502, when prosecuting in the same way the Franciscan reform in Sardinia and the Bishop of Ossagna, in virtue of a surreptitious papal letter, released from the castle of Fassar the Franciscan vicar, Ferdinand wrote with much indignation to him and to the governor of Cabo de Lugador, "It was great audacity to intervene in a matter concerning the Inquisition, without consulting him or the Inquisitor General. The prisoner must be recaptured forthwith and be held until the Inquisitor and Reformador Apostolico comes." This indicates the dangerous tendency to extend inquisitorial activity beyond its original limits, and it is remarkable that a monarch entertaining these conceptions and engaged in struggle with feudalism should not have frequently sought the assistance of the Holy Office. The only definite case that I have met with of its political use occurred in 1507, when Caesar Borgia escaped from the castle of Medina del Campo to Navarre, and was made commander of his army by Jean d'Albret, whose sister Charlotte he had married. Ferdinand vainly endeavoured to obtain his surrender, and then caused a prosecution to be brought against him in the Inquisition for heretical blasphemy and suspicion of atheism and materialism. As Caesar came to his death, March 12, 1507, while besieging the castle of Viana, which held out for Louis de Beaumont, and the prosecution was abandoned, we can only conjecture what the outcome might have been. Navarre was also the scene of a trivial political use of the Inquisition in 1516, when, as we have seen, Volume 1, page 227, it was instructed to ascertain the names of those friendly to Jean d'Albret. End of section 46. Section 47 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 10, Spheres of Action, Political Activity, Part 2. There was evidently a purpose to use the Inquisition against the revolt of Germania Valencia, when a brief of October 11, 1520 was obtained from Leo X, granting to Cardinal Adrian faculties to proceed against all persons conspiring against public peace. No use seems to have been made of this, but the Valencia tribunal had an opportunity of making itself felt towards the ends of the disturbances. After Vicente Pérez, the leader of the Agremandos, was killed in a tumult, March 3, 1522, a mysterious individual known as El Encubierto, and variously described as a hermit from Castile and as a Jew from Gibraltar, presented himself as the avenger of Paris and became the spiritual chief of those who kept up the revolt in Utiva and Alira. He assumed to be a prophet and the envoy of God, which brought him under the ordinary jurisdiction of the Holy Office, and it made record of the heresies uttered by him in a sermon preached at Utiva, March 23rd. He organized a conspiracy in Valencia, but one of the accomplices, named Juan Martín, was betrayed and was seized by the Inquisition. El Encubierto was assassinated May 18th at Burjasot, and his head was cut off. The corpse was brought to Valencia, where the inquisitors had it dragged through the streets on the way to the tribunal. He was condemned as a heretic, the headless body was relaxed and burnt, and the head was set over one of the gateways. The action of the Inquisition had no influence on the course of affairs, but it manifests the readiness of the tribunal to assert itself as a political force. The fable that the Inquisition was invoked to accomplish the death of Don Carlos in 1568 has been sufficiently disproved to call for no attention here. There is probably, however, more truth in this statement that, about the same time, Philip II, in promotion of his designs on the remnants of Navarre, caused Inquisitor General Espinosa to collect testimony as to the notorious heresy of Jeanne d'Albret and her children, and formed with the Guises a plot to abduct and deliver her to the tribunal of Saragossa. But the secret was not kept and the attempt was abandoned. Perhaps also we may class with political service the utilization by Philip of the Inquisition to supply him with galley slaves. The most prominent instance of the employment of the Inquisition in a matter of state was in the case of Antonio Pérez. Its dramatic character attracted the attention of all Europe. The mystery underlying it has never been completely dispelled, and its resultant effect upon the institutions of Aragon invests it with an importance justifying examination in some detail. Antonio Pérez was the brilliant and able favourite of Philip II, who in 1571 succeeded his patron, Ruy Gomez, Prince of Eboli, in acquiring his master's fullest confidence and became the most powerful subject in Spain. In 1573, the Venetian envoy Badero describes him as a most accomplished man, whose courtesy and attractive manners soothed the sensibilities of those provoked by the delays and penuriousness of the king, while his dexterity and ability promised soon to make him the principal minister. At the same time, he was a man of pleasure, and the magnificence of his daily life was the admiration of his countrymen. He found his fate in the widow of his patron, the Princess of Eboli. Sprung from the noble house of Mendoza, she was proud, vindictive, and passionate, unflinching in the gratification of her desires and reckless as to the means. Whether Philip II had been her lover, and if so he was favoured or rejected, is a disputed question, which we need not discuss. It suffices that Perez, who had a devoted wife in Juana Coelho, became enamoured of her mature charms and a slave to her imperious will. Don John of Austria had been sent to the Netherlands on the desperate task of pacifying them, and had been left without resources. Much to the king's displeasure, he sent, in July 1577, his secretary, Juan de Escobedo, to Madrid to urge the necessity of supplying funds. Escobedo was thoroughly honest, but rugged and uncourtly, and the vigour of his representations increased the royal ill-humour. Perez had for some time been secretly fanning the king's suspicions of his half-brother's designs, even to the point, it is said, of mistranslating cipher dispatches. He represented Escobedo as an emissary sent to perfect Don Juan's plans, including a descent upon Santander and raising Castile in revolt. Convinced that Escobedo must be put out of the way, Philip ordered Perez to procure his death. If Perez felt any scruple as to this, it was removed by the fact that Escobedo, who was a retainer of the House of Mendoza, discovered the relations between the princess and the favourite. He remonstrated with freedom and threatened to inform the king. His doom was sealed, and after 2 ineffectual attempts at poison, bravos were hired who assassinated him in the street on the night of March 31, 1578, and were rewarded with commissions in the army of Italy. Suspicion fell on Perez, whose fellow secretary and bitter enemy, Mateo Vasquez, reported the rumours to the king. The princess in her wrath threatened that Vasquez should share the fate of Escobedo. The court was divided into factions, which Philip vainly sought to pacify. He was bound in honour to protect his instrument, and repeatedly assured him that he was in no danger, but whether he was beginning to realize that he had been unpardonably deceived, or was prompted by jealousy of the relations between Perez and the princess, he at length was willing to sacrifice his secretary as an escape from a situation that was becoming impossible. Someone to replace him was required. Cardinal Granvelle, then living in retirement in Rome, was sent for. He arrived at the Escorial, July 29, 1579, and on the preceding night Perez and the princess were arrested in Madrid. She was carried to the castle of Pinto and was kept in strict confinement until February 1581, when she was allowed to return to her palace at Pastrana, when her extravagant freaks caused her affairs to be placed in charge of a commission, leading to her virtual imprisonment until her death, February 2, 1592. Perez, meanwhile, had undergone various vicissitudes of imprisonment more or less harsh. In May 1582, Philip ordered an investigation into the different branches of administration, directed principally against Perez. This resulted in showing that he had habitually sold the royal favour, and, in January 1585, he was condemned to 2 years' imprisonment in the castle of Turiguano, to 10 years' exile from the court, and to refund 12,224,739 maravedis, of which 7,371,098 went to the fisc and the balance to the heirs of Ruy Gomez, in restitution of presents given to him by the princess. The family of the murdered Escobedo had been vainly clamouring for justice. Philip had shrunk from being compromised in the affair, but now that Perez was thoroughly disgraced, if the documents proving his own complicity could be secured, Perez could safely be sacrificed to justice. His wife, Juana Coelho, was imprisoned and threatened with starvation unless she would surrender his papers. She resisted heroically until a note from Perez, which he says was written with his blood, permitted her to do so. But he had, with his usual foresight, abstracted from them in advance and placed in safety what he deemed necessary for his justification. In the summer of 1585, Philip permitted the Escobedo kindred to commence the prosecution. Antonio Enriquez, the page of Perez, who had arranged the assassination, gave full testimony, but the conteste, or corroboration by another witness, was lacking. The affair dragged on until September 28, 1589, Pedro Escobedo, son of the victim, abandoned it for the sum of 20,000 ducats and pardoned his father's murderers. Philip's rancor, however, had deepened with time, and the prosecution was continued. Perez was tortured February 22, 1590. At the 8th turn of the Cordelas, his resolution gave way. He confessed the crime at the royal command and stated the reasons which had moved the king to order the murder. Soon after this he took to his bed and was reported to be dangerously sick. His wife, early in April, was admitted to attend him, and on the 20th, by a side door, of which he had procured a false key and from which the bolts had been removed, he escaped at night. Friends with horses were in waiting, and he took the road to Aragon. He was of Aragonese descent, so that he could claim the fueros and the court of the Justicia, which, as we have seen, sat in judgment between the sovereign and his subjects. Aragon at the moment was especially excited in defense of its privileges, among which was the claim that none but an Aragonese could serve as viceroy. Philip was contesting this, and had sent the Count of Almenara to conduit a suit on the question before the court of the Justicia. Almenara earned general ill will by assuming superiority over all the local officials. The Count of Sastago, then viceroy, resisted his pretensions and was removed and replaced by Andres Jimeno, Bishop of Teruel, a timid and irresolute man. So great became Almenara's unpopularity that a nearly successful attempt was made to burn at night the house which he occupied. There was a spirit of turbulence abroad, peculiarly favorable to Perez, who came to claim the protection of the fueros as a faithful servant, whom his king was endeavoring to destroy in reward of his fidelity. Philip's wrath was boundless. His first impulse was to wreak vengeance on the helpless wife and children, whom were thrown into prison, where they lay for 9 years until after their persecutor had gone to his last account. Orders were at once dispatched to seize the fugitive, dead or alive, before he could cross the Ebro, and so swift were the pursuers that they reached Calatayud, where he made his first halt only 10 hours after him. He threw himself into the Dominican convent for asylum, while his faithful friend Gil de Mesa, who had accompanied him, hurried forward to Saragossa and claimed for him the manifestacion, which secured for him the jurisdiction of the Judicia. Alonso Celdron, lieutenant of the governor, rushed to Calatayud, after some difficulty forcibly removed Perez from the convent, but the veguero of the Justicia came with letters of manifestation and obliged him to surrender his prey. Nobles and gentlemen flocked to the Calatayud, and Perez was conducted to Saragossa in a veritable triumphal procession, where he was received by the populace as though he were a king, and was safely lodged in the Carcel de los Manifestados. Then commenced the curious spectacle of a duel to the death between the disgraced fugitive and the whole power of the greatest monarch of Christendom, giving us an enlarged respect for the fueros of Aragon, to see that the monarch was helpless until he invoked the overriding powers of the Inquisition, under the pretext that his thirst for vengeance was a matter of faith. End of section 47. Section 48 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 10, Spheres of Action, Political Activity. Part 3. Had the political utility of the Inquisition been the customary expedient that has been asserted, recourse would have been had to it at once. As soon as the flight of Perez became known, a special junta had been formed in Madrid to manage the affair, and there Juan de Gurria, governor of Aragon, familiar with the institutions of his native land, advised that the Inquisition be at once invoked. But there was repugnance to do this, and it was resolved to rely on the regular process of law. Philip presented a formal accusation to the court of the Justicia, alleging that Perez had had Escobedo killed, falsely using the king's name, that he had betrayed the king by divulging state secrets and altering dispatches, and that he had fled. The documents were sent to the Almenara, who pushed the prosecution, while Perez endeavored to convince the king that it would be better to allow the matter to drop and permit him to live in obscurity rather than to bring the compromising documents to light, as there was no secrecy in Aragonese procedure. He wrote in this sense to Fray Diego de Chaves, the royal confessor, and he sent, by the prior of Gotor, copies of the papers to Philip, who gave the prior 2 or 3 audiences, read the papers, and then, on July 1st, published a sentence condemning Perez to be hanged and beheaded with confiscation. At the same time, instructions were sent to Almenara to push the prosecution and to find some means to seize Perez and convey him to Castile. Perez had already drawn up a memorial replying to the charges, in which he observed considerable reticence. Now he threw off all reserve and prepared another, fortified with documents exposing Philip's share in the tragedy, and representing himself as undergoing 10 years of persecution in reward for faithful service. Philip asked Batista de Lanuza, a lieutenant of the Justicia, to send him a copy of the memorial with his opinion as to the result. Lanuza in reply said he expected an acquittal, whereupon Philip withdrew the prosecution on the grounds that it would reveal matters not proper for publication, declaring at the same time that Perez had committed crimes as great as any subject could, and he reserved the right to prosecute him elsewhere. The Justicia, however, continued the case, which resulted in acquittal. Then an accusation was brought that Perez had poisoned his astrologer, Pedro de la Hara, and his servant Rodrigo de Morgado. But these charges were easily refuted, and again he was acquitted. Then an attempt was made under an Aragonese law permitting inquisitio, or inquest, in accusations of officials by the king, and he was prosecuted for misfeasance in office, but he proved that he had served Philip as King of Castile, not of Aragon, and that he had already been tried and punished for the alleged offences, so this also failed. The principal object of these successive actions was to prevent his discharge from prison, but they had the effect of heightening the popular enthusiasm for Perez, whose cause became identified with the preservation of the fueros. As a last resort, when all legal processes were exhausted, recourse was had to the Inquisition. For this some charge involving the faith was necessary, and the first suggestion was an assumed attempted flight to the heretics of Béarn. A safer base of operations, however, was devised by Almenara, who won over by bribery an old servant, Diego Bustamante, and a teacher named Juan de Basante, in whom Perez had the fullest confidence. In explosions of despairing wrath, they said, he had uttered expressions indicating disbelief in God and blasphemous rebellion against his will. We have seen how much of inquisitorial activity was directed against more or less trivial ejaculations of the kind, and it was strictly in rule to act upon such denunciations. It mattered little on what grounds the Holy Office might obtain possession of him. Once in its hands he would be conveyed, openly or secretly, to Castile, where his fate was certain, and before the dreaded words, a matter of faith, all barriers were vain. Inquisitor Medrano put the testimony in proper shape and forwarded it to the Suprema. Philip ordered that Fray Diego de Chavez should be the sole calificador, and he, within 24 hours, pronounced the expressions to be heretical. On the strength of this, Inquisitor General Quiroga and the Suprema, on May 21, 1591, issued orders for the arrest of Perez and his confinement in the secret prison for trial. This was hurried to Saragossa, where it was received on the 23rd, and on the 24th the three inquisitors, Medrano, Mendoza, and Morian, issued a warrant of arrest, which was presented at the prison of Manifestacion, and was refused obedience. The tribunal then sent between 9 and 10 a.m. to the lieutenants of Justicia a mandate, under the customary penalties requiring the surrender in spite of the pretended right of Manifestacion, which was abolished in matters of faith. This could not be evaded, and the officials of the Justicia were sent to the prison with orders to deliver Perez to the alguazil of the tribunal. He was put in a coach and driven to the Aljaferia, a short distance beyond the gates where the Inquisition had its seat. Two servants of Perez carried the news to Diego de Heredia and Gil de Mesa, who assembled their friends and sallied into the streets with the cry, Contrafuero, Viva la libertad y ayuda a la libertad, the cry which, under the law, could only be raised by order of the Justicia, and which, as we have seen, summoned every citizen to come in arms and defend the liberty of the land. The tocsin of the cathedral was tolled, and the city rose. Under the leadership of nobles and gentlemen, a part of the mob rushed to the dwelling of the hated Almenara. The Justicia, Juan de Lanuza, with his two sons and his officials, endeavored to protect him, but the door was battered in. He refused to fly, but allowed himself to be conducted to prison, on the promise of the mob to spare his life, but he was attacked on the way, and when the prison was reached, it was with injuries of which he died within a fortnight. The other section of the populace hastened to the Aljaferia, and demanded the restoration of Perez and of his friend Francisco Majorini, who had been included in the persecution and surrender. Don Pedro de Sese is said to have brought 400 loads of wood with him to burn the castle in case of refusal, and the situation was menacing in the extreme. The Viceroy Bishop of Teruel came and urged the inquisitors to compliance. The Archbishop Bobadilla wrote 3 notes in increasing desperation. His palace and that of the Justicia would be burnt that night if Perez were not given up. For 5 hours the inquisitors resisted this pressure, but finally they yielded, though even then they safeguarded their authority with an order that Perez's place of confinement should be changed from the secret prison to that of the Manifestados. At 5 p.m. the prisoners were delivered to the Counts of Aranda and Morata, with a protest that the trial would be continued. Perez was conveyed back in a coach to his former prison. The people could not see him and were not satisfied until the Viceroy made him stand up and show himself, when they shouted that he must appear at a window thrice daily to prove that no wrong was done to him in violation of their liberties and fueros. There was a tradition that Queen Isabella had once expressed a wish that Aragon would revolt, so that an end could be put to the fueros which limited the royal power. Such an opportunity had now come, and Philip was not a sovereign to neglect it. Cabrera relates that, when he lay sick at Ateca, and the Count of Chinchon brought him the news, he rose at once from bed, had himself dressed, and commenced sending despatches in all directions, ordering the levy of troops. He also wrote to the towns of Aragon and to the nobles, protesting that he meant no violation of their privileges, and the answers encouraged him greatly, for they condemned the troubles at Saragossa and proffered their services. The Inquisition, moreover, had opened to it an enlarged field of operations, for which it had abundant justification. Already on June 4th, the Council of Aragon presented a consulta, calling attention to the impelling of its action in the threatening of the inquisitors and the killing of a servant of one of them. They should therefore commence to take testimony and arrest the culprits one by one who should be relaxed. In such a matter of faith the nobles could not plead privilege. Work to this end was commenced at once in Madrid. Anton de Almunia, who had testified against Perez, had fled thither with a tale of the threats uttered against him to force him to revoke his evidence. This was a crime against the Inquisition, and Pedro Pacheco, Inquisitor of Aragon, was deputed to take his deposition. The investigation widened. All the refugees from Aragon and enemies of Perez were heard, and it was shown that the instigators of the troubles aimed at transferring Aragon to France or to found a republic, and in this were implicated the diputados of the kingdom, the jurados of Saragossa, and the gentlemen who favoured Perez, including the Duke of Villahermosa, who was the head of Aragonese nobility, and the Count of Aranda, the richest and most powerful noble. Even Inquisitor Morion, who had not been as zealous as his colleagues, was laid under suspicion. As a preparation for the impending struggle, the Saragossa tribunal, under orders from Madrid, published on June 29th in all the churches an edict embodying the savage bull Si de Protegendis of Pius V, concerning impeters of the Inquisition, in virtue of which all persons were called upon to aid it, not only in the matter of Perez but of all others. This created intense excitement. An armed mob assembled in the plaza of the cathedral and discussed whether they were included in the papal censures, and if so, what remedies should be tried to preserve their liberties, while multitudes sought their confessors and asked to be absolved from the ipso facto excommunication incurred. The diputados complained to the king and to Quiroga of this stirring up of trouble, when every effort was required to maintain quiet, but they only received from the king a reply thanking them for their zeal for peace. Perez and his friends, meanwhile, were busy in provoking excitement by addresses and pasquinades, in prose and verse, stigmatizing their opponents and urging vigilance in defense of the fueros. He also petitioned the Zalmedina to investigate the methods by which Almenara and Medrano had gathered evidence against him, and the testimony thus obtained as to bribes, promises, and threats had large influence on public opinion. When the results, however, were sent to Philip by the diputados, he merely replied that he had not read them, for the whole was invalid because witnesses before the Inquisition could only be impugned in it. Perez must be returned to the tribunal before anything else could have attention. The papers, however, were carefully preserved, for the mere investigation was a grave offence against the Inquisition, which was subsequently charged against its authors. The Inquisition judged all men, and was to be judged by none, and in the sacredness which shielded it, any attempt to examine its methods was a crime. End of section 48. Section 49 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 10, Spheres of Action, Political Activity. Part 4. As the summer drew to a close, the cooler-headed citizens became anxious for an accommodation. Conferences were held with jurists, and it was recognized that the position was untenable, that Perez must be surrendered, and an understanding was reached with the inquisitors as to certain unimportant conditions which avoided the appearance of complete abandonment. The aspect of the populace, however, was threatening, and the nobles brought their retainers to the city to enforce order. Philip had no objection to the delays, which enabled him to collect his forces at Agreda, on the Castilian border, and September 24th was named for the delivery of Perez as a solemn public act. He was fully alive to the danger and resolved on escape. A file was furnished to him with which during 3 nights he worked at his window bars. A few hours more would have set him free when he was betrayed by his false friend Juan Basante, who still retained his confidence. He was transferred to a stronger cell where he was kept incommunicado with a guard of 30 arquebusiers watching him day and night. On September 22nd died the Justician Juan de Lanuza, an old and experienced man, succeeded by his son of the same name, who was but 27 years of age, universally beloved on account of his many good qualities, but untried and lacking in influence. Great preparations were made for the surrender on the 24th. The gates were closed, troops were posted, the streets from the prison to the Aljaferia were patrolled by cavalry, and death was threatened for the slightest disturbance. Complicated formalities were observed when the mandate for the delivery of Perez and Manikarnike was presented to the court of the Justicia by Lanceman de Sola, secretary of the tribunal. Under guard of arquebusiers, a procession was formed of officials and dignitaries, who on reaching the marketplace bestowed themselves in the overlooking windows. The prison was entered, Perez and Manikarnike were produced, shackles were placed on them, and they were formally surrendered to Lanceman de Sola. The coaches to convey them were brought up, and they were descending the stairs when the roar of a multitude outside brought a pause. The friends of Perez had not been idle. The gentlemen who still adhered to him had brought their retainers to the city. Propagandism had been active, and a majority of the arquebusiers declared themselves ready to die in defense of the fueros. The streets were filled with clamorous crowds. Already during the march of the procession, stones had been thrown, and now, under the leadership of Diego de Heredia and Gil de Mesa, the marketplace was attacked on several sides. Some of the guards were slain, others fled, and others joined the assailants. The plaza was strewn with some 30 dead and numerous wounded. The governor's horse was shot, and he escaped to a house which was promptly set on fire. The notables at the windows broke out a way to escape by the rear, and hurried off amid the insults of the people. Inside the prison, the officials saved themselves by flight over the roof, except a lieutenant of the Justicia, who made Perez show himself at a window to calm the mob, which sent up shouts of joy and commenced to break in the doors, when he was discovered to them through a postern. He was carried in triumph to the house of Diego de Heredia, and then Manikarnike was remembered. He was sent for, the prison was found abandoned, and he was set free. Perez mounted a horse, and accompanied by Gil de Mesa and Francesco de Ayerbe, with a couple of servitors, fled to the mountains, reaching Alagon that night and Tosta the next day, where he rested 5 days in the house of Francesco de Ayerbe. The agents of the Inquisition tracked him and came near seizing him, when, finding escape to France blocked, he returned secretly to Saragossa, by the advice of Martin de Lanuza, into whose house he was secreted, while directing the course of affairs. The city had been in a state of chaos, the magistrates not daring to show themselves, but through his counsels comparative tranquillity was restored under Diego de Heredia. He set to work to organize Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia in opposition to Castile, with a view of forming a republic under the protection of France, but his efforts met with no practical response. Aragon itself was lukewarm. The assembling of an army at Agreda under Alonso Vargas, a distinguished captain, with the pretext of an expedition to France, gave warning that revolt would be crushed with a heavy hand, and both sides sought the support of the kingdom at large. In Saragossa, the fuero prohibiting the introduction of foreign troops was invoked, and the new Justicia, Juan de Lanuza, was summoned by the Diputados to call the kingdom to arms to resist the contrafuero. He did so with a proclamation, October 31st, ordering the towns and nobles to send their quotas to Saragossa on November 5th, but the course of affairs at Saragossa had been watched with disfavor. Jaca responded with protestations and not with men. De Roca sent 30 musketeers, Bielsa, Puertolas, and Gistaing furnished 200 men who turned back after reaching Barbastro. There were disturbances at Teruel, which only resulted in the punishment subsequently inflicted on the leaders. The other towns united in a letter to the Justicia, declaring Philip to be the defender of the fueros and those who resisted him to be the violators, and the same ground was taken by the nobles and gentry outside of Saragossa. Villahermosa and Aranda had remained in the city by Philip's orders, and were forced to serve in the council of war which was formed, but they were regarded with suspicion and were insulted and menaced. This practical abandonment produced profound discouragement, and the gates were locked to prevent desertions, but all who could left the city. The leaders, however, were too deeply compromised to withdraw, and in their irritation they provoked quarrels and discord. To give an air of legality to resistance, the leadership of the Justicia was essential, and they summoned Juan de Lanuza to take the field with the municipal forces. He and the Diputado Juan de Luna established relations with Villahermosa and Aranda, and all four agreed to escape on the occasion of a review to be held on November 7th. But when Lanuza ordered a gate to be opened and the review to be held outside the walls, there was a cry of treason. Villahermosa and Aranda succeeded in escaping and took refuge in Epila. a fortified town belonging to Aranda, but Lanuza and Luna were pulled from their horses and were with difficulty rescued alive. Bruised as he was, however, Lanuza was forced the next day to take the field at the head of 400 men, the rest of the forces following the next day, and with a so-called army of 2,000 he advanced to Utibo to contest the advance of Vargas, who had crossed the border November 7th with a well-equipped force of 12,000 foot and 2,000 horse, supported by sufficient artillery. A messenger from Vargas offering terms gave him an opportunity of escape, and accompanied by Luna, he sought the refuge of Epila. When the news of this spread through the camp, the little army disbanded, and Vargas, on November 12th, presented himself before the Aljaferia, to the great joy of the inquisitors. The viceroy and officials came forth to welcome him, and he made a triumphal entry into the city. The plaza of the cathedral was made a place d'armes. Heavy guards were posted, cannon commanded the streets, and the soldiers were billeted on the citizens. The working classes had abandoned the town, and there were more than 1,500 vacant houses. Perez had been watching the wreck of his schemes of vengeance, and not caring to share in the ruin that he had wrought, he sought to save himself. Martin de Lanuza escorted him to a gate and had it opened for him, and on the 10th, 2 days before the arrival of Vargas, he took the road to Saint, on the French border. The next day, Don Martin offered to the Diputados to die for the city if they proposed to defend it, but as they did not, he suggested that the gates be open and that all who desired be allowed to depart. This was done, and in the exodus that follows, he betook himself to the mountains in order to save Perez. Resistance had ceased, but there was still some apprehension as to what was known as the Junta of Epila, where Lanuza had invited a conference to consult as to the best means of preserving the fueros. Such fears were superfluous. Villahermosa and Aranda, at the earnest request of Vargas, returned to Saragossa. Luna went into hiding, and Lanuza retired to his lands at Badajoz, subsequently coming to Saragossa and resuming his functions as Justicia. Vargas conducted himself with great adroitness, receiving most graciously deputations from the towns, inviting absentees to return, and assuring everyone that the fueros would be respected. Then, on November 28th, came the Marquis of Lambe, a special royal commissioner, with letters assuring the preservation of the fueros and clemency for culprits. He was received with great distinction and was hailed as an Angel de Paz. All was thought to be settled peacefully, and the refugees returned. Vargas and Lambe urged Philip to issue a general pardon with specified exceptions, to limit the Inquisition to matters absolutely its own, to assemble the Cortes under his own presidency, and they even suggested Aranda as the new viceroy. Suddenly the stream of pacification was dispelled. Without communicating his resolve to anyone, Philip sent, by a secret messenger, an order written in his own hand and not countersigned, to arrest the Justicia at once, and let me know of his death as soon as of his arrest. He was to be beheaded, his estates confiscated, and his castles and houses razed to the ground. Villahermosa and Aranda were likewise to be arrested and to be sent to Castile. Vargas felt acutely his position in being thus forced to belie his promises of clemency, but he was a soldier, trained to obey orders. Lambe was indignant at the use made of him, and asked to be relieved, a request promptly granted, for the court had no further need of him. Vargas lost no time in executing the royal commands. The next morning, December 19th, at 11 o'clock, Lanuza was arrested as he and his lieutenant were on their way to Mass, prior to opening their court. Villahermosa and Aranda were enticed to Vargas's quarters on a pretext. He detained them in friendly conversation until word was brought of Lanuza's arrest, when he dismissed them, and they were arrested as they left him. In 3 hours they were placed on coaches, each with 2 captains charged not to lose sight of them. 4 companies of horse and 1,000 infantry guarded them to the border, after which 2 companies of foot conducted them, Villahermosa to the castle of Burgos and Aranda to the Mota of Medina del Campo. Both died in prison. End of section 49.
Section 50 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 10, Spheres of Action, Political Activity, Part 5. The early light of next dawn showed black scaffold erected in the marketplace. The troops were under arms and cannon guarded the approaches. The citizens shut themselves up in their houses, and there were none present but the soldiery, who, we are told, although Castilians, shed tears over the fate of Lanuza, whose brief 3 months of office had brought him to such end. The executioner struck off his head while he was reciting a hymn to the Virgin, and he was honorably buried in the tomb of his ancestors in the church of San Felipe, the bier being borne on the shoulders of high officers of the Castilian army. This unexpected blow aroused indescribable terror throughout Aragon, and the impression caused by the revelation of the hidden purposes of the king was intensified by his granting to the governor a commission authorizing him to punish the notorious guilty without regard to the fueros. Under this, there followed arrest and executions of those compromised in the troubles, especially of those concerned in the death of Almenara, including many men of rank who were generally regarded as innocent, or at most as lightly culpable. No one felt himself safe, and the sense of insecurity was heightened by the razing of the houses of the victims. The palace of Lanuzas, one of the most conspicuous in Saragossa, and those of Diego de Heredia, Martin de Lanuza, Pedro de Bolea, Manuel Don Lope, and others, the ruins made in the principal streets symbolizing to the people the destruction of their liberties. Nor was the Inquisition remiss in vindicating its insulted dignity. The inquisitors had been changed, and the tribunal now consisted of Pedro Zamora, Velarde de la Concha, and Juan Maurice de Salazar, who fully realized the work expected of them. They filled the prisons of Aljaferia with men of all classes, who had taken part in obstructing the action of Holy Office, though they subsequently, under orders from Philip, delivered to Vargas certain of their prisoners who were marked for execution for offences outside of inquisitorial jurisdiction. Satisfied with the impression thus made, Philip now took measures to calm the agitation. He withdrew the special commission of the governor of Aragon and promised to the accused a regular trial by an impartial Aragonese judge. Then on January 17, 1592, there was solemnly proclaimed in Saragossa a general pardon, in which the king dwelt on his love for Aragon and on his clemency, but also on his duty to enforce justice and uphold the Inquisition. There were certain classes excepted from the benefit of the amnesty, which, when subsequently applied to individuals, amounted to 196, whom everyone was ordered by proclamation to capture wherever found. The promised impartial judge was appointed in the person of Dr. Miguel Lanz, whose ignorance and cruelty were the cause of bitter complaints. It was part of Philip's tranquilizing policy that the Inquisition should issue simultaneously an edict of pardon, with exceptions like his own. The two classes of culprits were largely distinct, and the tension of the public mind could not be relieved until the extent of both should be known. With this view, when drawing up his own proclamation, he ordered the Suprema to do the same, but he encountered resistance. The Inquisition was playing for its own hand. It had not only to avenge insult endured, but it was resolved to make the most of the opportunity to break down the obstinate resistance in Aragon to its arbitrary proceedings. The Suprema was therefore indisposed to accede to Philip's wishes, and in consulta of January 2nd, it asked for delay. To this, Philip replied in his own handwriting that the postponement would prevent the desired restoration of confidence, and, where there were so many involved, it sufficed to punish those most guilty. He was about to publish his own pardon, and he charged the Suprema to do the same on its part with all dispatch. Considerations such as these had no weight with the Suprema, which calmly disregarded the king's wishes. The silence of the Inquisition kept alive popular anxiety, and on March 3rd, Philip renewed his urgency. The pardon should be such as to give satisfaction to the people, relieving from infamy those comprehended in it, who should come and confess simultaneously. Proceedings could be taken against those arrested and fugitives, who could be summoned by edict, and the pardon could be general, excepting the prisoners and those cited and to be cited in contumacy, without giving names, but all this he left to the Suprema to do what it deemed best for the authority of the Holy Office. Philip evidently shrank from too positive insistence, and the Suprema on various pretexts continued to postpone the pardon. In answer to renewed urgency, it presented the consulta April 29th, reporting its operations, according to which the Tribunal of Zaragoza had recently voted the arrest of 176 persons. It had already 74 in its prison, and it contemplated the prosecution of 300, which explains the reluctance to issue a general pardon. This was so contrary to the policy of the king that he replied by suggesting the liberation on bail of those whose offences admitted of it, and suspending arrest in cases that might reasonably be condoned. He made no allusion this time to a general pardon, and the Inquisition carried its point. Without issuing a pardon on October 20th, it celebrated an auto de fe with more than 80 culprits, of whom all were impeders of its free actions, except a few Moriscos and a bigamist. 6 was relaxed, ostensibly as guilty of homicide in the disturbance of September 24, 1591, and the rest were penanced mostly by exile from Aragon, although some were sent to galleys, among whom were Miguel Don Lope. The procession at the auto was closed with the effigy of Perez, condemned to the flames in a sentence which, we are told, recited a million of arrogant and ill-sounding propositions against God and the king, his affections for Bandoma, Henry IV, treasons committed in his office of secretary, strong indication of sodomy, his flight to France, his listening to preachers and taking communions with Huguenots, sufficient to prove him a Huguenot, with presumption that all his actions had been directed to that end, and to destroy the Inquisition, as he was a descendant of Jews and great-grandson of Albon Perez, a Jew who relapsed after conversion and was burnt, and his son Benito was hanging in the church of Calatayud. The sentence was relaxation with disability of descendants. On the day of the auto, Philip was at Rioja on his way to Tarazona, where the Cortes, which had been called, had been sitting and had nearly finished its labors. As the Inquisition had still withheld its general pardon, he again insisted that it be put into shape and sent to him, in order that everything might be concluded before he reached Tarazona. Still unsatiated and procrastinating, the Suprema replied with the names of 11 persons, whom it characterized as principal leaders of the tumult, and asked him to give such instructions as he pleased. He responded that he would delay answering till he reached Tarazona and could survey the aspect of matters there. Some days later, he wrote, asking that the propriety of issuing the pardon should be discussed, as also the form which it should have. Thereupon, the Suprema sent him a form with a letter to the inquisitors which he could forward, at the same time stating that there were objections. The royal pardon was unconditional and took effect of itself, but the Inquisition was not so easily satisfied, and required that all who availed themselves of its mercy should make personal application and submission. The papal decree Si de Protegendis inflicted ipso facto anathema on all who obstructed in any way the action of the Holy Office, and this censure had to be removed. Wherefore, the proposed formula required that all applicants for pardon should seek relief from the censures, those present within 2 months, and the absent within 4, but the Suprema added that the publication should be preceded by edict against 7 specified persons and others notoriously guilty, who could not be named without violating the secrecy of the Inquisition. Even this, the Suprema felt to be too great a concession, and the next day it forwarded another consulta, saying that it had received from the Zaragoza tribunal the names of some parties notoriously and deeply inculpated. There was evidence of their guilt in the tribunal, and it had commenced the action against them with edicts. This was submitted to the king so that he could order the inquisitors to commence before publishing the pardon, in order that the parties might be accepted. Philip disregarded these last efforts of the Inquisition to maintain its hold on those who had offended it. Without further correspondence, he sent the pardons to Zaragoza with orders for its publication, which was done with great solemnity, November 23rd, when more than 500 penitents presented themselves. Meanwhile, the Cortes had been employed in modifying the institutions of Aragon to meet the wishes of the king. While resolved thus to take full advantage of the opportunity, he was shrewd enough to see that such a settlement to be enduring must be in conformity with the fueros. While his army still overrode the land, and he therefore convoked the Cortes, which met at Tarazona, June 15, 1592. According to the rule, he should have presided over it, but he desired not to enter Aragon until the trials and executions under Dr. Miguel Lanz should be completed, and though he left Madrid May 30th, he took the circuitous route by way of Valladolid, and his leisurely journey was interrupted by attacks of gout. After some difficulty, the Cortes accepted the presidency of Archbishop Bobadilla, and modified the immemorial rule requiring unanimity in each of 4 brazos or chambers. The way being thus cleared and still further smoothed by a lavish distribution of graces. It was merely a work of time to obtain the adoption of carefully devised series of fueros, which, without changing the form of Aragonese institutions, removed the limitation on the royal power which had so long been peculiar boast of the kingdom. The changes were too numerous for recapitulation here in full. Some of them were beneficial in facilitating the punishment of crime, but the most important from the monarch's standpoint were those which established his right to appoint viceroys who were not Aragonese, which placed in his hand the nomination and dismissal of the Justicia and the nomination of his lieutenants, with preponderance in the machinery for hearing complaints against the latter, which took from the diputados the power of convoking the cities and citizens, which limited the amount that they could spend, and which transferred from them to the crown control over the rural police, which prohibited raising the cry of libertad, under penalties extending even to death, which provided punishment for offences against the royal officials, which established the extradition for crimes between Castile and Aragon, which required the royal license for the printing of books, and which deprived the lands of the nobles, secular and ecclesiastical, of the right of asylum for criminals. Thus the Justicia and his court, which had been the pride of the land, became in fact, if not in name, a royal court. The diputados, who had been the executive of the popular will, were deprived of all dangerous exercise of authority. The barriers against the encroachments of arbitrary power were removed, and all this had been accomplished through the representative of the people, apparently of their own volition. End of section 50. Section 51 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 10, Spheres of Action, Political Activity, Part 6. When early in December, Philip at Tarazona held a solio in which he confirmed the acts of the Cortes, he followed it with a general pardon, liberating all those persecuted by Dr. Lenz, except the jurists and lieutenants of the Justicia, who had counseled resistance and who were punished with exile. Cosme Pariente, an unlucky poet, was sent to the galleys as the author of the Pasquines, which had stimulated the revolt, and there was another significant exception. Philip's inextinguishable hatred of his favorite still kept in prison Juana Coello and her 7 children, the youngest of whom was born in captivity. Thus they languished for 9 years until their jailer had passed away. Philip III signalized the first year of his reign with pardoning those accepted in his father's edict, and in April 1599, Juana was set free. She hesitated to leave her children, the eldest of whom was in her 20th year, but she finally did so to labor for their release, which she accomplished in the following August. The friends of Perez sought to have him included in the royal mercy, but were told that his offense was a matter of the Inquisition, with which king could not interfere. Before relieving Aragon of his army, Philip caused the Aljaferia to be fortified and lodged there a garrison of 200 men to keep the turbulent city in check. To this the inquisitors objected strongly and asked to be transferred to some other habitation, but he refused, as their protection served as an excuse for the garrison. They never grew reconciled to their unwelcome guest, and in 1617, and again in 1618, we find them complaining that the soldiers exercised control over the castle, and that their audacious pretensions diminished greatly the popular respect due to the Holy Office. Their remonstrances were unheeded until in 1626, Philip IV, as a special favor, transferred the garrison to Jaca. Perez and his friends had succeeded in reaching Bearn, where they were welcomed by the governess, Catherine, sister of Henry IV. Imagining that a small force would raise the Aragonese in defense of their liberties, they persuaded Henry to try the experiment, to be followed, in case of success, by an army of 15,000 or 20,000 men to wrench from Spain, Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia, and to form a republic under French protection. In February 1592, therefore, some 1,500 or 2,000 Bearnese, under the leadership of Martin Lanuza, Gil de Mesa, Manuel Don Lope, and Diego de Heredia, attempted an invasion, but the Aragonese rose against them. Embarrassed by the deep snows in the mountains, they attempted to retreat, but were vigorously attacked, and most of them were taken prisoners, including Dionisio Perez, Francisco de Ayerbe, and Diego de Heredia. Vargas liberated the Bearnese, but the refugees were sent to Zaragoza, where they expiated their treason on the scaffold. In spite of this misadventure, Perez was warmly welcomed and was pensioned by Henry IV as a personage of importance, a statesman versed in all the arts of Spanish diplomacy. The Peace of Vervins, however, in 1598 reduced him to insignificance. Age and infirmities overtook him, and his adventurous existence terminated in misery, November 3rd, 1611, when he manifested every sign of fervent Catholicism. After his death, Juana Coello and his children undertook the vindication of his memory and solicited to be heard in his defense. It was not, however, until January 22nd in 1613 that the Suprema presented to Philip III a consulta recommending that the widow and children should be heard by the Zaragoza tribunal. Sentences rendered in absentia, as you have seen, were never regarded as conclusive, but the tribunal was unforgiving. It interposed delays, and then, on March 16, 1615, it rendered an adverse judgment. This the Suprema refused to conform, and after an obstinate resistance, the tribunal on June 19th was forced to utter a sentence observing the memory and fame of Antonio Perez, declaring the limpieza of his blood and pronouncing that his descendants were under no disabilities. Nothing, however, was said about removing the confiscation of his property, probably because this had been decreed both by the secular sentence of July 17, 1590, and by the inquisitorial one of October 20, 1592. Thus, in this, the most prominent instance of inquisitorial political intervention, the Holy Office was invoked only as a last resort when all other method has failed, and when it was called in, so far from being the obscure instrument of royal will, it resolutely sought to advance its own interest with little regard for the policy of the monarch. Yet, the impression made at the time is reflected in the report of Venetian envoy Agostino Nano in 1598, when he says that the king can be termed the head of the Inquisition, for he appoints the inquisitors and officials. He uses it to hold in check his subjects and to punish them with secrecy and severity of its procedure when he cannot do so with the ordinary secular authority of the royal council. The Inquisition and the royal council mutually help each other in matters of state for the king's service. This was not a natural conclusion to draw from a case of this nature, but the royal power by this time was too securely entrenched to require such aid. It was only the peculiar feature of the Aragonese pharaohs that called for the invention of a charge of heresy in political matter. The Inquisition, as a rule, considered it no part of its duties to uphold the royal power, for in 1604 we find it sentencing Bartolomé Pérez to a severe reprimand, a fine of 10,000 maravedis, and a year's exile for saying that obedience to the king came before that due to the Pope and to the Church. Thus, the mere denial of the superiority of the spiritual power over temporal one was a crime. Sporadic cases occurred in which special considerations called for the aid of the Inquisition, but they were not numerous and were apt to be directed against ecclesiastics whose privileges exempt them from the secular court. Such was that of the Jesuit Juan de Mariana, distinguished in many ways, but especially by his classical history of Spain. He had served the Inquisition well as a censor of the books, but in his Tractatus Septum, published anonymously at Cologne in 1609, in an essay on the debased Spanish coinage, the freedom with which he reprobated its evils and spoke of the malfeasance of the officials, gave great offense to the royal favorite Lerma and his creatures. Had Mariana been a layman, there would have been no trouble in punishing him severely, but to reach the Jesuit, Philip invoked the papal nuncio Carafa, and the Toledo tribunal took a hand. The whole proceeding was irregular, and the Pope was asked to render the sentence, but after a year's imprisonment, Mariana was liberated without imputation on his character, and he died in 1624, full of years and honor, at the age of 87. It is true, when the Barcelona tribunal was battling to maintain its pretensions against the Cortes of Catalonia, it represented in 1632 in a memorial of Philip IV, among its other claims to consideration, the secret services often rendered in obtaining informations and in the arrest of powerful persons, which could not otherwise be so well accomplished. Its thorough organization, no doubt, occasionally enabled it to be of use in this manner, and there was no scruple in calling upon it for such works, as in 1666, when Don Pedro de Sosa, the farmer of Tex of Milones in Seville, absconded with large sum of money and was understood to be making his way to France. The Suprema wrote to Barcelona and doubtless to other tribunals at the ports and frontier district, with a description of his person and an order to arrest him and embargo his property. The persecutions of two fallen favorites, Rodrigo Calderon in 1621 and Olivares in 1645, was not state affairs but intrigues, to prevent their return to favor, and were rendered unnecessary, in the one case by the decapitation of Calderon, and in other by the death of Olivares. The secrecy of the Inquisition and its method of procedure rendered it a peculiarly favorable instrumentality for such maneuvers, as was seen in the Villanueva cases, as well as for the gratification of private malice, and it was doubtless frequently so abused, but this has no bearing on its use as a political agency. With the advent of Bourbon dynasty, there was a change. In the governmental theory of Louis XIV, the Church was part of the state and subject to the dictation of the monarch. In the desperate struggle of the War of Succession, the advisors of young Philip V had no hesitation in employing all the resources within reach, and the Inquisition was expected to play its part. At an early period of the conflict, the Suprema sent orders to the tribunals to enjoin earnestly on all their officials fidelity to the king, who thus had the benefit of a well-distributed army of missionaries in every quarter of the land. It was easy, as we have seen, for inquisitorial logic to stretch the elastic definition of heresy in any desired direction, and lack of loyalty to Philip was made to come within its boundaries. In an edict of October 9, 1706, the Suprema pointed out that Clement XI had threatened punishment for all priests who faltered in their devotion to the king. Yet, notwithstanding this, there were some who, in the confessional, urged penitents to disobedience and relieved them from the obligation of their oath of allegiance. This was manifest abuse of the sacrament, and as it was the duty of the Inquisition to maintain the purity of the faith and prevent the evil resulting from a doctrine so pernicious, all penitents so solicited were ordered within 9 days to denounce their confessors under pain of excommunication and other discretional penalties. The Inquisition during the war was especially serviceable in dealing with ecclesiastics who were beyond the reach of secular and military courts, and this in cases where there was no pretense of heresy. The events of 1706, the capture and loss of Madrid by the Allies, and the revolution in Valencia and Catalonia occasioned a number of trials for high treason. The Suprema was still in Burgos when Philip V informed Inquisitor General Vidal Marin that he had ordered the arrest of Juan Fernando Frias, a cleric who was to be delivered to the Inquisition of Burgos to be tried for high treason with all speed. The Suprema replied August 13th that it had placed Fria in safe custody incommunicado. The Inquisitor General had commissioned the prior of Santa Maria de Palacio of Logroño to serve on the tribunal, and there should be the least possible delay in the verification and punishment of the offense. It assured the king that he could rely on the promptest fulfillment of his wishes and of the vindicta publica, for the apostolic jurisdiction of the Suprema extended to the infliction of death penalty. In its royal zeal, it took no thought of irregularity. Indeed, the Suprema seems to have issued commissions to tribunals to act in such cases. In 1707, Isidoro de Balmaceda, Inquisitor of Valencia, signed himself as Inquisidor y Juez Apostólico contra los Eclesiásticos Diffidentes. In the case of Fray Peregrin Peralt, lay brother of the Servite convent of Cuarto, whom the testimony showed to be an adherent of the Archduke Charles, industriously carrying intelligence to the Allies and on his return spreading false reports to the disturbance of men's mind. In this trial, the formality of clamosa by the fiscal was omitted. The inquisitors had the testimony taken, and on receiving it ordered the arrest of Geralt without submitting it to calificadores. From this time forward, the Inquisition was at the service of the state whenever it was required to suppress opinions that were regarded as dangerous, though when its interests clashed with those of the crown. The cases of Macanas and Belando show that it could still assert its aggressive independence. As the century wore on, however, it became more and more subservient. a writer about 1750.
While regretting that it did not repress the probabilism of the fashionable moral theology, gives it hearty praise for its political utility. It is not only, he says, engaged in preserving the purity of the faith, but in an ingenious way it maintains the peace of state and the subordination due to the king and the magistracy. In his words, Philip V made use occasionally of its tribunals in difficult conjunctures with happy result, and therefore he honored and distinguished it throughout his reign. Thus, as its original functions declined, a new career was opened. We have seen how its censorship was utilized to prevent the incursion of modern liberalism, and its procedure was simply employed against individuals. With the outbreak of French Revolution, its vigilance was directed especially against the propagation of the dangerous doctrine of popular liberty, and any expression of the sympathy with events beyond the Pyrenees was sufficient to justify persecution. As early as 1790, Jacques Jorda, a Frenchman, was tried by the Barcelona tribunal for propositions antagonistic to the spiritual and temporal authorities, and persecutions for such offenses continued to be frequent. In 1794, during the war with the French Republic, even so important a personage as Don Antonio Ricardo, General-in-Chief of the army in Roussillon, was on trial by the Tribunal of Madrid for utterances in sympathy with occurrences in France. And at the same time, his secretary, Don Josep del Borque, was undergoing a similar experience in the Logroño tribunal. Work carried on in such a fashion could not fail to be disastrous. This prostitution of an ecclesiastical tribunal to temporal purpose was one of the reasons given by the Cortes of Cadiz for its abolition. Even its chief defender, Fray Maestro Alvarado, could not deny the accusation, but he turned the tables by ascribing the fault to the Jansenists, to whom the Orthodox attributed all the evils of the time. It was they, he argued, who mingled religion and politics, and set the states above the church. He did not live to see the refutation of his dialectics when ultramontanism triumphed in the Restoration, and the political functions of the Inquisition became still more prominent. In 1814, a copy of the Treaty of July 30th with Louis XVIII was sent to the tribunals in order that they might enforce the clauses pertaining to them, and when, in 1815, the news of Napoleon's return from Elba was received, King Fernando, by an order of April 8th, included the tribunals of the Inquisition in the instructions given to the military and ecclesiastical authorities to keep watch on the frontier against the surprise, and to guard the interior against the artifices and seductions of the disaffected. In fact, we might say, the chief work expected of the Inquisition was that of the haute police, for which its organization rendered it especially fitted. April 8, 1817, we find it notified that the refugees, General Renovales and Colonel Peon, accomplices in the attempted rising of Juan Diaz Porlier in Galicia, was hovering on the Portuguese border. The Tribunal of Santiago, Galicia, was therefore to put itself in communication with that of Coimbra. It was to devise means for their capture, and through its commissioners and familiars find out what was on foot. For the security of the throne and the altar required of the Holy Office extreme vigilance under existing circumstances. The Inquisitor General forwarded this to Galicia with orders to execute it at once, and not content with this, instructions were sent to the tribunals of Murcia, Cordoba, Zaragoza, and Barcelona, all of which responded with the promise of the utmost activity and the watchfulness of reactionaries. So in 1818, the Logroño Tribunal reported that its commissioner at Ernai, Guipúzcoa, reported that he had heard a person utter a proposition, La Nación es soberana. To this, the Suprema replied that it was a matter of high importance and might lead to great results. Jano must make a formal denunciation with all details. Also, he must declare why he suspected Don Josep Joaquin de Mariategui, and how he knows of his journey to France and England and his relations with the refugees there, all of which must be done with the utmost caution and speed, and the result be reported. It is scarce worthwhile to multiply trivial details like this to indicate how efficient a political agent the Inquisition has become under Restoration. Its activities in this direction continued until the end, and when in the Revolution of 1820 at Seville, on March 10th, the doors of the secret prison were thrown open, the 3 prisoners liberated were political. End of section 51.
Section 52 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 10, Spheres of Action, Political Activity, Part 7. Besides these direct political services, the Inquisition was sometimes called upon by the state to aid in enforcing secular laws, when the civil organization found itself unequal to the duty. The most conspicuous instance of this is found in somewhat incongruous matter of preventing the export of horses. From a very early period, this is regarded with great jealousy. From the 12th century onward, the Cortes of Leon and Castile, in their petitions, constantly asked that the prohibition should be enforced, and at those of Burgos in 1338, Alfonso XI decreed death and confiscation for it, even if the offenders were hidalgos, a ferocious provision which was renewed by Ferdinand and Isabella in 1499. Aragon, which lay between Castile and France, suffered from this embargo. The Cortes of Monzon in 1528 petitioned Charles V for the pardon of certain citizens who had drawn horses from Castile and were condemned to death and other penalties, to which Charles replied that he would not pardon those who had carried horses to France. As for those who had merely taken them to Aragon, if they could be pointed out, he would grant them pardon. Another complaint of the Cortes indicates the rigid method adopted to prevent evasions. If an Aragonese went to Castile on business, he was allowed to remain 90 days. If he exceeded the limits, on his return his horse was seized at the frontier, even though at the same place by which he had entered. Severe as were these measures, they were ineffective. Contraband trade of all kinds flourished in the wild mountain district along the French frontier, and the prohibition respecting a beast of burden, which transport itself was notoriously difficult of enforcement. In 1552, we found the Suprema ordering the Zaragoza tribunal to prosecute and punish one of its commissioners in the mountains of Jaca, accused of passing horses to France, but this was evidently due to the fact that the offender was entitled to the fuero of the Inquisition. There was as yet no ingenious attribution of suspicion of heresy to this contraband trade, and when in 1564 the Cortes of Monzon prohibited the exportation of horses and mares from Aragon, the only reason alleged was their scarcity in the kingdom. The Third Lateran Council, however, in 1179, had denounced excommunication and severe penalties on all who furnished the infidel with warlike material, and this had been carried into the Corpus Juris. Nicholas IV had specifically included horses and had sharpened the penalties. Boniface VIII in 1299 had placed the offense under the jurisdiction of the Holy Office, and had ordered all inquisitors to make vigilant inquest in their districts, and the prohibition was repeated in the annual bulls in Sina Domini.
The south of France, especially contiguous territory of Béarn, had become interpenetrated with heresy, and colorable pretext was afforded of invoking the aid of the Inquisition to suppress the contraband traffic. This was first confided in 1573 to the Tribunal of Saragossa by a commission empowering it to act in the premises. It accordingly inserted in the Edict of Faith a clause requiring the denunciation of all who sold arms or horses to infidels, heretics, and Lutherans, or who passed or assisted to pass them to Lutheran lands. This brought in numerous denunciations, but as there were no means of knowing what became of the horses after they passed the border, the tribunal was powerless to prosecute, and so reported to the Suprema. It replied August 25, 1573, that further provision was necessary, assuming that the Béarn was inhabited by the heretics and the heretic rulers. The tribunal could proceed against and punish as fautors of heretics those who bought or sold or passed horses to Béarn, even when it did not appear that they had been sold to heretics, and it was urged to be active in the matter. The edict was therefore modified to include, as fautors of heretics, all concerned in passing horses to Béarn. It was sent with the secretary to all principal fairs where horses were sold, to be published in the church, with notice that the commissioner would receive anyone who desired to unburden his conscience. Exportation was forbidden, unless the owner was known and would give security that the horses were not to be taken to Béarn, or else would present himself with his horses before the inquisitors within a designated time, so that note could be taken of the animals and an account be required as to their destination. Another device which proved effective was to register all the horses at the fairs, with the description and the names of the owners, who were required to keep an account of all sales and purchases. This, however, applied only to natives. As for Frenchmen and Béarnais, any horses that they had were seized without ceremony. If the owner was a Frenchman, the horse would be kept, awaiting instructions from the Suprema. If a Béarnais, he was seized with his horses and prosecuted, as being included in the edict. Spaniard found with horses going toward France or Béarn was treated like Frenchmen. The horses were sold to pay expenses, and if any balance was left, it was handed to the receiver. Pains, moreover, were taken to find who made the trade of passing horses to France. They were arrested on some pretext and thrown into prison. If evidence were found against them, they were prosecuted. If not, after detention, they were released on the bail. Because, as the inquisitors said, there was no penalty expressed in the edict or in the laws of the kingdom. In view of the risk that the parties might apply for a firma or manifestation, the Suprema was asked for further instructions, when it replied July 1, 1574, that the prosecution were to be conducted as in case of heresy, the accused be required to give their genealogies, and then, if recourse was had to manifestation, it was to be met with assertion that the case was matter of faith. Yet the fraudulent character of this assumption is revealed in the admission that the secular magistrate could prosecute for the offense. Thus the zeal and activity of the Inquisition, working through its disregard of all laws and its method of procedure, virtually placed under its control the whole trade of the kingdom in horseflesh. Encouraged by this, the Saragossa tribunal sought a still further extension of jurisdiction, and in 1576 it reported to the Suprema great activity in the exportation to France, Béarn, and Gascony of arquebuses, powder, sheet iron for cuirass, and other warlike material, and it suggested an edict concerning that trade similar to that respecting horses. To this Suprema assented, with the caution that it must be understood that these arms and munitions were intended for heretics. The difficulty inherent in this, probably prevented action, for I have met with no case of its enforcement. It will be observed that the Zaragoza tribunal pointed out that there was no penalty defined by the law for the offense. This omission was rectified in the Cortes of Tarazona in 1592, which deprived of what was known as the via privilegiata, a long list of crimes, including that of passing horses and munitions of war to Béarn and France, with the addition that it could be punished with death penalty. A decision of the Suprema rendered to Barcelona tribunal in 1582 was to the effect that if horses were taken to France, it must be ascertained whether they were for heretics in order to justify prosecution by the Inquisition, but if to Béarn, that alone sufficed. In time, this nice distinction was abandoned, although the fiction was maintained that it was a matter of faith. About 1640, an inquisitor informs us that it was customary to punish those who exported horses or warlike material to France, even though there were no evidence that they were for heretics, for the act was very prejudicial. The accused was generally confined in the secret prison. The trial was conducted as one of faith and was voted upon in a regular consulta de fe, including the episcopal ordinary. Unless the case was light, the culprit appeared in the public auto. If he belonged to the lower classes, he was sometimes scourged. If of higher estate, he suffered exile and a fine, together with forfeiture of the horse, or if it had been passed successfully, he paid double in its value. In the case of a Benedictine abbot, who was passed 1 or 2 horses to France, the Suprema fined him in 600 ducats and suspended him from his functions for a year. Sometimes the sentence included disability for public office for both the culprit and his descendants. Oddly enough, in the case of Antonio Perez, this matter emerges for a moment in a manner significant of the uses to which it could be put. In the spring of 1591, when it was desirable to suppress Diego de Heredia, Inquisitor General Quiroga wrote, March 20th, to the Zaragoza tribunal, that he was suspected of passing horses to France. By April 4th, the tribunal was taking testimony to show that a year or 2 before, he had sold 2 horses to a Frenchman for 360 livres, and that they were to be taken to France. There had been no secrecy in the transaction, and further evidence was obtained that Heredia brought horses from Castile to Zaragoza. Hence they were taken to the mountains and were seen no more. The events of May 24th, however, rendered further researches in this direction superfluous. When this peculiar inquisitorial function was abandoned does not clearly appear. In 1667, the Barcelona tribunal prosecuted Eudaldo Penstevan Bonguero for exporting horses to France. Already it would seem that the cognizance of the offense had become obsolete, for in 1664 the Suprema had called in question the competence of the tribunal to deal with it, when it replied July 23rd that it held a papal brief conferring the faculty. The Suprema asked for an authentic copy of this or of the instructions empowering it to act, but neither was forthcoming, and on November 11, 1667, the Suprema again asked for them in order to decide the case of Bonguero. We should probably not err in considering this to mark the last attempt to enforce a jurisdiction so foreign to real object of the Holy Office. A still more eccentric invocation of the terror felt for the Inquisition, when the secular machinery failed to accomplish its purpose, occurred when the debasement of the coinage threw Spanish finance into inextricable confusion. The miserable vellum tokens were forced into circulation at rates enormously beyond their intrinsic value, and statesmen exhausted their ingenuity in devising clumsy expedients to arrest their inevitable depreciation, punishment of all kinds to keep them down the premium on silver, and laws of maximum to regulate prices, from church to house rent. The rude coinage, mostly battered and worn, was easily counterfeited, and there was large profit in manufacturing it abroad and flooding Spanish with it at its fictitious valuation. Sanguinary laws were enacted to counteract this temptation, and the offense was punishable like heresy, with burning, confiscation, and the disabilities of descendants. To render this more effective, it was declared to be a case for the Inquisition, and like the exportation of the horses, there was an attempt to disguise it as a matter of faith. A Carta Acordada of February 6, 1627, informed the tribunals that it fell within their jurisdiction if any heretic or photo of heretics imported vellon money for the purpose of exporting gold or silver or other munitions of war, thus weakening the forces of the king, and all such offenses belonged exclusively to the Inquisition. But when this was done by Catholics for the sake of gain, the jurisdiction belonged exclusively to the king, and as such he granted it cumulatively to the Inquisition, with a caution that, in competencias, censures were not to be employed. A papal brief confirming this was expected, and meanwhile such prosecutions were to be conducted as a matter of faith. It is not likely that Urban VIII condescended to authorize such misuse of the power delegated to the Inquisition, for in little more than a year Philip IV revoked this action and confined the cognizance of the offense to the secular courts. If, as we have seen, the Inquisition was not a political machine of the importance that had been imagined, this was not through any lack of willingness on its part to be so employed. When its services were wanted, they were at the command of the states, and if this rarely occurred under the Habsburg princes, it was because they were not needed. End of section 52.
Section 53 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 11, Part 1, Spheres of Action, Jansenism. Jansenism is a convenient term wherewith to stigmatize as heresy whatever is displeasing to Ultramontanism, whether in church or state, and it served as a pretext for the continued existence of the Inquisition, after the older aberrations were exterminated. As a concrete heresy, however, it defies accurate theological definition. It took its rise in the interminable disputes over the insoluble questions of predestination, grace, and free will, as settled by St. Augustine and the Second Council of Orange, and accepted by the Church, till the use made of predestination by Calvin forced a modification by the Council of Trent, and the daring Jesuit Luis de Molina revived the problem. Then the discussion became a trial of strength between the rising Company of Jesus and its elder rivals, the Augustinians and Dominicans, when Clement VIII vainly imposed silence on the disputants. Cornelis Jansen, Bishop of Ypres, sought to vindicate St. Augustine in his work entitled Augustinus, around which the controversy raged until the Jesuits won a victory in 1653 by procuring the condemnation of the famous 5 propositions, drawn from the work, a condemnation to which the followers of Jansen assented, while denying that he had taught them. Another contest, of which we shall see the results, was waged over the writings of Cardinal Henry Norris, in which the Jesuits suffered defeat. He was also an Augustinian, and professor of ecclesiastical history at Pisa, who busied himself in vindicating the doctrines of St. Augustine. 2 of his works, the Historia Pelagiana and the Dissertatio di Quinta Synodo Ecumenica, were accused before publication of Baianism and Jansenism, The MSS were ordered to Rome and were carefully examined by revisers, who pronounced them orthodox, and license to print was granted. When published, interpolations in the press were charged and disproved. Norris was called to Rome as chief of the Vatican Library by Innocent XI, and as this was regarded as a step to the cardinalate, fresh accusations of Jansenism were brought against him. His promotion was deferred. 8 theologians were set to work upon his books. Their favorable report was confirmed by the Congregation of the Inquisition, and Innocent appointed him one of its consultors. Attacks on him continued, which he answered in 5 dissertations printed in 1685, when Innocent gave him a cardinal's hat and made him member of several important congregations, including that of the Inquisition, in which he served with distinction until his death in 1704. France, however, was the principal seat of Jansenism, where the impalpable doctrinal points involved after the decision of 1653 were obscured by more living issues. The Jansenists represented the more austere and puritanical portion of the clergy, as opposed to the supporters of the relaxed morality of probabilism, of which the Jesuits were the foremost advocates, an aspect of the controversy which has been immortalized by Pascal. Besides, as Rome had decided against Jansen, those who had defended him were naturally led to minimize the authority of the Holy See, to disregard its condemnatory utterances as surreptitious, to assert the supremacy of general councils, and to exalt the independence and privileges of the Gallican Church, which, since the time of St. Louis, in the 13th century, had steadily resisted the encroachments of the papacy. There was a re-infusion of theology in the quarrel, when the Jesuits procured the condemnation, in the bull Unigenitus, of Quesnel's views on sufficing contrition and inchoate charity, but this was only another incident in the struggle between rigorism and laxism. While Jansenism thus was denounced as a heresy, it really was concerned much less with faith than with discipline and morals, and everyone hostile to probabilism, Jesuitism, and ultramontanism was stigmatized as a Jansenist. Louis XIV and Madame de Maintenon, who had persecuted the original Jansenists, were of the sect, because of their enforcement of the royal prerogative. Bossuet was suspected of Jansenism for his defense of the declaration of the Gallican clergy in 1682, against the ultramontane doctrines of the papal power. Cardinal Aguirre was a Jansenist, because he opposed the laxity of probabilism, and so was even the Jesuit general, Tirso González, because he wrote a book to prove that the Jesuits were not all laxists. When, under the protection of Leopold, Grand Duke of Tuscany, Bishop Scipione de' Ricci, in his Council of Pistoia in 1786, sought without papal authority to effect an internal reformation of his church, he was a Jansenist, and after his protector had been transferred to the imperial throne, Pius VI in 1794 had the satisfaction of condemning, in the bull Auctorum Fidei, no less than 85 errors of the council, mostly Jansenistic. In France, the clergy were, for the most part, attached to Gallicanism, and were largely rigorist, so practically Jansenism flourished and made itself felt in such measures as the expulsion of the Jesuits. The ex-Jesuit Bolgeni took his revenge by writing a book to prove that the Jacobinism of the Revolution was merely Jansenism in action. In fact, the civil constitution of the clergy of 1790 was clearly Jansenistic because, without meddling with dogma, it embodied the democratic development of Gallicanism. Spain paid little attention to the theological controversy over Jansen, though his works and those of his followers were duly condemned by the Inquisition. It is a curious illustration of this indifference that when the great bibliographer Nicolas Antonio, in defending Prudentius against the attack of Hincmar of Rheims, pronounced as good Catholic doctrine the assertion of Prudentius that the blood of Christ was shed only for believers and not for unbelievers, this, which is virtually the same as the fifth of the condemned propositions of Jansen, escaped attention. The book was printed in Rome at the expense of Cardinal Aguirre. The Spanish Inquisition took no note of it in the indexes of 1707 and 1747, and the passages retained in the edition of 1788, produced under the auspices of Carlos III. Yet Spain could not keep wholly out of the quarrel, for its Flemish provinces were a hotbed of Jansenism, which could not be eradicated from the University of Louvain. In 1649, Dr. Recht, as the representative of the university and of its great protector, Engelbert Dubois, Archbishop of Malines, came to Madrid, where he printed and circulated a memorial against the bull of Urban VIII and the Archduke Leopold, so insulting to both that the Inquisition suppressed it by a decree of September 13, 1650. This did not cool the ardor of the Flemish followers of Jansen, and in 1656 Alexander VII felt obliged to address Don John of Austria, then governor of the Low Countries, with an urgent exhortation to suppress the propagation of the condemned errors. The struggle continued, and soon after 1690 Carlos II was induced to issue an order that all Jansenists and rigorists and other innovators should be dismissed and excluded from all offices and preferment, secular and ecclesiastical. Under this decree, some of the prominent Jansenists were deprived and exiled, among them 5 doctors of Louvain, Gumer Huygens, E. van Giet, G. Berts, R. Bax, and Willem van den Enden. The persecuted sect appealed to Rome and procured from Innocent XII a brief of February 6, 1694, addressed to the bishops, forbidding that anyone should be defamed for Jansenism on vague charges, or be excluded from any spiritual function or office unless convicted, in the regular order of justice, of having merited a punishment so severe. This trammeled episcopal action, for it was represented that the bishops could not be expected to undergo the expense and the labor of regular trials requiring absolute proof and subject to legal cavils, but it did not affect the secular arm, and the Elector of Bavaria, then governor of Flanders, reiterated in October and November 1695 to the councils of the provinces and the university the repeated royal orders to exclude from all ecclesiastical dignities and secular employment those suspected of Jansenism and rigorism. Then, on March 1, 1696, Carlos modified his decrees in a manner to embolden the schismatics, who seem to have had abundant popular and official support. We hear of a writing in defense of the Catholic party being publicly burnt by the executioner in Brussels, in front of the palace, and on January 29, 1698, the people of Brussels went tumultuously to the Archbishop of Malines, Ferdinand de Berlo de Bruce, demanding that he should withdraw his opposition to N. van Eesbeek, who had been appointed by the chapter of the Church of St. Gudule as their parish priest. This condition of affairs led the Jesuit General Gonzalez to address a memorial to Carlos, warning him that this spirit, unless suppressed, would lead to the ruin of religion and the destruction of his dominions, and supplicating, in terms much less respectful than Spanish custom required, that he should represent to the Pope the dangerous consequences of the papal brief, that he should punish those who procured it, as well as the authors of a memorial presented to Carlos in 1696, and that he should order the Flemish bishops to disregard the pretexts put forward as to vague accusations. The Jesuits overshot the mark in this insolent interference, and the memorial was suppressed by the Spanish Inquisition in a decree of September 28, 1698, as insulting to the authorities, secular and ecclesiastical, of Flanders. Spain, though with less success than France, had long been struggling to emancipate itself from papal control, and it is a curious paradox that its most resolute assertion of political Jansenism arose from an attempt to discredit doctrinal Jansenism. Jesuit influence had gradually dominated the Inquisition, and, as we have seen, Cardinal Norris was the special object of Jesuit hatred. When, in 1721, the Augustinian Manso published at Valladolid his St. Augustinus de Virtutibus Infidelium, the work was condemned and suppressed in 1723, while virulent attacks on him by Jesuits, in both Latin and the vernacular, were allowed free circulation. The culmination came when the Jesuit Padre Rabago, confessor of Fernando VI, controlled the weak and irresolute Inquisitor General Pérez de Prado y Cuesta, bringing about an anomalous condition in which the Inquisition defied the Holy See. The so-called Jansenists became the warmest defenders of papal authority, and the Jesuits asserted the supremacy of the regalias. When Prado y Cuesta assumed his office in September 1747, it was announced that the Suprema had a new Index Expurgatorius in an advanced state of preparation by the Jesuits Cassani and Carrasco. The printing was nearly finished when the 1744 edition of the Bibliotheca Janseniste of the Jesuit Dominique de Colonia reached Madrid. This was substantially a polemical work, a catalogue of writers and books opposed to Jesuitism, and the Jesuits conceived the brilliant idea of printing it as an appendix to the index and thus suppressing at one blow all antagonistic literature. Some trifling omissions were made, but when the index appeared, it contained Norris's Historia Pelagiana and Dissertatio. There were many other equally orthodox books, but these became the storm center as they had been repeatedly and formally approved by the Holy See after special examination. Appeal was made to Benedict XIV, who addressed, July 31, 1748, to Prado y Cuesta, a brief in which he recited the investigations into Norris's books, and pointed out that all questions concerning them had been finally settled by the solemn judgment of Rome, so that it was not lawful for the Spanish Inquisition to reopen the question, and much less to condemn the books. He could not patiently endure the injury thus without reason inflicted on Norris, and he admonished Prado y Cuesta to find means to avert discord between Spain and Rome. The Inquisitor General adopted the favorite inquisitorial device of evasion. He replied that he had found the index nearly printed when he assumed office. He had endeavored to have it issued without his name, but this was impossible. He had not known that Norris's name was in it until the Augustinians complained, and he dwelt on the difficulty of making a change, especially in view of the grave reasons for which the books had been included. This correspondence was strictly secret, but the brief had been shown in Rome to the Augustinian Procurador General, who sent a copy to Madrid, where it was busily transcribed and circulated throughout the land, creating a tremendous sensation. Prado y Cuesta addressed, September 16, 1748, a bitter complaint to Benedict, dwelling on the indiscretion of allowing such matters to be gossiped on the streets, and of affording such comfort to the heretics. The Jesuit party openly proclaimed the independence of the Spanish Inquisition in such matters, and asserted that its honor was at stake. Padre Rabago undertook to manage the king, and induced him to inform the Pope that he would not permit any invasion of the privileges of the Inquisition. The affair dragged on. Portocarrero, the ambassador to Rome, hurried to Spain and came to a compromise with Prado y Cuesta, but Rabago, who would agree to nothing but the submission of the Holy See, persuaded Fernando to hold firm, and the affair became a struggle between the regalias and the papal supremacy, in which Norris was merely an incident. Fernando wrote, July 1, 1749, to Benedict, stating plainly that he would not permit his rights and those of the Inquisition to be impaired. It was of no importance whether the faithful in Spain could or could not read the works of Norris, but it was of supreme importance to him to remove the discord excited among his subjects. Benedict replied moderately, and the king relented insofar as to offer a compromise, which would have closed the matter had it not become doubly embroiled by a papal decree of September 24th, condemning Colonia's Bibliothèque Janseniste, thus putting on the Roman Index a considerable section of the Spanish. In a letter to the Spanish agent in Rome, Rábago threatened, in retaliation, that the king would not only prohibit the works of Norris, but the Roman Index itself. Still more audacious were the instructions which he sent to Portocarrero. Of these, there were two sets, one long and argumentative, the other briefer, to be used only in case of necessity. It insolently asserted that the papal eagerness in defense of Norris was a new argument against infallibility, that Popes Liberius and Honorius, for suspicions no graver, had been anathematized by a synod, and it would be humiliating to His Holiness if the same should happen to him. Portocarrero was a trained diplomatist, but in an audience of November 26, 1749, he handed to Benedict a copy of this portentous document, translated into choice Italian, and the next day he wrote cheerfully to Rábago that he thought it would end the affair. The Pope was displeased, but, knowing his character, this need cause no alarm. End of section 53. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 54 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 11, Part 2, Spheres of Action, Jansenism. Benedict seems to have passed over in dignified silence this indecent threat that he might be anathematized for heresy, but the breach was wider than ever. In the spring of 1750, the affair was taken out of the hands of Portocarrero and was confided to Manuel Ventura Figueroa, an auditor of the Rota, who skillfully induced Benedict to drop the matter, while with equal skill and unlimited bribery he negotiated the Concordat of 1753, which virtually gave to the crown the patronage of the Spanish Church. Then, in 1755, came the dismissal of Rábago for his share in exciting the resistance of the Jesuits of Paraguay to the Treaty of 1750, transferring that colony to Portugal. He was succeeded as confessor by Manuel Quintano Bonifaz, who in that same year had become Inquisitor General on the death of Prado y Cuesta. Benedict had never ceased to claim the fulfillment of an offer once made by Fernando to remove Norris's name from the Index, and in 1757 he urged the king to afford him that satisfaction before his death in return for the many favors bestowed. Jesuit influence was no longer supreme, and Fernando ordered an investigation. The documents were collected and were submitted to Bonifaz, who, in December, presented a consulta dwelling upon the care habitually bestowed by the Inquisition before condemning the most insignificant book, while, in this case, Cassani and Carrasco had included in the Index the works of Norris without any preliminary examination and without the knowledge of the Inquisitor General, which was a foul abuse of the confidence reposed in them. Norris's book had been printed in Spain in 1698, dedicated to Inquisitor General Rocaberti, and had undisputed circulation until these two padres discovered in it traces of Jansenism. Bonifaz therefore concluded that the Pope had just cause of complaint, and that the royal promise should be fulfilled. Accordingly, on January 28, 1758, an edict was issued reciting the prohibition and ending with, "But, having since considered the matter with the mature and serious reflection befitting its importance, we order the removal of the said work from the index, and declare that both it and its most eminent author remain in the same repute and honor as before." For this the good old Pope expressed his gratification in warm terms to Fernando. This may be assumed as the last struggle over what were conceived to be the doctrinal errors of Jansenism, and subsequent persecution was directed against it as the opponent of Ultramontanism and Jesuitism, and as the supporter of the royal prerogative. There had been under Philip II a strong tendency in the Spanish Church to the Gallicanism which became known as Jansenism. In 1598, Agostino Zani, the Venetian envoy, says that the Spanish clergy depend on the king first and then on the Pope. There was talk of separation from the Holy See and forming under Toledo a national church in imitation of the Gallican. The Concordat of 1753, which concentrated patronage in the crown, could only strengthen this dependence of the clergy, while the second half of the 18th century witnessed an ominous tendency throughout Europe to throw off subjection to Rome. The celebrated work of Febronius in 1763 boldly attacked the papal autocracy and encouraged the assertion of the regalias. The claims of the Holy See in both spiritual and temporal matters were called in question with a freedom unknown since the great councils of the 15th century, while the reforms of Joseph II and of his brother Leopold of Tuscany and the punctation of the Congress of Ems were disquieting manifestations of the spirit of revolt. It was convenient to stigmatize this spirit as heresy under the name of Jansenism, which thenceforth became the object of the bitterest papal animadversion. Fray Migueles informs us that Boniface, for his share in the vindication of Norris, was reproached with Jansenism, and that thenceforth the Inquisition became a mere instrument in the hands of a court bitterly hostile to Rome; that instead of being a terrible repressor of heresy, it was the defender of the regalias and persecutor of Ultramontanism; in other words, that it was Jansenist, and that it was used in an attempt to lay the foundations in Spain of a schismatic church like that of Utrecht. This was not the case, but as Jansenism was now merely a doctrinal misnomer for a principle, partly political and partly disciplinary, the Inquisition had a narrow and difficult path to tread. Carlos III was fully convinced of the extent of the regalias. He was involved in constant struggles with the Roman court, and had little hesitation in dictating to the Inquisition. It did not dare to interfere with the royal prerogatives, but, insofar as it could, it favored Ultramontanism by persecuting those against whom it could formulate charges under the guise of Jansenism. The ministers of Carlos III, who survived into the earlier years of Carlos IV, were animated with this spirit of revolt, and there was an active propaganda. The book of Febronius was secretly printed in Madrid, and was largely circulated, for, although condemned, the Inquisition was compelled prudently to close its eyes. The acts of the Synod of Pistoja were translated into Spanish, and persistent efforts were made to obtain license for their publication, until Pius VI intervened with a letter to the king and frustrated the attempt. When the bull Auctorum Fidei, condemning in 1794 the errors of the Synod, reached Spain, the Council of Castile reported against its admission. The University of Salamanca was regarded as a Jansenist hotbed. Jovellanos tells us that all who were trained there were Port Royalists of the Pistoja sect. The works of Obstrate, Zuola, and Tamburini were in everybody's hands. More than 3,000 copies were in circulation before the Edict of Prohibition appeared, and then only a single volume was surrendered. We hear of the Marquis of Roda, one of the most influential ministers of Carlos III, uttering warm praises of Port Royal and of the great men connected with it. Naturally, episcopal vacancies were filled with bishops of the same persuasion, and one of them, Joseph Clement of Barcelona, had trouble with the Inquisition for lauding the schismatic Church of Utrecht. In 1792, Agustin Abad y la Sierra, Bishop of Barbastro, was denounced to the Saragossa tribunal as a Jansenist who favored the French Revolution, but soon afterwards his brother Manuel was appointed Inquisitor General, and the prosecution was suspended, but when the latter in 1794 was ordered by Carlos IV to resign, he was immediately denounced in his turn. The Inquisition, in fact, could not but be opposed to Jansenism, for one of the objects of the Jansenistic movement was the restoration of episcopal rights and privileges so seriously curtailed by the Holy Office, and the remodeling of its organization was regarded as essential to the overthrow of Ultramontanism. The Jesuits were, therefore, inevitably the allies of the Inquisition. They had conceived a strong hostility to Carlos III, who, since his accession in 1759, had diminished their influence by dismissing from office those who were devoted to them. Their disaffection culminated in the tumults and disturbances of April 1766, which spread through the kingdom from Guipúzcoa to Andalusia, and humiliated Carlos to the last degree. These were evidently the result of concerted action, intelligently directed and supported by ample funds, working on popular discontent caused by scarcity and high prices. Prolonged investigation convinced the king that the Company of Jesus was responsible for the troubles, thus explaining the rigor with which the expulsion was executed in 1767, and the implacable determination of Carlos in demanding of Clement XIII and Clement XIV the suppression of the order. The elimination of the Jesuits was a triumph for so-called Jansenism. It left the educational system of Spain in confusion, and advantage was taken of this to reconstruct it on lines which should train the rising generation in Gallican ideas as to the relations of church and state, and should replace medievalism by modern science. Yet the Inquisition continued the struggle, and its jealous watchfulness is indicated when, in 1773, some chance expressions of a student led to the denunciation to the Barcelona tribunal of the teaching of the great Catalan University of Cervera as infected with Bionism and Jansenism, in conformity to the Théologie de Lyon, a book condemned in Rome for its Gallican principles, a denunciation which was duly followed by the prosecution of one of the professors, a Dominican named Pierre. A reaction in the policy of the court came with the rise to power of the infamous royal favorite Godoy. By a decree of October 19, 1797, Carlos IV permitted the repatriation of the survivors among the Jesuits expelled in 1767. The occupation of the Papal States by Napoleon had deprived them of their Bolognese refuge, and they found themselves ill at ease in the Ligurian Republic to which they had gone. They were therefore compassionately allowed to return, under precautions that should scatter them where they should not trouble the public peace, but they speedily made their influence felt, and were busy in denouncing to the Inquisition as Jansenists all who did not share their blind devotion to the Holy See. Still more threatening was the reception in 1800 of the bull Auctorum Fidei brought about by the influence of Godoy, and enforced by a royal decree of December 10th, charging the bishops to punish all opinions contrary to the definitions of the bull, while the Inquisition was ordered to suppress all writings in support of the condemned propositions, and the king promised to employ all the power given to him by God to enforce these commands. The triumph of Ultramontanism was complete, and Godoy richly earned the grotesquely incongruous title bestowed on him by Pius VI of Pillar of the Faith. The charge was one easy to bring, and the intelligent classes in Spain were kept in a state of unrest and apprehension. An illustrative case was that of two brothers, Geronimo and Antonio de la Cuesta, one penitentiary and the other archdeacon in the church of Avila. They incurred the enmity of their bishop Rafael de Muzquiz, confessor of Queen Maria Luisa de Parma. He organized a formidable conspiracy against them, and they were denounced as Jansenists in 1801 to the tribunal of Valladolid. Muzquiz was promoted to the archiepiscopal see of Compostela, but there was no slackening in the energy of the prosecution. Antonio escaped to Paris, but Geronimo was thrown into the secret prison, where he lay for 5 years. In spite of the mass of testimony accumulated against him, he was acquitted by the tribunal, but the Suprema refused to accept the decision and removed the inquisitors. The brothers had powerful friends at court, who prevailed on Carlos to intervene. When he had all the papers submitted to him and decided the case himself, an assumption of royal jurisdiction for which it would be difficult to find a precedent. By royal decrees of May 7, 1806, he ordered that the Valladolid inquisitors should be in no way prejudiced by their removal, but should be capable of promotion. Geronimo was restored to his dignity in the church of Avila, with ceremonies galling to his adversaries. He was to receive all the arrears of his prebend. His trial and imprisonment were not to inflict any disability on him or his kindred, and his name was to be erased from the record, so that no trace of it should remain. The papers in the case against the fugitive brother Antonio were to be sealed up and delivered to the Secretaria de Gracia y Justicia. Heavy fines, moreover, were levied on all concerned in the prosecution, to defray the expenses of the trial, and any excess was to be paid to Geronimo. They amounted in all to 11,455 ducats, assessed upon 21 persons, all clerics except 1 or 2 officials, and in addition to these there were 9 regulars, Carmelites, Benedictines, Franciscans, and Dominicans, who were banished for 30 leagues around Madrid and royal residences. 2 of them were calificadores, and 1 a notary of a commissioner, who were incapacitated for their functions. Archbishop Muzquiz did not wholly escape. Geronimo's defense placed him in the position of a calumniator, and in his efforts at extrication he accused the inquisitors of Valladolid and the Inquisitor General Arce y Reynoso of partiality. This exposed him to prosecution under the bull Si de Protegendis. His episcopal dignity protected him from arrest, but he was fined in 8,000 ducats, and the Bishop of Valladolid, who, when Canon of Avila, had joined in the conspiracy, was fined in 4,000. They would not have escaped so easily but for the influence with Godoy of a lady, who was popularly reputed to have received 1,000,000 of reals for her services. As we have seen, in Jansenism the doctrinal points involved were of interest only to the sublimated theologian, and they were virtually lost to view at an early period. Being thus incapable of precise theological definition, it was a favorite weapon for the gratification of enmity, as it could be charged against all opponents of whatever character. Even as the French Jacobins were stigmatized as Jansenists, so those Spaniards who submitted to the intrusive government of Joseph Bonaparte were classed as Jansenists, and so were their most active antagonists, the liberal members of the Cortes of Cadiz. The fact is that the French Revolution, which orthodox writers represent as the triumph of Jansenism, was in reality its death blow, for in that cataclysm disappeared the powerful and well-organized hierarchy, which alone could struggle within the Church against the advance of Ultramontanism and its attendant probabilism. We hear little of Jansenism under the Restoration, though it is sometimes included subordinately in the charges of anti-political opinions. The bitterness still felt towards it, however, is well expressed by Velez, Archbishop of Santiago, as late as 1825, when he ignorantly declares that Jansen caused the rebellion of the Low Countries against Spain in the Assembly of 1633, while his disciples, uniting in Bourg-Fontaine and Portugal, conspired against the lives of all princes. Jansen supported the doctrines of the Calvinists and Lutherans against the faith, and his followers promulgated the greatest errors against the Church and its discipline. End of section 54. Recording by Lynda Johnson.
Section 55 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.K. Andersen. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Chapter 12, Part 1, Spheres of Action, Free-Masonry. Few subjects have been so fertile as Freemasonry in the growth of legend and myth. If we may believe some of its over-enthusiastic members, the Archangel Michael was the Grand Master of the earliest Masonic lodge. The builders of the Tower of Babel were wicked Masons, and those who held aloof from the impious work were Freemasons. Others trace its origin to Lamech, and others again tell us that the first Grand Lodge in England was founded by St. Alban in 287. Its adversaries are equally extravagant. If we may trust them, it is the precursor of Antichrist and a survival of Manichaeism. It is supreme in European cabinets and directs the policy of the civilized world in opposition to the Church. Every pope in the 19th century fulminated his anathema against it. The Abbé Darwin assures us that Jansenism is the masterpiece of the powers of evil, and that it has become, in the form of Masonry, the most formidable of secret societies, organized for the destruction of the Christian monarchy. There are zealous Spanish Masons who assure us that the Comunidades of Castile and the Germania of Valencia were the work of Masons, that Augustine and Pedro Cazalla and the other victims of the auto of May 21, 1559, were Masons, and that the unfortunate Don Carlos was a victim to Masonry. Descending to the sobriety of fact, Masonry emerges into the light of history in 1717, when Dr. de Segulier, Anthony Sayer, George Payne, and a few others formed, in London, an organization based on toleration, benevolence, and good fellowship. Its growth was slow, and its first appearance in Spain was in 1726, when the London Lodge granted a charter for one in Gibraltar. Lord Wharton is said to have founded one in Madrid in 1727, and soon afterwards another was organized in Cadiz. These were primarily for the benefit of English residents, although doubtless natives were eligible to membership. As yet it was not under the ban of the Church, but its introduction in Tuscany led the Grand Duke Gian Gaston to prohibit it. His speedy death, July 9, 1737, caused his edict to be neglected. The clergy represented the matter to Clement XII, who sent to Florence an inquisitor. He made a number of arrests, but the parties were set at liberty by the new Grand Duke, Francis of Lorraine, who declared himself the patron of the order and participated in the organization of several lodges. Clement sustained his inquisitor and issued, April 28, 1738, his bull In Eminenti, calling attention to the oath-bound secrecy of the lodges, which was just cause for suspicion, as their object would not be concealed if it were not evil, leading to their prohibition in many states. Wherefore, in view of the grave consequences threatened to public tranquillity and the salvation of souls, he forbade the faithful to favour them or to join them under pain of ipso facto excommunication, removable only by the Holy See. Prelates, superiors, ordinaries, and inquisitors were ordered to inquire against and prosecute all transgressors and to punish them condignly as vehemently suspect of heresy, for all of which he granted full powers. Thus, the only accusation brought against Masonry was its secrecy, but this sufficed for the creation of a new heresy, furnishing to the Inquisition a fresh subject for its activity. The nature of the condign punishment thus threatened was left to the discretion of the local tribunals, but a standard was furnished by an edict of the Cardinal Secretary of State, January 14, 1739, pronouncing irremissible pain of death, not only on all members, but on all who should tempt others to join the order, or should render house to it, or favour it in any other way. The only victim of this savage decree is said to have been a Frenchman who wrote a book on Masonry. It is true that in this same year, 1739, the Inquisition in Florence tortured a Mason named Crudelie and kept him in prison for a considerable time. But the death penalty was a matter for the secular authorities, and in Florence those were not under control. Indeed, when the Inquisition offered pardon for self-denunciation and 100 crowns for information and made several arrests, the Grand Duke interposed and liberated the prisoners. Even when the Archimpostor Cagliostro, in 1789, ventured to found a lodge in Rome and was tried by the Inquisition, the sentence, rendered April 7, 1791, recited that, although he had incurred the death penalty, it was mercifully commuted to imprisonment for life. He was accordingly imprisoned in the castle of Saint Leon, where he is supposed to have died in 1795. The Parlement of Paris refused to register the bull of 1738, and when, in 1750, the Jubilee attracted crowds of pilgrims to Rome, so many had to seek relief from the excommunication incurred under it that Benedict XIV was led to revive it, May 18, 1751, in his Constitution Providas, pointing out moreover the injury to the purity of faith arising from the association of men of different beliefs, and invoking the aid of all Catholic princes to enforce the decrees of the Holy See. When thus, without provocation, Rome declared war to the knife against the new organization, it naturally became hostile to Rome, and when its membership was forbidden to the faithful, it was necessarily confined to those who were either indifferent or antagonistic to the Roman faith. While the papal commands were ignored in France, they had been eagerly welcomed in Spain. The bull in eminenti received the royal exequatur, and the Inquisitor General, Orbe Ilariategui, published it in an edict, October 11, 1738, pointing out that the Inquisition had exclusive jurisdiction in the matter. He promised to prosecute with the utmost severity all disobedience to the bull, and called for denunciations within 6 days of all infractions, under pain of excommunication and of 200 ducats. The edict was to be read in the churches, and to be affixed to their portals, thus giving an effective advertisement to the new institution by conveying a knowledge of its existence to a population thus far happily ignorant. The Inquisition, however, was not allowed long to enjoy the exclusive jurisdiction claimed, for Philip V, in 1740, issued an edict under which, we are told, a number of Masons were sent to the galleys, while the Inquisition vindicated its rights by breaking up a lodge in Madrid and punishing its members. There was thus established a cumulative jurisdiction which continued, for state autocracy and church autocracy were alike jealous of a secret organization of unknown strength, which, in troublous times, might become dangerous. Fernando VI manifested this by a pragmatica of July 2, 1751, in which he forbade the formation of lodges under pain of the royal indignation and punishment at the royal discretion. All judges were required to report delinquents, and all commanders of armies and fleets to dismiss with dishonor any culprits discovered in the service. That, in spite of these repressive measures, Freemasonry was spreading may be assumed from the publication, about this time, of 2 editions of a little book against it, in which this decree is embodied. Padre Fejo assisted in advertising the order by devoting to it a letter in which, with gentle satire, he treated it as a hobgoblin, imposing on public credulity with false pretenses, although there might be evil spirits among the harmless ones. The Inquisition, meanwhile, was not idle, though it did not imitate the severity of the papal government or of the royal edicts. In 1744, the Madrid tribunal sentenced to abjuration de levi and banishment from Spain Don Francisco Orion de Roscobel, Canon of Quintanar, for Freemasonry. In 1756, the same tribunal prescribed reconciliation for Domingo de Otas, and in 1757, a Frenchman named Tournon escaped with a year's detention and banishment from Spain, although, by endeavoring to induce his employees to join the order, he was reckoned as a dogmatizer. Another case about the same time reveals a strange indifference, possibly attributable to hesitation in attacking a dependent of a powerful minister. A priest named Joaquin Pareja presented himself, April 19, 1746, to the Toledo tribunal and related that when, in 1742, he accompanied the Infant Philippe to Italy, he lay for some months in Antibes, where he made the acquaintance of Antonio de Rosellon, gentleman of the chamber to the Marquis of La Ensenada, who talked freely to him about Freemasonry, of which he was a member. He had but recently learned that Freemasons were an infernal sect, condemned by a papal bull, and he had made haste to denounce Rosellon. No action was taken for 18 months, when, on October 13, 1747, the tribunal asked the Madrid inquisitors to examine Rosellon after consulting the Suprema. The Suprema promptly scolded it for its remissness and ordered it to make inquiry of other tribunals. The customary interrogations were sent around with negative results, and, on January 8, 1748, the fiscal reported accordingly. There was but one witness, and therefore he recommended suspension, which was duly voted. Some 20 months passed away when suddenly, September 7, 1751, the Suprema recurred to the matter and wrote to Toledo demanding a report. Toledo waited for more than a month and then, on October 16th, replied that it referred the whole affair to the Madrid tribunal as Pareja and Rosellon were both in that city. This probably ended the case. End of section 55.
Section number 56 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 12, Part 2, Spheres of Action, Freemasonry. Freemasonry was growing and extending itself throughout influential circles. In 1760, Gran Logia Spagnola was organized and independence of London was established. In 1780, this was changed to a Grand Orient, symbolical Masonry being subordinated to the Scottish Rite. In this we are told that such men as Aranda, Campananz, Rodriguez, Nava del Rio, Salazar de Valle, Jovellanos, the Duke of Alva, the Marquis de Valladarias, the Count of Monjito, and others were active, that the ministers of Carlos III were mostly Masons, and that to them was attributable the energetic action against Jesuitism and Ultramontanism. To what extent this is true, it would be impossible to speak positively, but unquestionably Masonry afforded a refuge for the modern spirit in which to develop itself against the oppressive obscurantism of the Inquisition. A disturbing element was furnished by Cagliostro, who, when his 2 visits to Spain, founded the Lodge Hispana in competition with the Grand Orient. This attracted more adventurous spirits and grew to be revolutionary in character. It was the center of the foolish Republican conspiracy of 1796, known as the Conspiracy of San Blas, from the day selected for the outbreak. Arms were collected in the lodge, but the plot was betrayed to the police. 3 of the leaders were condemned to death, but, at the intercession of the French ambassador, the sentence was commuted to imprisonment for life. The chiefs were deported to Langueira, where they captured the sympathies of the guards and were enabled to escape. In 1797 they organized a fresh conspiracy in Caracas, but it was discovered and 6 of those implicated were executed. In the troubled times that followed, the revolutionary section of Masonry naturally developed at the expense of the conservative. There is probably truth in the assertion that the French occupation was assisted by the organization of the independent lodges under Miguel de Azana, one of the ministers of Carlos IV, who was the Grand Master. The ensuing war was favorable to the growth of the order. The French army sought to establish lodges in order to popularize the intrusive government, while the English forces on their side did the same, and the Spanish troops were honeycombed with the trincheras, or entrenchments, as these military lodges were called. With the downfall of Napoleon and liberation of the papacy, Pius VII made haste to repeat the denunciation of Masonry. He issued August 5, 1814, a decree against the infernal conventicles subversive of thrones and religion. He lamented that, in the disturbances of recent years, the salutary edicts of his predecessors had been forgotten and that Masonry had spread everywhere. To their spiritual penalties he added temporal punishments, sharp corporal affliction, with heavy fines and confiscation, and he offered rewards for informers. This decree was approved by Fernando VII and was embodied in an edict of the Inquisition, January 2, 1815, offering a term of grace of 15 days, during which penitence would be received, and after which the full rigor of the laws, secular and canonical, would be enforced. Apparently the result was inconsiderable, for on February 10th the term was extended until Pentecost, May the 14th, and inviolable secrecy was promised. Fernando had not waited for this, but had already prohibited Masonry under the penalties attaching to crimes of the first order against the state, and in pursuance of this, on September 14, 1814, 25 arrests had been made for the suspicion of membership. Thus, as before, there were cumulative jurisdiction over Masonry. The time had passed for competencies between the Inquisition and the royal courts. It was too closely identified with the state to indulge in quarrels, but still there was jealous susceptibility and self-assertion. As early as 1815 this showed itself in the prosecution of Diego Delgado, parish priest of St. George of Corunna, because he had reported the existence there of a lodge to the public authorities and not to the Inquisition. Several cases in 1817 show that when a culprit was tried and sentenced by the royal courts, the Inquisition insisted on superadding a prosecution and punishment of their own. Thus, when Jean Rost, a Frenchman, was sent to the Presidio of Ceuta by the Chancellery of Granada, the Seville tribunal also tried him and ordered his confinement in the prison of the Presidio, at the same time demanding from the Chancery the Masonic title and the insignia of the prisoner and whatever else appertained to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. The Madrid tribunal, May 8, 1817, sentenced Albert Leclerc, a Frenchman, for Free-Masonry. He had already been tried and convicted by the royal court, and a courteous note was addressed, as in other similar cases, to the Adelaide de Casa de Corte, to have him brought to the secret prison for the performance of spiritual exercises under a confessor commissioned to instruct him in the errors of Masonry, and to absolve him from the censures incurred, after which he would be returned to the Alcalde for the execution of his sentence of banishment. So, in July 1817, the Santiago tribunal collected evidence against Manuel Llorente, sergeant of the Grenadiers, and the Suprema directed that, as soon as the secular trial was finished, he was to be imprisoned again and tried by the tribunal. For this punctiliousness there was the excuse that the papal decrees rendered Masonry an ecclesiastical crime involving excommunication, of which the temporal courts could not take no consciousness. This duplication of punishment may possibly explain the extreme variation in the severity of the penalties inflicted. In 1818, the Madrid tribunal sentenced Antonio Catala, captain of the volunteer regiment of Barbastro, to a very moderate punishment, alleging as a reason his prolonged imprisonment and ill health. The Suprema sent back the sentence for revision when the abjuration was changed from levi to vehementni. Then the Suprema took the matter into its own hands and condemned him to be reduced to the ranks for 4 years' service in the regiment of Setua, which was nearly equivalent to 4 years of presidio. On the other hand, in 1819 the sentence was confirmed of Martin de Bernardo, which was merely to abjuration de levi, absolution ad cautelum, a month's reclusion and spiritual penances. Greater severity might surely have been shown in the ease of the priest. Vincent Perdiguera, commissioner of the Toledo tribunal, when, in 1817, Madrid tribunal suggested that, in view of his notorious Freemasonry and irregular conduct, he should be deprived of his office and insignia and of the fuero of the Inquisition. To this the Suprema assented, and with this he escaped. It casts doubt upon the reported extent of Freemasonry that, in spite of the vigilance of the Inquisition, the number of cases was so small. From 1780 to 1815 they amount in all only to 19. Then in 1816 there is a sudden increase to 25. In 1817 there were 14. In 1818, 9, and in 1819, 7. Possibly there may have been others tried by civil or military courts, which escaped inquisitional action, but in view of its jealous care of its jurisdiction, these cannot have been numerous. Yet all authorities of the period agree that under the Restoration Masonry flourished and spread, especially in the army, that it was the efficient source of the many plots which disturbed Fernando's equanimity, and that the Revolution of 1820 was its work, backed by the widespread popular discontent aroused by the oppression and inefficiency of his rule. When in January 1820 the movement was started by the troops destined for America in their cantonments near Cedaz, there was a lodge in every regiment. Riggio, who led the revolt, was a Mason, and so was the Count of Bilbao, who ensured its success when, at Ocana, whither he had been sent to command the troops gathered for its suppression, he caused them to proclaim the Constitution. At Santiago, the first act of the revolutionaries was to sack the Inquisition and to liberate the Count of Montijo, Grand Master of the Masonic organizations, who lay in the secret prison. We shall have occasion hereafter to see the ruinous part played by the Freemasonry and its offshoot the Comuneros during the brief constitutional epoch from 1820 to 1823. With the restoration of absolutionism, the Comuneros disappeared and the Masons became the object of persecution far severer than that of the Inquisition. They were subjected to the military commissions set up everywhere throughout Spain, and those who would not come forward and denounce themselves were declared, by an order of October 9, 1824, to be punishable with death and confiscation. End of section 56. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 57 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 13, Spheres of Action, Philosophism. In the earlier period, Spanish orthodoxy seems to have been little troubled with free thinking, nor, when this was encountered, does it seem to have been visited with the same vindictiveness as Protestantism. From a temporal point of view, it was less dangerous, and the denial of God was an offense less than the denial of papal supremacy. In an auto at Toledo, November 8, 1654, there appeared Don Francisco de Vega Vinero, characterized as Herege Apostata Atesia, who escaped with reconciliation, confiscation, 10 years of prison, and 3 years of exile from Toledo, Madrid, and Granada. The intellectual movement of the 18th century in France, however, could not but awake an echo in Spain, despite the severity of censorship and the quarantine at the ports. There was a steady infiltration of liberalism, political and spiritual. Spaniards of culture who travelled, or were sent abroad on missions, returned with enlarged horizons of thought, and could not but compare the backwardness of their native land with the activity, for good or for evil, of the other European nations. The more the writings of the fashionable philosophers of France were denounced, the greater became the curiosity to examine them. A reactionary writer tells us the words of Filignereri, Rousseau, Mably, Condillac, Piera, Fibronis, Hontheim, and Scipione de Ricci had full circulation in the universities and colleges. Some professors taught many of their principles. The students were infected, and this moral pestilence extended rapidly without attracting due attention. The Abbé Clement found in 1768 that one of the obstacles to success of his Jansenizing mission was the secret tolerance and indifferentism. It was difficult to believe how great was the evidence of incredulity united with the externals of devotion, even under the oppression of habitual dread of the severity of the Inquisition. Thus, in the later half of the 18th century, the decadent activity of the Holy Office found a new heresy to combat, which it styled Philosophism, or Naturalism. The leading ministers of Carlos III, such as Aranda, Campomanes, Roda, and Floridablanca, were shrewdly suspected of sympathy with these dangerous speculations. But the time had passed when the Marquis de Villanova could be arrested and prosecuted without the assent of the king. It was safer to make examples of men not thus protected, but yet sufficiently conspicuous to serve as warnings. Such a case was that of Dr. Louis Castellanos, health officer of the port of Cadiz, a freethinker calling himself a philosopher, an agnostic who professed to know nothing of God, and who probably was indiscreet in airing his opinions. On his trial by the Seville tribunal he at first denied, but subsequently he confessed and begged for mercy. On June 30, 1776, an auto with open doors was held in the chapel of the castle of Triana, at which were present, doubtless by invitation that could not be declined, the Duke of Medina Celi, the Count of Torrejon, and innumerable other distinguished personages, at which Castellanos was sentenced to abjuration and confiscation, to wear a San Benito de dos Aspas, and to serve for 10 years in the hospital of the Presidio of Oran, a severity which emphasizes the dread inspired by this negation of opinion. Contemporary with this was a case of more far-reaching influence. Pablo Olivadi, a young lawyer of Lima and judge in the Audiencia, distinguished himself in the terrible earthquake of 1746, and was made custodian of the treasures dug from the ruins. After satisfying those who could prove their claims, he employed the remainder in building a church and a theatre. There were disappointed claimants who carried their complaints to Madrid. Olivide was summoned thither, disbarred, condemned to pay various sums, and imprisoned. His health failing, he was allowed to go to Leganés, where he contracted marriage with Isabel de los Rios, whose 2 successive husbands had left her large fortunes. He was remarkably intelligent, brilliant in society, and with the aid of his wife's money he speedily acquired prominent social position. He travelled, and in France he formed relations with Voltaire and Rousseau, with whom he maintained correspondence. Arnanda, who secretly sympathized with him in this, was then at the height of his power and became his warm friend, seeking to use his abilities in the projects on foot to elevate Spain from its condition of poverty and misery. Practical statesmen had long recognized as a serious evil the baldíos, or extensive and numerous tracts of uncultivated land, useless for all purposes except as pasturage for the migratory flocks of the Mesta, that powerful combination of sheep owners who had secured legislation restricting all cultivation that interfered with their privileges. As early as 1749 the Marquis of La Ensenada had entertained projects of introducing colonies of foreigners to occupy these idle lands. In 1766 the idea was revived, and nouvelles poblaciones, as they were called, were established in various places. A contract was made to bring 6,000 German and Swiss Catholics and establish them on the southern slope of the Sierra Morena, along the main road from Madrid to Cadiz, a wild and rugged country, the haunt of highway robbers. Campones drew up the plan, under which establishments of the religious orders were absolutely prohibited. The settlers were to have pastors of their own race. All spiritual affairs were to be in the hands of the parish priests, subject to episcopal jurisdiction, and the dreaded Mesta was not allowed to intrude. Olivide was appointed superintendent of the colony, and was also made assistente, or governor of Seville. He threw himself into the project with enthusiasm, labored with intelligent activity, overcame the initial difficulties, and for some years success seemed assured. Gradually, however, trouble arose with the Capuchin friars, who had accompanied the colonists as their priests. Friar Romand of Freiburg, the prefect of the group, was a disturbing element, involved in quarrels with the episcopal officials. Friction sprang up between him and Olavide, which developed into hatred, and the Inquisition furnished ready means for gratifying malevolence. In September 1775, Romuald presented a formal denunciation of the superintendent as an atheist and materialist, who was in correspondence with Voltaire and Rousseau, who read prohibited books, denied the miracles, and held that non-Catholics could be saved. Ample details were furnished of his irreligious walk and conversation, some of which indicate the points on which quarrels had arisen: not resorting to prayer and good works to avert calamities, forbidding the ringing of bells in tempests, wanting corpses buried in cemeteries rather than in churches, and defending the Copernican system condemned by the Church. Olavide's protector, Aranda, had fallen from power in 1773, and the opportunity was not to be lost by the Inquisition of striking at a man conspicuous enough to serve as a terrifying example, and yet who, as a kinless loon, had no influential family behind him. Besides, the whole scheme of the Poblaciones had aroused the hostility of two influential classes, the friars, whose establishments were excluded, and the mesta, whose flocks were not allowed to ravage the fields. It showed the decadence of the Inquisition that the royal permission to prosecute was sought and obtained. Olavide was summoned to court towards the end of 1775 on a pretext. After some delay he realized the situation and sought the protection of Manuel de Roda, then Minister of Gracia y Justicia, who was too vulnerable himself to compromise his own safety, and who merely wrote to Inquisitor General Beltran a note speaking favorably of Olavide. The Madrid tribunal moved with deliberation, for it was not until November 14, 1766, that Olavide was arrested. For 2 years he disappeared from human sight. 72 witnesses were examined, and the fiscal accumulated a formidable array of 106 heretical propositions. He emitted imprudent talk while denying all lapse from the faith, but he confessed enough for the inquisitors to assume that he secretly cherished the opinions of the fashionable philosophy, and his condemnation was inevitable. We are told that a public auto was desired in order to emphasize the warning, but it was felt that the occasion scarce justified such a solemnity, and the Roman Inquisition was consulted, which suggested that the purpose would be answered by a private auto with a large number of spectators. It was held November 24, 1778, in the audience chamber, after inviting invitations equivalent to commands, campanans and numerous prominent nobles, statesmen, and others who had been connected with Olavide or were suspected of philosophism, so that when he was brought in he found himself surrounded by his friends assembled to witness his humiliation. For 3 hours he listened to the long-drawn recital of all the heretical propositions proved against him by the witnesses, to which he responded by ejaculating, "I never have lost the faith, although the fiscal says so." Then followed the sentence pronouncing him a convicted heretic, a rotten member of the Church, and condemning him to reconciliation, confiscation, and banishment for ever for 40 leagues from Madrid and all royal residences, the kingdoms of Lima, Andalusia, and the colonies of the Sierra Morena, to reclusion for 8 years in a convent, and to the customary disabilities for himself and his descendants to the 5th generation. This tremendous severity so overcame him that he fell senseless to the floor. A distant convent at Gerona was selected for his confinement in 1780. On the plea of ill health, he was allowed to visit a watering place, from which he escaped to France, not without, it is said, the secret connivance of the court, although when his extradition was demanded he sought safety in Geneva. With the outbreak of the Revolution he returned to France, where he narrowly escaped the guillotine. Adversity brought a change of heart, and in 1798 he published anonymously at Valencia his El Evangelo en Trifino, o Historia de un Filósofo desengañado, which had an enormous circulation, and so impressed Inquisitor General Lorenza that he was allowed to return to Spain. He was offered restoration to his positions, but he was disillusioned with the world. He retired to Baeza, devoting himself to good works and dying in 1804. The Inquisition had not miscalculated the salutary influence of the example. Don Felipe Samitiego, Archdeacon of Pamplona, Knight of Santiago, and member of the Royal Council, was one of those constrained to be present, and was so frightened that the next day he denounced himself to the tribunal as a reader of prohibited books, of which he presented a long list. This, he said, had led him to religious doubt, but on a serious reflection he had resolved to adhere firmly to the Catholic faith, and he asked to be absolved ad cautelam. He was turned to account by being required to submit a sworn statement as to where and how he had procured the books, how long he had held these views, who had taught him, with whom he had discussed these matters, and who had refuted or accepted his opinions. This brought out a detailed confession compromising almost all the learned and enlightened men of the court, Aranda, Floridablanca, Campomanes, O'Reilly, Lacy, the Duke of Almodovar, and many others of high position. Prosecutions were instituted against them all, but the testimony of a single witness was insufficient, and the power of those implicated was so great that the tribunal was content to let the cases remain in suspense. Offenders less conspicuous were less fortunate, and numerous cases attested the resolve of the Inquisition to crush out the new ideas. It was merciful to Benito Bales, a professor of mathematics and author of a series of textbooks long in use, for a niece was allowed to enter with him the secret prison and take care of him as he was aged and crippled in all his limbs. Before the publication of evidence he confessed to having entertained doubts as to the existence of God and to immortality, but that solitude and reflection had removed them, and that he was ready to abjure and accept penance. As reclusion in a convent would have deprived him of the care of his niece, his house was charitably assigned to him as a prison, with various spiritual penances. A more suggestive case was that of Dr. Girargo de Vicente, professor of philosophy in the University of Valladolid, for certain these in which were discovered 20 propositions savoring of naturalism, and for a sermon in which he argued that true religion consisted in the practice of virtue and not in external observance. For 8 years he lay in the secret prison, but it chanced that he had an uncle who was an inquisitor of Santiago, whose influence induced Valladolid tribunal at length, in 1801, to pronounce him insane while condemning his propositions. On his release, however, he gave such evidence of sanity that the tribunal felt obliged to arrest him again and repeat his trial. This time a year of incarceration sufficed. He abjured his errors publicly and accepted certain penances. A case which excited much attention was that of D. Ramon de Salas, a prominent man of letters and professor in Salamanca, imprisoned in 1796 on the charge of entertaining the errors of Voltaire, Rousseau, and other exponents of the new philosophy. He admitted that he had read their works, but only for the purpose of confuting them, which he had done publicly and in writing. The accounts which have reached us of his trial differ irreconcilably, but it appears that the prosecution was the result of private enmity on the part of men high in office, and that Salas had powerful protectors who induced Carlos IV to invoke the case after he had been condemned. This invasion of inquisitorial jurisdiction led to resistance on the part of Inquisitor General Lorenzana, which caused Queen Maria Luisa to exclaim to him, "It is you, hypocrite, and the like of you who caused the revolutions of Europe." Not only was the sentence annulled and Salas was liberated, but a royal order was obtained that in future no arrest should be made without previously consulting the king. This was duly drawn up, but Vallejo, Archbishop of Santiago and President of the Council of Castile, one of the enemies of Salas, had sufficient influence with Godoy to procure its withdrawal. This case illustrates the struggle on foot between the forces of conservatism and progress, in which the Inquisition, as the protagonist of the former, was not always successful. The propagators of the new ideas were difficult to silence. Even under Carlos III, we are told that in 1785 to 1786 there appeared in Saragossa essays scandalizing to the faithful, for they sought to establish that celibacy is prejudicial to the state, that vows of religion should be postponed to the age of 24, that the Church has customs detrimental to the state, and that its abuses and superstitions should be suppressed. Apparently the Inquisition took no steps to vindicate the faith, and when Fray Diego de Cadiz, at the request of many ecclesiastics, preached against these subversive propositions, he was obliged to fly, and even then he was pursued by the wrath of the innovators. Under the anomalous government of Carlos IV, constant changes in the ministry and the fluctuating whims of his favorite Godoy, who liked to pose as the patron of letters and enlightenment, in turns repressed the Inquisition and gave it free rein. A prominent personage of the time was the Count Francisco Cabarrus, a French adventurer who founded the Bank of San Carlos and alternated, like other statesmen of the period, between guiding the destinies of the nation and a dungeon. After his imprisonment in the castle of Batries, he relieved his mind in 1792 and 1793 of the thoughts which had accumulated there in 3 letters to Jovellanos, developing in verbose rhetoric the ideas of Rousseau and the contract social. Education, he argued, should be universal, but it should be purely secular, and the clergy should not be allowed to meddle with it, religious training being left to parents and parish priests. In colleges, the studies should be directed to fitting youth for actual life. The existing universities were sewers of humanity, whose scholastic theology and teaching of jurisprudence were equally destructive to the human race. The numbers of the clergy were enormously excessive, constituting a running sore and a body subversive of all the principles of morals and statesmanship. There should be stimulated a holy and virtuous indignation against all the absurd and hypocritical devotions which pervert reason. destroy virtue, and cause heathendom to ridicule Christianity. For much less than this many a man like Olavide had suffered bitterly, but in 1795 Calaberas prefaced these letters with one addressed to Godoy himself as mi amigo, and, secure in the protection of the all-powerful favourite, he was beyond the reach of the Inquisition, showing how uncertain was its functions during the disastrous period when absolutism was in the hands of a frivolous courtier. The feelings of the orthodox towards these innovators are comprehensively expressed by Fray Francisco Alvarado, the leading champion of conservatism against the Cortes of 1810. These philosophers, he says, have come to disrupt our union, to disturb our peace, to embarrass our defense, to distract our attention, to corrupt our fidelity, to overturn our state, to seize our fortunes, to degrade our reason, to abolish our religion, to, what shall I say, to make our free cities a hell where nothing but blasphemies are heard, and where there is little lacking to replace order with sempiternal horror. Virulent as is this abjuration, it is but the natural expression of the passions excited by the struggle in progress, which each side felt to be a combat to the death. A moderated philosophism, as we shall see, triumphed in the Cortes of 1810-13, and although there has followed nearly a century of vicissitudes, some of them sanguinary, it has at least established its right to existence. The Inquisition was not mistaken in recognizing it from the first as its most dangerous enemy, the embodiment of the modern spirit, destined, for better or for worse, finally to supplant medievalism. End of section 57. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.